Anna Politkovskaya, Putin's Russia, Life in a Failing Democracy. Forward. She wasn't charismatic, she didn't fill lecture halls, and she wasn't much good at talk shows either. Nevertheless, at the time of her murder in Moscow, Anna Politkovskaya was at the pinnacle of her influence. One of the best-known journalists in Russia and one of the best-known Russian journalists in the world, she was proof, and more is always needed, that there is still nothing quite so powerful as the written word. The subject of Politkovskaya's writing was Russia itself, and in particular what she called Russia's dirty war in Chechnya. Long after the rest of the international press corps had abandoned Chechnya, it was too dangerous for most journalists, too complicated, too obscure. She kept telling heartbreaking Chechen stories. The Russian army colonel who pulled 89 elderly people from the ruins of Grozny but received no medals, or the Chechen schoolboy who was ill from the aftereffects of torture but could get no compensation. A hallmark of her books and articles was the laborious descriptions of how she tried, and invariably failed, to get explanations from hostile and evasive Russian authorities. But she had no patience for the fanatical fringe of the Chechen independence movement either. Ideologues on both sides of the war repelled her. What interested her were human stories, particularly when they concerned brave, kind, and honest ordinary people. Over the years, Politkovskaya won scores of international prizes. At home, she was threatened, arrested, and once nearly poisoned by the same Russian authorities who refused to respond to her questions. The only official acknowledgement of her status was backhanded. In 2002, when Chechen rebels stormed a Moscow theater, she was called upon to help negotiate the release of hostages. She failed to keep them alive, and then she was murdered too. On the afternoon of October 7, 2006, she was shot to death in the elevator of her Moscow apartment building. Politkovskaya was not, it is true, the first Russian journalist to be murdered in murky circumstances since 2000, when President Vladimir Putin first came to power. On the contrary, she was the 12th. Among the worst crimes, all, of course, unsolved, were the murders of two provincial journalists from the city of Tolyatti, probably for investigating local mafia, of Paul Klebnikov, the American editor of Forbes magazine's Russian edition, probably for knowing too much about Russia's oligarchs, and of a Murmansk television reporter who was critical of local politicians. Nevertheless, Politkovskaya's murder marked a distinct turning point. Her assassin made no attempt to disguise his crime as a theft or an accident. He not only shot her in broad daylight, he left her body in the elevator alongside the gun he used to kill her, standard practice for Moscow's arrogant hitmen. Nor could her murder be easily attributed to distant provincial authorities or the criminal mafia. Local businessmen had no motivation to kill her, but officials of the army, the police, and even the Kremlin did. Whereas local thieves might have tried to cover their tracks, Politkovskaya's assassin, like so many Russian assassins, did not seem to fear the law. At the time of the murder, no one in Russia expected that anyone would ever be arrested for murdering Politkovskaya. When asked about her death, President Putin himself dismissed her as a person of no importance, an indication that Russian investigators are not likely to waste time investigating her murder. But even if the assassin were someday to come to trial, he, or whoever paid him, will have already won a major victory by killing her. As Russian history well demonstrates, it isn't always necessary to kill millions of people to frighten all the others. A few choice assassinations, in the right time and place, usually suffice. After the death of Politkovskaya, it's hard to imagine many Russian journalists following in her footsteps. Even the most ardent fans of Anna Politkovskaya's writing did complain, on occasion, that her gloom could be overbearing. She was one of those journalists who saw harbingers of catastrophe in every story. Still, it remains difficult for anyone to write about her, now that she is dead, without employing the same foreboding tone that she herself would have used. Her life, and her death, was so much like one of the stories she would have written herself. An apple bomb. My country's army and its mothers. The army in Russia is a closed system no different from a prison. Like anywhere else, people don't get into the army or into prison unless the authorities want them there. Unlike other places, once you are in, you live the life of a slave. Armies everywhere try to keep what they do quiet, and perhaps this is why we talk about generals as if they belong to an international tribe whose personality is the same all over the world, irrespective of which president or state they serve. There are, however, further peculiarities specific to the Russian army, or rather, to relations between the army and the civilian population. The civilian authorities have no control over what happens in the military. A private, who belongs to the lowest caste in the hierarchy, is a nobody, a nothing. Behind the concrete walls of the barracks, officers can mistreat soldiers with impunity. Similarly, a senior officer can do anything he fancies, anything at all, to a junior colleague. You are probably thinking that things surely cannot be so bad. Well, not always. Sometimes things are better, but only because some humane individual has called his subordinates to order. Those are the only rays of hope. But what about Russia's leaders, you may wonder? The president is the commander-in-chief, personally responsible for what goes on, isn't he? Unfortunately, once they make it to the Kremlin, our leaders abandon any attempt to rein in the army's lawlessness and are more likely to give senior officers ever greater power. The army either supports or undermines the leaders depending on whether they indulge it. The one attempt to humanize the army was made under Boris Yeltsin as part of an effort to promote democratic freedom. The program didn't last long. In Russia, holding on to power is more important than saving soldiers' lives, and under a barrage of fury from the generals, Yeltsin ran up the white flag and surrendered. Putin hasn't even tried. He himself is a former officer. End of story. When he first emerged as a possible head of state, rather than an unpopular director of the universally detested Federal Security Bureau, FSB, he started making pronouncements to the effect that the army, diminished under Yeltsin and by its defeat in the First Chechen War, would be rejuvenated, and that all it lacked for its rebirth was a Second Chechen War. This assertion is responsible for everything that has followed. When the Second Chechen War began, in 1999, the army was given free rein, and in the presidential elections of 2000, it voted as one for Putin. For the army, the present war has been highly profitable, a source of medals and accelerated promotions, and a first-rate springboard for a political career. Generals who leave active service are catapulted directly into the political elite. How exactly Putin helped the army we shall see in the stories that follow. You decide whether you would like to live in a country where your taxes maintain such an institution. How would you feel if when your son turned 18, he was conscripted as human material? How secure would you feel with an army where every week the soldiers desert in droves, sometimes whole squads at a time, even entire companies? What would you think of an army in which, in a single year, 2002, a complete battalion, more than 500 men, had been killed not by enemy fire but by beatings, and in which the officers steal everything, from the 10-ruble notes privates receive from their parents to a full tank column, in which all the officers hate the soldiers' parents because every so often, when the circumstances are just too disgraceful, an outraged mother protests her son's murder and demands retribution? No. You, 729343, forgotten on the battlefield. It is November 18, 2002. Nina Laverda is a heavy, slow-moving woman, a retired schoolteacher, old and tired, and with a string of serious ailments. Like many other times over the past year, she has been sitting for hours in the unwelcoming waiting room of the Krasnaya Presnya District Court in Moscow. Nina has nowhere else to turn. She is a mother without a son. Even worse, without the truth about her son. Lieutenant Pavel Laverda, born in 1975, Soldier No. U. 729343, was killed at the start of the Second Chechen War. What has compelled Nina to spend the past 11 months doing the rounds of legal institutions is not that No. U. 729343 was killed, but the events surrounding his death and what followed it. Her one aim: to get a precise answer from the state as to why her son was left behind on the battlefield. She would also like to know why, since his death, she has been treated so abominably by the Ministry of Defense. As a child, Pavel Laverda dreamed of a career in the army, not too common nowadays. Boys from poor families do apply for places at the military academies, but their aim is to earn a degree and then be discharged. The self-congratulatory reports from the President's office about the increasing competition for admission to military institutes are true, but the situation has less to do with a rise in the Army's prestige than with the abject poverty of those seeking an education. A desire for training but an unwillingness to serve in the Army also explains the catastrophic shortage of junior officers in the field. When they graduate from military college, they simply fail to appear at the garrisons to which they have been posted. They suddenly become seriously ill and send in certificates testifying to all manner of unexpected disabilities. This is not difficult to arrange in a country as corrupt as Russia. Pavel was different. He really wanted to be an officer. His parents tried to dissuade him because they knew how hard life is in the army. Petr Laverda, his father, was himself an officer, and the family had constantly been shifted from one remote garrison to another. In the early 1990s, moreover, the collapse of the Soviet Empire had left chaos in its wake. A high school graduate would have been mad, everyone agreed, to choose to attend a military academy that couldn't feed its students. But Pavel insisted on his dream and went to study at the Far East College for Officers. In 1996, he received a commission and was sent to serve near St. Petersburg. Then, in 1998, he was thrown into the frying pan, the 58th Army. In Russia, the 58th Army is synonymous with the Army's degeneration. Its bad reputation, of course, began before Putin. He does, however, bear a heavy responsibility because the anarchy among its officers goes unchecked. They are effectively above the law. With very few exceptions, they are not prosecuted, no matter what crimes they commit. In addition, the 58th was in the hands of General Vladimir Shamanov, a Russian hero who fought in both Chechen wars. He was known for his brutality toward the civilian population. When Shamanov resigned, he became governor of Ulyanovsk province, benefiting from his role in the Second Chechen War, during which he was rarely off the television screen. Daily he would inform the country that all Chechens are bandits who deserve to be eliminated. In this enterprise he enjoyed Putin's full support. The staff headquarters of the 58th Army is in Vladikavkaz, the capital of the Republic of North Ossetia, Alania, which borders Chechnya and Ingushetia. The officers of the 58th Army, following their general's example, were renowned for their cruelty toward both the people of Chechnya and their own soldiers and junior officers. Rostov-on-Don is the location of the general headquarters of the North Caucasus Military District, to which the 58th Army is subordinate. The greater part of the archive of the Rostov Committee of Soldiers' Mothers consists of files relating to desertion by privates as the result of beatings by their officers, who are also well known for the blatant theft of supplies and for wholesale treason. By selling stolen weapons to the Chechen resistance, the officers aid the enemy. I know many junior officers who have gone to extraordinary lengths to avoid serving in the 58th. Laverda, however, decided otherwise. His letters make heavy reading. When he came home on leave, his parents saw their son becoming more and more morose. Whenever they urged him to resign, however, he would say, "What must be done must be done." Clearly, Pavel Laverda was someone who could justly be described as a profoundly patriotic young Russian with a special sense of duty toward the motherland. In fact, he was hoping for a genuine, rather than Putinesque rebirth of the Russian army. In 2000, when the Second Chechen War began, Pavel Laverda had an opportunity to avoid fighting in the Northern Caucasus. Few would have blamed him. Many junior officers found ways to obtain exemptions. But, as Pavel explained to his parents, he couldn't desert his soldiers. When they were sent to Chechnya, he went as well. On January 13, 2000, Pavel reported to the 15th Guards Motorized Infantry Regiment of the 2nd Taman Guards Division, Army Unit 73881, in Moscow Province. On January 14th, Nina heard her son's voice on the telephone for the last time. He had signed a special contract to go to Chechnya, and it was clear enough what that portended. I cried. I did my best to change his mind, Nina remembers. But Pavel said there was no going back. I asked my cousin who lives in Moscow to go straight to the Taman division to try to talk him out of it. When she got to the unit, she found she had missed him by just a few hours. By January 18th, No. U. 729343 was in Chechnya. At present I am on the southwest outskirts of Grozny, Pavel wrote in his only letter to his parents from the war, dated January 24th. The city is blockaded from all directions and serious fighting is going on. The gunfire doesn't stop for a minute. The city is burning. The sky is completely black. Sometimes a mortar shell falls nearby, or a fighter plane launches a missile right by your ear. The artillery never lets up. Our losses have been appalling. All the officers in my company have been put out of action. The officer in charge of this unit before me was blown up by one of our own booby traps. When I went to see my commander, he grabbed his rifle and sent a round into the ground a few centimeters from me. It was sheer luck I wasn't hit. Everyone laughed. They said, "Pasha, we've had 5 commanding officers already, and you almost didn't last 5 minutes. The men here are all right, but not really strong-willed. The officers are on contract, and the soldiers, though mostly very young, are holding out. We all sleep together in a tent, on the ground. There is an ocean of lice. We're given shit to eat. No change there. What lies ahead we don't know. Either we'll attack who knows where, or we'll just sit around until we turn into idiots, or they pull us out and pack us off back to Moscow. Or God knows what. I'm not ill, but I feel very low. That's all for now. Love, kisses." Pasha. The letter would not have helped reassure a parent, but in war you lose the ability to reassure others, and you forget what might seem shocking to someone far away, because the terror you've experienced has been so intense. Later it became clear that Pavel had intended to calm his parents. When he wrote it, he wasn't lying in a tent wondering what lay ahead. From at least January 21st, he was involved in the serious fighting, having first taken command of a mortar unit and, shortly afterward, of an entire company. The other officers had indeed been put out of action, and there was no one else to take command. Nor was he on the southwest outskirts of Grozny. On February 19th, while helping the battalion's intelligence unit escape an ambush and covering his comrades' retreat from the village of Ushkaloy, Idem Kalin district, according to the citation nominating him for the Order of Valor, Lieutenant Laverda was mortally wounded and died of massive hemorrhaging following multiple bullet wounds. So Pavel Laverda died in Ushkaloy, where the fighting was at its fiercest, a desperate partisan war in highland forests on narrow paths. But where was Pavel's body? The family never received a coffin containing Nina Laverda's son for burial. His remains, she discovered, had been lost by the state he had tried with such desperate loyalty to serve. Nina Laverda then took on the tasks of military prosecutor and investigating officer. She found out that on February 19th, the official date of her son's death, the comrades whose retreat he was covering did indeed get away and simply abandoned Pavel, along with 6 other soldiers who had saved them, by breaking through the ambush at the scene of heavy fighting. Most of the soldiers left behind had been wounded but were still alive. They shouted for help, begged not to be abandoned, as villagers later testified. They bandaged some of the wounded themselves, but could do no more. There is no hospital in Ushkaloy, no doctor, not even a nurse. Pavel Laverda had been deserted on the battlefield and then forgotten. Nobody cared that his body was lying there, or that he had a family awaiting his return. What happened after his death is typical of the army, a disgraceful episode that stands for an ethos in which a human is nothing, in which no one watches over the troops, and there is no sense of responsibility toward the families. The military only remembered Pavel Laverda on February 24th, when, according to information provided by General Headquarters in Chechnya, Ushkaloy was cleared of Chechen fighters and came under the control of federal forces. This explanation was actually presented later to prove that there was no objective possibility of recovering Pavel's body. On February 24th, the army collected the bodies of 6 of the 7 soldiers. They couldn't find Pavel Laverda, so they forgot about him again. Back home, Pavel's mother was in a dreadful state. The only communication she had had was Pavel's letter, which she had received on February 7th. The Ministry of Defense's hotline wasn't much help. Talking to the duty officers there was like talking to a computer. Lieutenant Pavel Petrovich Laverda is not on the list of the dead or missing, was the invariable reply she received. Nina went back to the fully updated hotline over the course of several months. Even after she had located Pavel's remains through her own efforts, even after official notification of his death, she continued to hear the same information. But to return to the story of Pavel's body. On May 20th, 3 months after the fighting in Ushkaloy, the village police discovered the body of a man showing signs of violent death. However, it was only on July 6th, after another 1.5 months of Nina's calls to the hotline and the local army commissariat, that the same police filed the relevant form, Orientation/Task Number 464, in response to the ordinary missing persons inquiry Nina had registered with her own local police. On July 19th, the Ushkaloy report finally reached Bryansk, where Pavel's family lived. Thus, on August 2nd, Detective Abramachkin, an ordinary police officer, came to see Pavel's parents. The only person at home was another Nina, Pavel's 14-year-old niece. Abramachkin asked her some questions regarding the belongings Pavel might have had on him, and was surprised to find he was talking to a soldier's family. To Abramachkin, what had begun as a routine investigation became something quite different. It was Abramachkin, and not an official from the Ministry of Defense, who came to inform the mother of a hero that her son's entitlement to all provisions and allowances had been cancelled. And it was Abramachkin who was sent to the parents in Bryansk to ask for the permanent postal address of Army Unit 73881 in which Laverda, P.P., had been serving, so that the item Kalin police could contact the unit's commanding officer to establish the circumstances relating to the death of a person who, from his mother's description, appeared to resemble one of their officers. The quotation is from the official correspondence. It reveals a good deal about the realities of the army and the nature of Putin's war in the Caucasus. Seeing the state the family was in, Abramachkin strongly advised Nina Laverda to go to the main military mortuary in Rostov-on-Don as soon as she could. He had heard that the remains of the unknown soldier from Ushkaloy had been taken there for identification by Colonel Vladimir Sherbakov, director of the 124th Military Forensic Medical Laboratory and a well-known and respected man. Sherbakov, it should be noted, does this work not at the behest of the army, but because his heart tells him it is the right thing to do. Abramachkin also advised Nina not to expect too much, because, as we say, anything can happen in Russia, where mix-ups involving dead bodies are only too common. In the meantime, the Bryansk Committee of Soldiers' Mothers was helping with the Laverda saga, and it was only through its good offices and the efforts of Abramachkin that the elite 15th Guards Regiment and the even more elite Taman Guards Division finally twigged that the 7th body just might be that of Pavel Laverda. "We arrived in Rostov on August 20th, Nina said. "I went straight to the laboratory. There was no security at the entrance. I walked in and went into the first autopsy room I found. I saw a severed head on a stand next to an examination table. More precisely, it was a skull. I knew immediately that it was Pavel's head, even though there were other skulls nearby. Is there any way to assess this mother's distress or compensate the distressor for it? Of course not. Nina was given sedatives after the encounter with her son's skull, which she had correctly identified. At this moment, a representative from Pavel's unit came rushing in to see her. The commanding officer had received a telegram from Abramachkin and then sent someone to Rostov to take care of the formalities. This representative soldier showed Nina a letter. She looked at it and, despite the sedative she had just taken, she fainted. She already knew the news contained in the letter. The army's callousness, however, was a fresh blow. In the letter, the acting commanding officer of Army Unit 7388, one and the unit's chief of staff requested that citizens Laverda be informed that their son, while on a military mission, true to his military oath, showing devotion and courage, has died in battle. The unit was trying to cover the tracks of its forgetfulness. When Nina recovered, she read the notice more carefully. There was no indication of when her son had died. "Well, what about the date?" Nina asked the soldier. "Write it in yourself, whatever you like," he replied. "What do you mean, write it in?" Nina shouted. "The day Pasha was born is his date of birth. Surely I have a right to know the date of his death." The soldier shrugged and went on to hand her a further document, an order to remove Lieutenant Laverda from the list of members of the regiment. This paper, too, bore no date and indicated no reason for removing Pavel's name, but it did have various stamps and signatures at the bottom. Again, with the artless gaze of a child, the unit's representative asked Nina to fill in the blanks herself and hand the paper in, when she got home, to the local army commissariat so that Pavel could be removed from the register. Nina said nothing. What was the point of talking to a person with no heart, brain, or soul? But surely that's easiest, isn't it? Rather than me having to go all the way to Bryansk? The soldier continued uncertainly. Of course it was easier. There is no denying that soullessness makes life easier. Take the Minister of Defense, Sergei Ivanov, a crony of the president since Putin's FSB days in St. Petersburg. Every week, Ivanov appears on television to deliver the president's war bulletin. Nobody will make us kneel down before terrorists, he says. He intends to pursue the war in Chechnya to its victorious conclusion. Minister Ivanov has nothing to say about the fate of the soldiers and officers who allow him and the president to avoid seeming to kneel down before terrorists. Their line is wholly neo-Soviet. Humans have no independent existence. They are cogs in a machine whose function is to implement unquestioningly whatever political escapade those in power have dreamed up. Cogs have no rights, not even to dignity in death. Not being heartless is much harder work. But that would mean seeing beyond the general policies of the party and government to the details of how these policies are implemented. In the present instance, the details are that, on August 31st, 2000, No. U. 729343 was finally buried in the city of Ivanova, to which Pavel's parents had moved to escape the dark associations of Bryansk. The forensic analysis in Rostov passed Pavel's head on to Nina. Unfortunately, that seemed to be all the remains they had to return. Many Russians have heard of Nina Laverda because, on the 9th day after the funeral, having committed what was left of her son to the earth, she set off to the headquarters of the 15th Guards Regiment in Moscow province. Her initial intention was only to look Pavel's commanding officers in the eye and to find in them, when confronted by his mother, at least some remorse for all the things they had forgotten to do. Of course, I didn't expect them to apologize, Nina said, but I did think I might at least see some sympathy in their faces. When she arrived at the Taman Guards Division, however, nobody wanted to see this mother. The commanding officer was simply unavailable. Nina sat for 3 days waiting to meet him, without food, tea, sleep, or any attention paid to her. Senior officers scurried to and fro like cockroaches, pretending not to notice her. It was then that Nina Laverda vowed to sue the state, to bring an action against the Ministry of Defense and Ivanov for the suffering they had caused. Not in connection with her son's death, he had, after all, perished in the line of duty, but because of what had happened subsequently. Translated from convoluted legal jargon into plain speech, she wanted to know who was responsible. What happened next? First, the Order of Valor awarded posthumously to Nina's son was presented to the family in the Army Commissariat in Ivanova. Second, the Army took its revenge. The Ministry of Defense and the Taman Guards Division went on the warpath against this mother who had dared to express her outrage at their behavior. This is how they went about it. In just under a year, there were 8 court hearings, the first on December 26, 2001, the last on November 18, 2002, none of which came to any conclusion. The court never even got around to considering the substance of Nina's writ, because the Ministry of Defense ignored the hearings completely. And in the view of at least one court, they were right to do so. The case of Nina Laverda against the state first came before a judge in the Krasnaya Presnya Intermunicipal Court, Moscow. He decreed that a mother has no right to information about her son's body, and the Ministry of Defense was, accordingly, under no obligation to supply her with such information. Nina went to the Moscow City Court, where, in view of the manifest absurdity of the previous verdict, the case was referred back to the Krasnaya Presnya Court for a new hearing. The state machine's assault on the bereaved mother continued to take the form of a boycott of the court sessions by Ivanov's representatives and by the Land Forces Command, of which the Taman Guards Division and the 15th Guards Regiment are a part. They simply failed to appear, brazenly and systematically. So Nina Laverda kept going from Ivanova to Moscow, only to find herself confronted by an empty dock, her journey wasted. An ordinary woman dependent on her state pension, whose purpose is only to keep you from starving, Nina also found that her husband had taken to the bottle after Pavel's funeral as a way to escape from their suffering. In the end, Judge Bolanina of the Krasnaya Presnya District Court, to whom the case had been referred from the Moscow City Court, became exasperated. At the 5th hearing, she fined the Ministry of Defense 8,000 rubles, at taxpayer expense, of course, for failing to appear. Then, on November 18, 2002, after the imposition of the fine, Ministry of Defense representatives finally turned up in the courtroom, but they knew nothing about the case and declined to identify themselves, complaining that chaos at the ministry was the cause of the problems. The upshot was that the court was again adjourned, this time to December 2nd. Nina was in tears as she stood in the grim corridor of the court building. "Why are they doing this?" she asked. "You'd think they had done nothing wrong. How enviable to be Sergei Ivanov, head of the pitiless Ministry of Defense. How straightforward his life must be, not having to bother with mothers whose sons have died in the war on terror, about which he waxes so lyrical, not having to hear their voices or feel their pain. He knows nothing of the lives he has destroyed, nothing of the thousands of parents deserted by the system after their children have given their lives for it. Putin can't do everything, the president's admirers protest. Indeed he can't, but as president, he is the person who shapes policies. In Russia, people imitate the man at the top. We know how he views the army. He is entirely to blame for the brutality and extremism endemic in both the army and the state. Cruelty is an infection that can easily become pandemic. First inflicted on people in Chechnya, it is now used against our people, as the patriotically inclined like to describe Russian citizens, including the soldiers, those Russians who fought patriotically against the Chechens, who experienced the state's atrocities first. Well, he made his choice and followed his destiny, says Nina, wiping the tears from her face as Judge Bolanina stalks past in her robes, inscrutable. But for heaven's sake, aren't these people human beings? 54 soldiers, or running home to a home. People leave Russia when staying either becomes life-threatening or involves massive injury to their integrity and dignity. On September 8, 2002, such was the situation in the army. 54 soldiers gave up and tried to leave. The 20th Guards Motorized Infantry Division training grounds are situated on the outskirts of the village of Prudboy in Volgograd Province. The men of the 2nd Section of Army Unit 20004 had been taken from their permanent base in the town of Kamyshin, also in Volgograd Province, to the grounds in Prudboy. The move seemed unexceptional. The troops were to receive training. Their instructors would be their commanding officers. On September 8th, however, these role models, Lieutenant Colonel Kolesnikov, Major Shiryev, Major Artemiev, Lieutenant Kadiv, Lieutenant Korostelev, Lieutenant Kobets, and Sub-Lieutenant Pikov, decided to conduct an inquiry outside their authority. The soldiers assembled on the parade grounds were told there was to be an investigation to find out who had stolen a fighting reconnaissance and landing vehicle, FRLV, during the night. The soldiers later insisted that nobody had stolen the FRLV. It was right there in its usual place in the divisional parking lot. The officers were just bored. They had been drinking for days, were probably feeling ill as a result, and decided to divert themselves with a bit of bullying. It was not by any means the first time this sort of thing had occurred at the Kamyshin training ground, which has a bad reputation. After the announcement, a first batch of soldiers was led into the officers' tent. Sergeants Kutuzov and Krutov, Privates Generalov, Gursky, and Gritsenko. The others, who were ordered to wait outside, soon heard the cries and groans of their fellow soldiers. The officers were beating them. The first batch was thrown out of the tent. They told their comrades that the officers had beaten them on their buttocks and backs with the hafts of entrenching tools and kicked them in the belly and the ribs. The description was unnecessary. The signs of the beatings were clearly visible on the soldiers' bodies. The officers announced that they would now take a break. The lieutenant colonel, 2 majors, 3 lieutenants, and 1 sub-lieutenant would be having dinner, and they informed the remaining soldiers that failure to confess voluntarily to having stolen the FRLV would result in being beaten in the same way as those now sprawled on the grass outside their tent. Their announcement made, the officers departed to take soup. And the soldiers? They walked out. They mutinied, choosing not to wait like sheep for the slaughter. They left the soldiers on sentry duty behind, since deserting your post is a criminal offense involving a court-martial and sentencing to a disciplinary battalion. And they also left Kutuzov, Krutov, Generalov, and Gritsenko, who were incapable of walking. Forming a column, the soldiers marched out of the training ground toward Volgograd to get help. It is a fair distance from Prudboy to Volgograd, but the 54 soldiers marched the entire journey in an orderly manner, making no attempt to hide, on the edge of a busy highway along which officers of the 20th Division were traveling to and fro. Not one vehicle stopped. No one thought to ask where the soldiers were going without an officer, which is against army regulations. The soldiers marched until dark. They lay down to sleep in the strip of woodland beside the highway. No one came looking for them, despite the fact that when the lieutenant colonel, 2 majors, 3 lieutenants, and 1 sub-lieutenant emerged from the dining room after finishing their meal, they discovered a marked thinning of the numbers of the second section. They had almost no one left to command. The officers went to bed, having no idea of the whereabouts of the soldiers for whom, by law, they were personally responsible, but knowing full well that in Russia no officer is ever punished for something that has happened to a private. Early on the morning of September 9th, the 54 soldiers set off again along the highway. And again army officers drove insouciantly by. This detachment of soldiers blessed with self-respect was on the march for 1.5 days, and nobody from the 20th Division missed them. On the evening of September 9th, they marched quite openly into Volgograd. They were observed by the police, but still nobody took any interest. The soldiers marched to the city center. It was about 6 in the evening, and we were preparing to go home when the telephone rang suddenly. "Are you still open? May we come to see you?" Tatyana Zazyulenko, director of the Volgograd Province Mothers' Rights Organization, tells me. I said, "Come right in." Of course, there was no way I was expecting what happened next. 4 young privates came into our small room and said there were 54 of them. I asked where the others were, and the boys led me down to the little basement of our own building. The rest were all standing there. I have worked in this organization for 11 years, but had never seen anything quite like that before. The first thing I worried about was where we were going to put them all. It was already evening. We asked them whether they had eaten. "No," they replied, "not since yesterday." Our members ran off to buy as much bread and milk as they could. The boys fell on the food like hungry dogs, but that was something we are used to. Soldiers are very badly fed in their units. They are chronically undernourished. When they had eaten, I asked, "What do you want the result of your action to be?" They replied, "We want officers who beat up soldiers to be punished." We decided to put them up for the night in Mother's Rights, all of them in together on the floor, to give us time to sleep on it. First thing in the morning, we would go to the garrison prosecutor's office. I locked the door and went home. I lived nearby and thought I could come around quickly if I was needed. At 11 that evening I phoned them, but nobody answered. I thought they must just be tired, probably asleep or afraid of answering the phone. I was awakened at 2 in the morning by our lawyer Sergei Semishin. He said someone who hadn't identified himself had called to ask him to secure his premises. I was around there within minutes. There were small military vehicles outside with officers in them. They did not introduce themselves. The soldiers had disappeared. I asked the officers where they were and got no reply. The Mother's Rights workers also discovered that their computer system, with information about crimes committed in the 20th Division, had been broken into and stripped. They found a note under the carpet from a soldier saying they didn't know where they were being taken. They were being beaten and needed help. There is a little more to add. The officers at the training ground missed their soldiers only after being telephoned by their superiors. This was late in the evening of September 9th, after Tatyana Zazyulenko had contacted journalists in Volgograd and information about the AWOL soldiers had first gone out on the airwaves. The regional staff headquarters naturally demanded an explanation from the officers. Then, during the night, vehicles drove up to Mother's Rights, and all 54 soldiers were removed to the guardhouse in the military commandant's office. They were then returned to their unit under the supervision of the very officers whose bullying had made the soldiers leave the training ground in the first place. Zazyulenko asked Volgograd garrison prosecutor Chernov, whose duty it is to ensure that the law is upheld in the garrison's units, why he had returned the soldiers to the 20th Division, and he replied without flinching, "Because these are our soldiers." That's the key phrase in the saga of the 54. Our soldiers effectively means our slaves. Everything remains just as it always has been in the Russian army, where a perverse understanding of an officer's honor means the negligible value of the life and dignity of any private. The march from the training ground was the result of the abhorrent tradition that a soldier is an officer's slave. An officer can treat a soldier exactly as he pleases. It also stemmed from the sad fact that civilian control of army procedures, about which much was said in the Yeltsin years, and a draft law was even written, is non-existent. President Putin shares the army's view of its officers' rights and considers civilian monitoring of the armed forces inappropriate. Underlying this story is the fact that the 20th Division, also called the Rokhlin Division after its commander, Lev Rokhlin, a hero of the First Chechen War and today a deputy of the State Duma, and particularly Unit 20004, have long been notorious in Volgograd and indeed throughout Russia. For an entire year, we sent information to the military prosecutor's office, primarily to Mr. Chernov, the garrison prosecutor, but also to everyone higher up the hierarchy, right up to the chief military prosecutor's office in Moscow, about the crimes committed by the officers of Unit 20004, Tatyana Zazyulenko says. In terms of the number of complaints we receive from soldiers, Unit 20004 is top of the list. The officers beat their soldiers and extort their active service payments from those who have returned from Chechnya. We have yelled about this from the rooftops, but nothing has happened. The prosecutor's office has decided to keep everything quiet. The episode at the training ground is a wholly predictable result of Army officers' lack of accountability. 1. A few shorter stories. Misha Nikolaev lived in Moscow province. His family saw him off to the army in July 2001. He was sent to the border guards, to a frontier post 10 hours flying time from Moscow, at the village of Garaiki Plyaz, on Anakyna Island in the Lesser Kurils, the Pacific Islands that have vexed Russian and Japanese politicians since the end of the Second World War. While the two nations argue, someone has to police the border. Misha was one of those doing the job. He lasted just 6 months at this outpost of the Russian Far East and died on December 22, 2001. By the autumn, he had already been writing alarming letters home, having discovered festering sores on his body. He asked his family to send medicine. Vishnevsky's balm, sulfanilamide, in fact, any medicines for treating suppuration, metapyrin, antiseptic, bandages, and as much sticking plaster as possible. There is nothing here. His parents sent off the parcels without complaining. Aware that the army is underfunded, they assumed that things could not be all that bad, since Misha was still working as a cook in the army's kitchens. If he was seriously ill, his parents supposed, he wouldn't be allowed anywhere near food preparation. Even when his skin was covered with oozing sores, though, Misha continued to cook meals for the troops. The pathologist who conducted the autopsy reported that the unfortunate soldier's tissues literally split apart under the scalpel. At the beginning of the 21st century, a Russian soldier rotted alive under the eyes of his officers, receiving no medical attention at all. What killed Misha was the complete lack of responsibility of his superiors. Dmitry Kiselev was posted to serve in the Moscow province village of Istra. In Russia, such an assignment is regarded as a stroke of luck. He was close to Moscow. His parents, being Muscovites, could visit their son and battle their way through to his commanding officer if he needed help. It was not the Kuril Islands. The location did not, however, save Dmitry from his officer's depravity. Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Borenenkov, Private Kiselev's commanding officer, had a lucrative sideline. Nothing too unusual about that in today's army. People are up to all sorts of tricks, because their wages don't amount to much. This particular lieutenant colonel's enterprise was trading in soldiers. Istra is a dacha settlement of second homes, and Borenenkov sold his soldiers to the owners of nearby plots of land as cheap labor. The soldiers worked only for food. Their pay went straight to their commanding officer. This money-making scheme is by no means unique. Indeed, it is widespread. Soldiers become the unpaid laborers, that is, slaves, of wealthy people for the duration of their military service. In some cases, the officers use the troops as a means of bartering with people they think of as useful. If an officer needs his car repaired and has no money, he herds a few soldiers along to the local body shop. They work there, unpaid, for as long as the shop requires. In return, the officer gets his car fixed. In late June 2002, it was the turn of the newly conscripted Dmitry Kiselev to be sold into slavery. Private Kiselev was sent to build a house for a certain member of the Mir Horticultural Association in Istra district. Initially, he was constructing a house, but then he and 7 other conscripts were required to dig a deep trench the length of the plot. On July 2nd at 7 in the evening, the sides of the trench collapsed, burying 3 of the troops, including Dmitry, who suffocated under the earth. His parents tried to have Lieutenant Colonel Borenenkov brought to trial, but he wriggled out of it. He knew a lot of useful people. Dmitry was the Kiselev's only son. 2. On August 28, 2002, Army Unit 42839 was deployed in Chechnya, not far from the village of Kalinovskaya, a place where there had been no fighting for a long time. The granddads were drinking themselves silly. Granddads, ordinary soldiers about to be demobilized into the reserves, are the most terrifying, murderous force in the army. In the evening, it seemed to the granddads that they were running short of vodka, so they told the first soldier who came along, Yuri Dyachenko, to go into the village and get some more from wherever you like. The soldier refused. In the first place, he was on duty guarding a section of the perimeter and had no right to leave his post. In the second place, as he explained, he had no money. The granddads told him to steal something in the village and get them the vodka that way. Yuri, however, said firmly, "No, I won't go." They beat him brutally until 5 in the morning, and between beatings subjected him to cruel and disgusting humiliations. They dipped a floor cloth into the latrine and rubbed the filth in Yuri's face. They forced him to clean the floor, and when he bent over, took turns ramming the handle of the mop into his anus. To conclude their training session, as they called it, the granddads dragged Yuri into the canteen and forced him to eat a 3-liter can of kasha, beating him if he tried to stop. Where were the officers? That night they, too, were drinking themselves senseless and were physically incapable of being in charge of anything. At around 6 in the morning, Yuri Dyachenko was found in the provisions depot. He had hanged himself. Although Siberia is not Chechnya, it is far removed from the war. The distance makes no difference. Valery Putint'S, a young man born in Tyumen province, was posted to the Krasnoyarsk region to serve in the district town of Uzur, in the elite units of the strategic missile forces. His mother, Svetlana Putin'S, was delighted. Because they were dealing with the most up-to-date and dangerous weaponry on the planet, officers in the missile units were considered to be the best educated in the army, not likely to get drunk or to beat up conscripts, and likely to maintain discipline. Soon, however, she, too, began to receive distressing letters from her son, in which he wrote that the officers were no better than jackals. "Hello, Mom. I don't want this letter to be seen by anyone other than you. In particular, please keep what I am writing from Gran. We both know the score there, and I'm sure you won't undermine what health she has left. I worry about her a lot. I can't accept that I have to work as a slave to benefit people I despise. More than anything in the world, I want to work for the good of my own people, to better my family. It's only since being here that I have understood how important you all are." Valery was never to return to work for the good of his people. The officers in the Uzur barracks robbed the soldiers of everything they had, degrading any who, like Valery, tried to defend their dignity. In the half-year he spent in his unit, for soldiers were carried out in coffins, all of them privates, all of them beaten to death. The officers' first game was to confiscate Valery's uniform. The soldiers have no clothing apart from their uniforms. They told him that now he had to ransom it. They assumed he would write home and ask for money to be sent as a matter of urgency. Valery resisted. He knew that his mother lived very modestly with his grandmother, an old-age pensioner, his sister, and her little daughter, and could ill afford to send him money. As a result of his concern for his family, he was brutally and repeatedly beaten. In the end, he had had enough. He turned on the officers and was sent to the guardhouse for insubordination. Pretending he was attempting to escape, they wounded him badly. Svetlana Putin'S became anxious and called the unit's commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Butov, who she says informed her that he knew how to beat people so as not to leave any trace. Svetlana dropped everything and flew straight to Uzur, where she found her son at death's door. He had gunshot wounds to the pelvis, the bladder, the ureter, and the femoral artery. In the hospital, his mother was told to find blood for a transfusion. Urgently, "We have no blood here." Alone in a strange town, she was expected to find donors. She rushed back to the army unit to ask for help. The commanding officer refused. She scrambled through the city, trying to save her son. She failed. Valery, lacking a transfusion, died on February 27, 2002. In one of his last letters, he had written to Svetlana, "I wasn't expecting much help from the officers. All they are capable of is humiliating people." Back to Moscow province. It is the morning of May 4, 2002. Army Unit 13815, in the village of Balashika. 2 boiler women working in the plant that provides heating for the unit hear cries for help from nearby. They rush out and see that a trench has been dug in the middle of the courtyard. in which a soldier has been buried up to his neck. The women dig down, cut the rope binding him hand and foot, and help him out of the pit. At this moment, an army major appears in a towering rage. He shouts at the women to leave the soldier alone. He is teaching Private Chesnikov a lesson, and if they do not go back to the boiler house immediately, he will have them sacked. Private Chesnikov, having escaped from the pit, deserted from the unit. The Russian army has always been a fundamental pillar of the state. To this day, it is mostly a prison camp behind barbed wire where the country's young are locked up without trial. It has prison-like rules imposed by the officers. It is a place where beating the hell out of someone is the basic method of training. This, incidentally, is how Putin, when he first took the Kremlin throne, described the way he would deal with enemies within Russia. It may be that the president finds this state of affairs agreeable, with his lieutenant colonel's epaulets and his 2 daughters who will never have to serve in such an army. The rest of us, apart from the officer caste, who revel in their status as petty gangsters above the law, are deeply unhappy about the situation. This is especially true of those who have sons, and all the more so if the young men are of conscription age. These families have no time to wait for the military reforms they have been promised for so long. They fear that their sons will leave home only to be sent straight to a training ground or to Chechnya or to some other place from which there is no return. Our new Middle Ages, or war criminals of all the Russias. We currently have 2 kinds of war criminals in Russia. The crimes of both relate to the Second Chechen War, which began in August 1999, just as Vladimir Putin was appointed prime minister. The war, a feature of his first presidential term, continues to this day. All the war crimes prosecutions that have occurred have had one common attribute. Their outcome has been determined on ideological rather than on legal grounds. Inter arma silent leges. In time of war, the laws are silent. Those found guilty have been sentenced, not after due process but in accordance with the ideological winds blowing from the Kremlin. The first kind of war criminal is someone who was, in fact, involved in military conflict, for example, an army soldier engaged in the anti-terrorist operation in Chechnya, or a Chechen fighter who opposed the army. The former is always cleared of his crime. The latter, treated with scant regard for the law, is charged with a crime. The former is acquitted by the judicial system even where there is manifest proof of guilt, which is rare, since the prosecutor's office usually makes no attempt to collect evidence. The latter is given the severest sentence possible. The best-known federal case is that of Colonel Yuri Budanov, commanding officer of the 160th Tank Regiment. On March 26, 2000, the day Putin was elected president, Budanov abducted, raped, and murdered an 18-year-old Chechen girl, Elza Kungiva, who lived with her parents in the village of Tanjichu, on the outskirts of which Budanov's regiment was temporarily deployed. We'll examine Budanov's experiences later in this chapter. The best-known Chechen case is that of Salman Raduev. Raduev was a renowned Chechen field commander, a brigadier who had been carrying out terrorist raids since the First Chechen War, when he had commanded what was known as the Army of General Dudaev. Raduev was caught in 2001, sentenced to life imprisonment, and died in mysterious circumstances in Solikamsk high-security prison. Solikamsk is an infamous prison city, nestled among salt mines in Perm province, in the Urals, a place of exile since Tsarist times. Raduev was a symbol of those fighting for Chechen freedom from Russia. There are many cases like his. As a rule, they are heard behind closed doors, to conceal information from the public. The need for such hush-hush activity is often obscure. Occasionally it is possible, with great difficulty and in great secrecy, to obtain the court records of cases brought against Chechen fighters. The accused are usually found guilty. No time is wasted on the collection and consideration of evidence. Thus, no one in the first category of accused war criminals, whether federal or Chechen, gets a fair trial. After sentencing, Chechen fighters are sent off to remote labor camps and prisons and do not survive for long. Opinion polls show that even those who support the government's war in Chechnya believe these prisoners are gotten rid of at the behest of the authorities. Almost nobody in Russia believes that the judicial system is fair, while almost everybody believes that the judiciary is subordinate to the executive branch. Then there is the second kind of war criminal, the individual who is in the wrong place at the wrong time, someone run over by the juggernaut of history, not a soldier on either side but a Chechen who becomes a convenient scapegoat. A typical case is that of Islam Hajohanov. Everything about his story is redolent of Stalin's purges. Witness statements are beaten out of people. Torture and psychotropic drugs are used to break the will of the accused. This is the hellish path traveled by the majority of Chechens who have found themselves in the torture chambers not only of the FSB but of all the other security agencies rampaging in Chechnya. Individuals were tortured by the henchmen of the late Ahmadhaji Kadyrov, who, until his assassination, was head of the pro-Moscow Chechen puppet government. They are tortured in the military commandant's posts, in pits on the territory of army units, in solitary confinement cells at police stations. All these practices are coordinated and managed by the FSB. These are Putin's people. They enjoy Putin's support, and they carry out Putin's policies. Stalin will always be with U.S. The file. Islam Shikhamadovich Hajohanov was born in 1954 in Kyrgyzia. Beginning in 1973, he served in the Soviet Army. He graduated from the Kiev Higher Naval Political College, and in the 1980s served in the Baltic Fleet, and from 1989 in the Pacific Fleet. In 1991, he graduated from the Lenin Political Military Academy in Moscow. As a submarine officer who had graduated from a military academy, Hajohanov would have been regarded as the elite of the Russian Navy. He retired to the reserves in 1998 with the rank of Captain First Class from the position of Deputy Commander of AB-251 nuclear submarine. From 1998, he lived in Grozny, where he was head of the military inspectorate in the government of Aslan Moskadov and head of Moskadov's operational staff. He is married to Moskadov's niece, his second wife, and has 2 sons. Hajohanov took no active part in the First or the Second Chechen War and was never in hiding from the federal authorities. Arrested on April 20, 2002, in the district center of Shaili by special units of the FSB as an international terrorist and one of the organizers of illegal armed formations, IFs. He was sentenced by the Supreme Court of the Republic of North Ossetia-Alania to 12 years detention in a strict regime labor camp. The prehistory of the trial. What happens to a man after he is picked up by the FSB? Not the Chaika of 1937, not the Chaika of Alexander Solzhenitsyn and the Gulag, but the one funded by today's taxpayers? Nobody has any hard facts, but everybody is frightened, just as people used to be. And just as under the Soviet regime, only rarely does any information get out. One of those rare instances is the case of Islam Hajohanov. According to the file of criminal case number 5617, Islam Hajohanov was arrested on April 27, 2002, on Mayakovsky Street in Shaili, and charged under Article 222 of the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation with being in possession of and bearing firearms. The wording would lead one to expect some evidence of the alleged weapons. In fact, armed individuals wearing masks, as is usual in Chechnya, burst at dawn into the house of Hajohanov's relatives, where he was living with his family. They dragged him off to an unknown destination without bothering to plant any firearms on him. He had none of his own. The federal special units operating in Chechnya in the search for international terrorists have long been confident that they can behave, no matter how despicably, with impunity. This time they were acting on a tip-off from an informer, and had no doubt they were picking up one of the leaders of an IAF whose fate was already sealed. As he would not be surviving, no pistol, no assault rifle was registered as material evidence. The charge under Article 222 was allowed to stand anyway. The false date of April 27th was also left intact. Missing weeks are characteristic of the anti-terrorist operation in Chechnya. A man is arrested and goes missing. The first 7 days of his detention are the most brutal. No organization is responsible for him. None of the security agencies admits to knowing anything about him. His relatives search desperately, but it is as if he does not exist. It is during this time that the intelligence services beat everything they need out of him. Hajohanov has barely any recollection of the period between April 20th and 27th. Beatings, injections, more beatings, more injections. Nothing beyond that. The record of the court hearing 10 months after that terrible week states, "For the first 7 days I was held in the FSB building in Shaili, where I was beaten. Dating from that time I have 14 broken ribs, 1 rib in my kidney." What did the authorities want to get out of Hajohanov before he died from his injuries? They demanded that he lead them to Moskadov. 3. After that he could die. The trouble was, Hajanov didn't take them to Moscadov, and with the robust good health of a submarine officer, he didn't die, either. On April 30th, it was decided to formalize the case against him. He was dragged off. The public prosecutor of Chechnya at the time was Alexander Nikitin, to a temporary interrogation unit in another Chechen district center, Znamenskia. This village was blasted from the face of the earth by a female suicide bomber on May 12, 2003. Afterward, there was general satisfaction in Chechnya, where most people felt that justice had been done at last. How many people had been tortured there and were secretly buried in the area? When Hajanov arrived in Znamenskia, he looked like death. His body resembled a sack, but he was breathing. The torture continued under the supervision of Lieutenant Colonel Anatoly Cherepnev, deputy head of the investigative section of the Directorate of the FSB for Chechnya. Cherepnev was to be the main investigator in the Hajanov case, deciding on the level of torture and directing the process to obtain the required evidence. From the court record, why were violent means being used against you? In all the interviews, all they were interested in was where Moscadov was and where the submarine was that I supposedly was intending to hijack. Those were the two questions in connection with which violent means were used against me. Hajanov could not lead his questioners to Moscadov because he had last seen him in 2000 and subsequently had contact with him only on audiocassettes. When necessary, Moscadov would record one and send it to Hajanov by courier. Occasionally Hajanov would reply. One of the couriers had become an FSB informer. The last time before his arrest that Hajanov had received a cassette was in January 2002, and he had replied 2 days earlier. On the tapes, Moscadov usually asked Hajanov, apparently for the record, to confirm how much money he, Moscadov, had transferred to which field commanders. We shall see why Moscadov was interested in this subject. Let us turn to the submarine. Its story deserves to be told in some detail. As noted earlier, Hajanov had been a high-ranking submarine officer before retiring. He was the only Chechen who ever became an officer in the nuclear submarine fleet, in either Soviet or post-Soviet times. Accordingly, Lieutenant Colonel Cherepnev set about trying to incriminate him in the planning of an IAF to hijack a nuclear submarine, gain possession of a nuclear warhead, seize deputies of the State Duma as hostages, demand changes to the constitutional system of the Russian Federation by threatening to use a nuclear warhead and to kill hostages. This is a quotation from a form returned by Cherepnev to the public prosecutor's office in Chechnya with a request for permission to continue the detention of Hajanov. The request was not refused. Cherepnev did his utmost to incriminate Hajanov, but the results were unspectacular. Hajanov would not, and indeed could not, give in. In 1992, he himself had built, as they say in the Navy, the very submarine Cherepnev was accusing him of planning to hijack. Hajanov had monitored the submarine's construction, knowing that he would be serving on it. Thus, he had supervised the project on behalf of its future crew. Cherepnev worked hard on the story of the submarine hijacking. The FSB forged documents supposedly written by Chechen fighters on the basis of intelligence supplied by Hajanov. There was a working plan of Chechen IFs for carrying out an act of sabotage on the territory of the Russian Federation and hand-drawn maps of the bases of 4 nuclear submarine flotilla of the Pacific Fleet, and a plan for conducting a terrorist act on the territory of Russia. There was a helpful note added to the effect that detailed planning of the operation was carried out on the basis of visual and reconnaissance intelligence of the region of interest to us during December 1995. It was under these words that Hajanov was meant to place his signature. The trouble was, the authorities could not get him to sign. The FSB set about beating him more ingeniously, although there was little they hadn't already tried. Now, however, they were punishing him for disrupting their plans. The only things Cherepnev ever got Hajanov to sign, endorse, was the term used in the verdict. Out of his mind from a combination of pain and psychotropic drugs were blank sheets of orders and operational instructions of Moscadov. Cherepnev wrote in whatever it seemed would go down well. Here is an example of one such fabrication. On September 2, 2000, Hajanov issued a combat instruction ordering all field commanders to scatter small nails, nuts, bolts, and ball bearings on highways and routes of deployment of federal forces in order to disguise mines and explosive devices. Thus, availing himself of his leading role in the IAF, By his deliberate actions, Hajuhanov incited other participants of the IF to commit terrorist acts directed at opposing the establishment of constitutional order on the territory of the Chechen Republic. Cherepnev also demanded that Hajuhanov sign the minutes of his interrogations without reading them. Here is an example of their quality. Question, supposedly asked by Cherepnev, you have been shown a photocopy of an address to Russian officers, number 215 of November 25, 2000. What testimony can you give? Answer, supposedly given by Hajuhanov. The preparation and distribution of such documents was a component part of the propaganda carried out by the Operational Directorate of the Armed Forces of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria under my immediate leadership. The addresses referred to were intended to counteract the Russian mass media in respect of their coverage of the progress of the anti-terrorist operation. I understood that distribution of such documents could lead to destabilization of the situation on the territory of the Chechen Republic, but continued my activities. This document is typical of the army's literary style. For a month, Hajuhanov was tortured in Znamenskia so that material of this caliber could be accumulated from the court record. And when, as a result of these beatings, I no longer understood or reacted to anything, I was given injections and transferred to the FSB in North Ossetia. They didn't want to admit me to the interrogation unit there because their doctor said that, as a result of the earlier beatings, I would die within 48 hours. I was then taken to a timber mill, Enterprise No. Yen 68-1. Were you given any medical assistance? I just lay in the timber mill recovering for 3 months. What timber mill is this? Mention is occasionally made of it in stories about people who have vanished without a trace after purges in Chechnya. Some who have been there and survived call it a lumber camp, a term from Stalin's times. Others call it a timber mill. Its official title is Enterprise No. Yen 68-1, and it comes under the administration of the Ministry of Justice of the Republic of North Ossetia. What we do know about the timber mill is that it is the destination of people who have been beaten half to death by officers of the law enforcement agencies, primarily FSB agents. The Enterprise closes its eyes to the fact that these individuals have no identification documents. They are non-persons who have vanished without a trace after their encounter with the feds. We owe a debt of gratitude to those who work at the timber mill for illegally accepting the outlawed into their enterprise. They have saved many from certain death. Those who were supposed to die but whom the feds simply couldn't be bothered to shoot as they were brought from Chechnya to Ossetia, and those who were sent to the mill to die without the FSB getting its hands dirty. Nobody knows how many people have died there in the course of the Second Chechen War, or who they were. They have left behind not so much as a grave mound. On the other hand, we do know how many survived. Hajuhanov is one of these. A guard took pity on him, no more than that, and every time the man was on duty he would bring Hajuhanov milk from his home. Hajuhanov thus survived yet again, and yet again found himself facing Cherepnev. In the Chechen Directorate of the FSB, there is a rule that anyone who survives interrogation is put on trial. Not many do, and hence trials of international terrorists are few and far between. Nevertheless, for the sake of expediency, at least, some trials are held. Within the anti-terrorist operation, it is thought desirable to sentence the occasional terrorist. Western leaders ask Putin questions from time to time. He demands information from the FSB and the Prosecutor General's office, and they do their best to oblige. Only, of course, when someone survives. Vladikavkaz. Vladikavkaz is the capital of the Republic of North Ossetia, Alania, which borders on Chechnya and Ingushetia. Ossetia, too, is a fully paid-up member of the anti-terrorist operation. Mozdok, in North Ossetia, is the main military base where federal groups are formed before being sent to Chechnya. It was the scene of 2 major suicide bombings in 2003. On June 5, a woman got on a bus transporting military pilots and blew herself up, and on August 1, a man crashed a truck loaded with a ton of explosives into a military hospital. In Vladikavkaz, the traditional setting for many fabricated court cases against international terrorists, the local lawyers act less as counsels for the defense than as functionaries in close liaison with the court, the FSB, and the prosecutor's office. Vladikavkaz is also where agents of the Chechen Directorate of the FSB often have extended tours of duty, preferring to bring their victims there to interrogate them, as far away from the war as possible. Cherepnev now went to Hajuhanov in Vladikavkaz and found him a lawyer. Since June 1, 2003, Russia has had a progressive code of criminal procedure in conformity with the highest European standards. Among other things, it prohibits interrogating a suspect without a lawyer being present, but of course, when necessary, everything continues as before. In any case, from April 20th until October 9th, 2002, for almost 6 months, Khazhukhanov had no legal representation at all. Not until his skull had healed over and his fractured ribs and broken hands had recovered at the timber mill could he be readied for a court appearance. Here again, the details are of interest. On October 8th, Cherepnev summoned Khazhukhanov to an interrogation and instructed him to address an application to him. Cherepnev dictated the following: I request you to provide me with a lawyer for the preliminary investigation. Up to the present time, I have had no need of the services of a lawyer, and in this connection I have no complaints against the investigative services. I request you to appoint an advocate chosen at the investigator's discretion. On October 9th, then, Khazhukhanov had his first interrogation in the presence of a Vladikavkaz legal aid attorney. Khazhukhanov suspected the attorney was an FSB agent. 4. The lawyer did nothing to cause him to change his mind. He gave Khazhukhanov no advice, sat passively at the interrogations, and said nothing. From the court record, you may say whether there is a difference between the evidence you gave before a lawyer was present and after, and if so, what that difference is. There is a difference. Before, I was not given the record to read at the end of an interrogation. After the appearance of a lawyer, I was. In all, Khazhukhanov had 3 such interrogations in the presence of a defense lawyer on October 9th, 23, and 24, 2002. More precisely, in the course of these 3 days, Cherepnev simply copied the testimony beaten out of the defendant in Znamenskaya onto new forms, which became testimony in accordance with the Code of Criminal Procedure. Cherepnev declared that October 25th would be the final day of the investigation. He informed Khazhukhanov that he would shortly receive the text of the indictment and that he was to sign it as quickly as possible, so that he should have no illusions. Khazhukhanov was taken from the solitary confinement unit for 2 days, October 29th and 30th, naturally, without a lawyer. He did not know where he was being taken. He had a hood put over his head and was led out as if to be executed. That's it, the end, the guards said, cocking their rifles. His execution was a hoax, designed to frighten him into signing the indictment. Of course he signed, but he remained unbroken, and at the trial he retracted everything on which the indictment was based. The indictment was nonetheless confirmed by the new prosecutor of Chechnya, Vladimir Kravchenko, and the text migrated, virtually intact, into the verdict of Judge Valery Zayev. Here are quotations from both the indictment and the verdict, with my comments. It is easy to see how criminal cases are fabricated, and also that none of the counterfeiters are the least bit worried about being exposed or about the fact that these records will remain as the raw material of history, which, in accordance with Russian tradition, will surely be rewritten in the course of time. In April 1999, Khazhukhanov voluntarily entered an armed formation not permitted under federal law. Khazhukhanov made contact with Hambiv Mohamed, an aide of Moskadov, who proposed that he provide assistance to Moskadov using his experience to organize the work of military audit, an IF then being created. After retiring, Khazhukhanov had returned home to Grozny. Unique in being a Chechen officer with an academic education, he was invited by Moskadov to work in the Chechen government, which, in 1999, was the official Republican government, financed from Moscow, and Moskadov was the lawfully elected president of Chechnya, recognized by Moscow. The military audit that Moskadov invited Khazhukhanov to join was an urgent requirement. The Chechen bureaucracy was shamelessly corrupt, as indeed were the bureaucrats in Moscow, and the Republican government needed a knowledgeable person to monitor the flow of military funds, in particular those coming from the Russian Federal Treasury. What kind of IF is that? From the court record, did you consider the actions of President Moskadov to be lawful? The prosecution asked. Yes. I had no way of knowing that Moskadov, the government, and security ministries would later be considered illegal. I knew that Moskadov was the president. He was recognized as such by the Russian leaders. There were meetings with his ministers, financial resources were allocated, so of course I did not know that I was joining an IF. Was it your job to inspect the finances and general administration of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria? Yes, I reported the results of the audit to Moscadov in June 1999. I listed everything money had been spent on. I received this information from the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Russian Federation. All the information was received through official channels. I had no reason to suppose anything was unlawful. Hajuhanov's work before the war did indeed include the inspection of finances and administration, as well as the setting up of a system to audit and monitor the financial resources allocated for maintaining the security services of Chechnya. The Ministry of Internal Affairs, the National and Presidential Guards, and the Army's staff headquarters. In the summer of 1999, Hajuhanov established that considerable sums of money were passing through staff headquarters for the purchase of weaponry and uniforms, but that, for example, the rocket launchers the Ministry of Defense was ordering from the Grozny Red Hammer factory were known to be militarily useless. This was a blatant misappropriation of funds, as was the purchase of uniforms. They were being sewn in the Chechen town of Gadremes at a price of 60 rubles per outfit, but the accompanying documentation stated that they were made in the Baltic states at a higher price. Hajuhanov reported all this to Moscadov, and the director of the Military Audit Office immediately ran into trouble with the president's security forces, who were involved in all phases of the embezzlement. After Hajuhanov had worked in the Military Audit Office for just a week, Moscadov appointed him chief of staff, simply because he needed honest people around him. It was the end of July 1999. Chief of Staff Hajuhanov began work in August, a few days before the start of the Second Chechen War, in which he refused to take part. As you read the record of the court hearings, which took place behind closed doors, you cannot help feeling that the trial was a put-up job. Someone had decided that Hajuhanov had to be sent down for a very serious offense, but no one would characterize that offense. Had Hajuhanov, back in 1999, found out something that came back to haunt him 3 or 4 years later? Was it the secret of those embezzled federal funds? There is even some suspicion that the fraud itself was, to a large extent, the reason the Second Chechen War was started, perhaps a war to ensure that the tracks of the wrongdoers would be covered forever. And is this a reason why the upper echelons of Russia's armed forces are still so set against peace negotiations? Here is a further quote from the indictment. Hajuhanov was actively involved in the work of the IAF and in 1999 was engaged in matters relating to the financing of the IAF. He devised and implemented an auditing system for the financial resources provided to maintain the National Guard, General Headquarters, and Ministry of Internal Affairs IAFs of the self-proclaimed Republic of Ichkeria. Having demonstrated organizational ability and efficiency in this position, Hajuhanov was appointed by Moscadov to the post of his chief of staff in late July 1999. Actively engaged in the work of the above-named IAF, Hajuhanov was involved in formulating the basic decisions relating to opposition to the forces of the federal government, by means that included armed opposition in its task of restoring constitutional order to the territory of the CRI. The charge would be laughable if we did not know the price exacted from Hajuhanov for this brazen falsification of history by the forces of the FSB. From the record of the court hearing, tell the court what necessity there was for you personally to be in Chechnya from the beginning of combat operations until the day of your arrest. I did not consider it possible to turn my back on Moscadov because I considered him the legally elected president. I could not stop the war and did everything in my power. I sometimes fulfilled his requests. I was not in a fit condition to march through the forests, but what I could do I did. I saw people dying. I know what is meant by restoring constitutional order. I will not conceal the fact that this entire war is genocide. However, I never called for the carrying out of acts of terrorism. Did you call for the killing of federal troops? In order to call for that, I would have had to have men under my command. I had no men under my command. Were any of the field commanders directly subordinate to you? No. In front of me, I have documents marked official use only. When he was preparing the court case, Cherepnev sent out inquiries to every local FSB department in Chechnya requesting information on terrorist acts committed in its district on combat instructions from Chief of the Operational Headquarters of the Armed Forces of the CRI Hajuhanov. Recall the combat instructions Hajuhanov signed during his interrogation. Blank sheets of paper, on which Cherepnev then wrote in whatever he wanted. Not surprisingly, Every local department head replied that Khazanov was not wanted for any terrorist acts. These responses came back to Cherepnev not from Chechen fighters, but from his own people. The negative feedback did not, however, halt the machinery that was to proclaim the guilt of a leading member of the IAF, as Khazanov, after he had survived, now began to be called. The court paid not the slightest attention to this pile of papers for official use only, and neither did the prosecutor general's office. The trial. The Khazanov case was heard behind closed doors and at great speed, from January 14 to February 25, 2003, in the Supreme Court of the Republic of North Ossetia, Alania, Judge Valery Zayev presiding. The court found nothing untoward, not in the fact that the accused had had no access to a lawyer for 6 months, or that the lawyer invited to act on his behalf had been chosen by those who had been beating his client, or that there was no information on the whereabouts of the accused between April 20th and 27th. The court noted that he had been tortured, but had no comment to make on the subject. Here is a quote from the verdict. Khazanov made no admission of guilt during the investigation, but under physical and psychological pressure from officers of the FSB was forced to sign previously prepared records of the interrogations. You have said that violent means were used against you, the judge told Khazanov. Can you give the names of those who used violent means against you? I cannot give their names because I do not know them. The court passed over this detail, since the torturers had failed to identify themselves to their victim. It even refused to commission a medical report, despite the fact that the accused had a dent in his skull. The court confined itself to asking Tebloev, the director of the timber factory, whether Khazanov had stayed in his hospital section. He replied, yes. He was there from May 3rd until September 2002 with a broken rib cage. The court took this information in stride. To quote again from the verdict, at the court hearing, the accused, Khazanov, did not admit to being guilty of the crimes committed. He stated that he considered it his duty to carry out certain requests and missions for the legally elected President Moskadov. He denied making preparations for the committing of terrorist acts or providing financial resources for field commanders. He acknowledged only that he authenticated certain orders and instructions of Moskadov, annotating them true copy in his own hand. Was that it? Yes, that was it. The sentence was 12 years in a strict regime labor camp without eligibility for amnesty. The prisoner's final comment was, I wish to state that I have no intention of repudiating my beliefs. I consider what is going on in Chechnya to be a flagrant violation of people's rights. Nobody makes any attempt to catch the real criminals. While the present situation continues, there will be many more people like me in the dock. The shroud of darkness from which we spent several decades during the Soviet era trying to free ourselves is enveloping us again. More and more stories are heard of the FSB using torture to fabricate cases to suit its ideological needs, implicating the courts and the prosecutor's office as its accomplices. This practice is now the rule rather than the exception. We can no longer pretend that the occurrences are random. The implication is that our Constitution is on its deathbed, in spite of the guarantees intended to safeguard it, and the FSB is in charge of the funeral arrangements. When I learned that Khazanov had been brought to the notorious Krasnaya Presnya transit prison in Moscow, a kind of distribution center from which those already sentenced are sent off in convoys to other parts of the country, I rang the Moscow office of the International Red Cross. Those who work there are among the few people allowed to visit particular prisoners. I called because I knew that after the torture Khazanov had endured, he was in poor health indeed. I asked the agency to visit him in Krasnaya Presnya, to provide him with medicine, to ask the prison authorities to ensure that he received treatment, and to get their consent for regular visits. A week passed, during which the Moscow office of the IRC considered my appeal. Then the charity rejected the request, mumbling something about the situation being very complicated. 5. The precedent of Colonel Budanov. On July 25, 2003, in a North Caucasus District Military Court in Rostov-on-Don, sentence was finally passed on Yuri Budanov, a combatant in the First and Second Chechen Wars and recipient of 2 Orders of Valor. He was sentenced to 10 years in a strict regime labor camp for crimes committed in Chechnya in the course of the Second War. He had abducted a Chechen girl, Elza Kungieva, and murdered her in an exceptionally brutal manner. The court further resolved to strip Budanov of his rank and state awards. As noted earlier, The Budanov case began on March 26, 2000, the day Putin was elected president. It continued for more than 3 years. It became a test for all of us, from the Kremlin down to the smallest villages. We tried to make sense of the soldiers and officers who, every day, had murdered, robbed, tortured, and raped in Chechnya. Were they thugs and war criminals? Or were they unflinching champions in a global war against international terror, using all the weapons at their disposal, a noble aim justifying their despicable means? The Budanov case became highly politicized, turning into a symbol of our time. Among the Russian people, many crucial events that happened in those 3 years in Russia and elsewhere were seen in the light of this case. September 11, 2001 in the United States. The wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. The creation of an international anti-terrorist coalition. Terrorist acts in Russia. The seizing of hostages in Moscow in October 2002. The endless succession of Chechen women blowing themselves up. And the Palestinization of the Second Chechen War. This striking, tragic case brought our difficulties into the open. Most important, it revealed the changes that the Russian justice system has experienced under Putin and as a result of the war. The legal reform that the Democrats had tried to implement and that Yeltsin had done all he could to promote collapsed under the pressure of the Budanov case. For over 3 years, we were treated to a demonstration of the fact that we did not have an independent judiciary. Instead, the judicial system took its marching orders from the Kremlin. Moreover, we discovered that a majority of the population saw nothing out of the ordinary in this state of affairs. Today's Russian, brainwashed by propaganda, has largely reverted to Bolshevik thinking. On July 25th, Kungiva's parents, who, more than most, understood what was going on, did not even bother to attend the court. They were certain the man who had butchered their daughter would be acquitted. But then a miracle occurred, both a miracle and a courageous act by Judge Vladimir Bukreev. The judge dared to find Budanov guilty and, furthermore, to sentence him to a far-from-token period of detention. Bukreev thereby set himself against the military establishment, which had been actively working on Budanov's behalf. The military courts come under the jurisdiction of the armed forces, whose commander-in-chief is the president. Yet, despite immense pressure from the Kremlin and the Ministry of Defense, Bukreev decided that Budanov should receive the sentence he merited. In the process, however, the judge showed beyond a doubt that the judicial system is fully in thrall to the politicians. The case. To dispel the myths surrounding the Budanov case, I will quote from the indictment. Despite the dry language of the prosecutor's office, the following excerpts testify more eloquently to the climate of the Second Chechen War than many journalists could. They convey the situation in units deployed in the zone of anti-terrorist operations, where anarchy rules. Lawlessness was the ultimate cause of the crimes committed by Yuri Budanov, colonel of a tank regiment and commander of an elite army unit, a graduate of the military academy who had been awarded the country's highest honors for his distinguished service. Indictment in respect of Colonel Yuri Dmitrievich Budanov, Army Unit 13206, 160th Tank Regiment. Accused. The preliminary investigation has established that Yuri Dmitrievich Budanov was appointed on August 31, 1998, to the post of commander of Army Unit 13206, 160th Tank Regiment. On January 31, 2000, Budanov was awarded the military rank of colonel. Ivan Ivanovich Fedorov was awarded the rank of lieutenant colonel on August 12, 1997. On September 16, 1999, Fedorov was appointed to the post of Chief of Staff and Deputy Commander of Army Unit 13206, 160th Tank Regiment. On September 19, 1999, on the basis of order of the General Headquarters of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation No. 312/00264, Budanov and Fedorov left as part of Army Unit 13206 for duty in the North Caucasus Military District and were thereafter deployed to the Chechen Republic to engage in a counter-terrorist operation. On March 26, 2000, Army Unit 13206 was temporarily deployed on the outskirts of the village of Tangi. During dinner in the regimental officers' mess, Budanov and Fedorov imbibed spirituous liquor to celebrate the birthday of Budanov's daughter. At 19:00 hours that day, Budanov and Fedorov proceeded in a drunken state, together with a group of officers of the regiment and at Fedorov's suggestion, to the intelligence company of the regiment under the command of Lieutenant R.V. Bagreev. Having inspected the state of orderliness in the tents, Fedorov desired to show Budanov that the intelligence company, to whose command Bagreev had been appointed on Fedorov's recommendation, could be relied upon in a combat situation. He proposed that Budanov check their readiness for action. Budanov at first declined, but Fedorov insisted. After Fedorov had repeated his suggestions several times, Budanov gave permission to test the company's combat readiness and proceeded with a group of officers to the signal center. Permission having been given, Fedorov decided, without telling Budanov, to order the use of regimental armaments to open fire on Tangi. Fedorov's decision was taken, without any actual necessity, since no fire was incoming. Implementing his plan in flagrant violation of the requirement of order of the General Headquarters of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation of February 21, 2000, number 312/2/0091, which forbids the use of intelligence subsections without thorough preparation, Fedorov gave orders for firing positions to be taken up. Obeying orders, Lieutenant Bagreev gave the command to the company's personnel. 3 combat vehicles took up combat positions. After completing targeting, some members of the crews declined to carry out Fedorov's order to open fire on a populated position. Continuing to exceed the authority of his rank, Fedorov insisted that they should open fire. Angered by the refusal of his subordinates, Fedorov began complaining to Bagreev. In a coarse manner, he demanded that Bagreev should get his subordinates to open fire. Not satisfied with Bagreev's actions, Fedorov began personally to direct the activity of the company's personnel. The crew opened fire, and a house was destroyed. Having succeeded in getting the company's personnel to carry out his unlawful order, Fedorov grabbed Bagreev by his clothing and continued to address him in a vulgar manner. Bagreev offered no resistance and returned to the tent of his subsection. Budanov ordered Fedorov to stop firing and report to himself. Fedorov reported that Bagreev had deliberately failed to carry out his order to open fire. Bagreev was summoned to Budanov. Budanov insulted him and then punched Bagreev at least twice in the face. At the same time, Budanov and Fedorov ordered the soldiers on guardhouse duty to tie Bagreev up and place him in a pit. Budanov then seized Bagreev by his uniform and threw him to the ground. Fedorov booted Bagreev in the face. The soldiers on duty bound Bagreev, who was lying on the ground. Budanov, together with Fedorov, then continued to kick Bagreev. After this beating, Bagreev was put in the pit, where he was left sitting with his hands and legs tied. 30 minutes after the beating, Fedorov went back to the pit, jumped in, and punched him in the face at least twice. This beating was stopped by officers of the regiment. Several minutes later, Budanov came to the pit. On his orders, Bagreev was pulled out. Seeing that he had succeeded in untying himself, Budanov again ordered the soldiers on duty to tie him up. When this order had been carried out, Budanov and Fedorov again began beating Bagreev. Bagreev was again put in the pit, bound hand and foot. Fedorov jumped down and bit him on the right eyebrow. Bagreev was left until 8:00 hours on March 27, 2000, after which, on Budanov's orders, he was freed. At 24:00 hours on March 26, Budanov, acting without instructions from his superiors, decided to go into Tangi personally in order to check out the possible presence, at number 7 Zarechnia Street, of members of an IF. In order to drive to Tangi, Budanov ordered his subordinates to ready Armored Personnel Carrier, APC, number 391. Before departing, Budanov and the members of the crew armed themselves with standard-issue Kalashnikov 74 assault rifles. At this time, Budanov informed the crew of the APC, namely Sergeants Grigoriev, Yegorov, and Lian Shou, that their mission was to arrest a female sniper. Budanov arrived at Tangi before 1:00 hours. On his orders, the APC stopped outside number 7 Zarechnia Street, where the Kungiva family lived. Budanov entered the house together with Grigoriev and Lian Shou. In the house were Elza Vazevna Kungiva, along with her 4 younger brothers and sisters. Their parents were not present. Budanov asked where the parents were. Not receiving an answer, Budanov continued to exceed his authority and in contravention of Federal Law No. 3, the Struggle Against Terrorism, Article 13, ordered Lian Shou and Grigoriev to seize Elza Vizevna Kungiva. Believing themselves to be acting lawfully, Grigoriev and Liansho seized Kungiva, wrapped her in a blanket taken from the house, carried her from the house, and placed her in the assault compartment of APC number 391. Budanov took Kungiva back to the compound of Army Unit 13206. On Budanov's orders, Grigoriev, Yegorov, and Liansho took Kungiva, still wrapped in the blanket, to the prefabricated officers' accommodation which Budanov occupied and placed her on the floor. Budanov then ordered them to remain in the vicinity and not to let anyone through. Remaining alone with Kungiva, Budanov began demanding information from her as to the whereabouts of her parents and also information about the routes by which fighters passed through Tangi. When she refused to talk, Budanov, who had no right to interrogate Kungiva, continued demanding information. Since she refused his demands, Budanov began beating Kungiva, punching and kicking her many times on her face and different parts of her body. Kungiva attempted to resist, pushing him away and trying to run out of the accommodation. As Budanov was convinced that Kungiva was a member of an IAF and that she had been involved in the deaths of his subordinates in January 2000, he decided to kill her. For this purpose, Budanov seized Kungiva's clothing, threw her down on a camp bed, and, clasping the back of her neck, began to squeeze it, until he was sure she no longer showed signs of life. Budanov's deliberate actions caused asphyxia. Budanov called Grigoriev, Yegorov, and Liansho into his quarters and ordered them to remove the body and secretly bury it away from the unit. Budanov's order was obeyed by the crew of APC number 391. They secretly transported Kungiva's body and buried it on one of the forest plantations, as Grigoriev reported back to Budanov on the morning of March 27, 2000. The accused Budanov and Fedorov, when questioned to respect of the present criminal charges, partly admitted to being guilty of the acts of which they are accused. They changed the testimony they had given at the initial stage of the investigation. Accused, Yuri Dmitrievich Budanov. Questioned as a witness on March 27, 2000, Budanov explained that he had driven to Tangi, discovered mines in one of the houses, and detained 2 Chechens. Budanov asserted that nobody had beaten Bagriv up. While carrying out a check of the combat readiness of the intelligence company, the company had reacted incorrectly to the command attack. A conflict had arisen. Bagriv had insulted Fedorov. He had then ordered the arrest of Bagriv. Budanov denied that Fedorov had given orders to fire on Tangi, or that the village had been fired on. At the end of the interrogation, Budanov requested permission to write an admission of guilt regarding his having terminated the life of a female relative of citizens who were members of illegal formations in Chechnya. Further, in an autograph admission of guilt, Budanov gave the following information. On March 26, 2000, he had departed for the eastern outskirts of Tangi in order to take out or capture a woman sniper. When they returned to the unit, the girl was carried to his quarters. A conflict ensued, as a result of which he tore the girl's blouse and brassiere. The girl continued trying to escape. He strangled her. He did not remove the clothing from the lower part of her body. Budanov called the crew, ordered them to wrap the body in a blanket, drive with it to a forest plantation in the vicinity of the tank battalion, and bury her. Questioned on March 28, 2000, Budanov testified that on March 3, 2000, he had learned from operational sources that a female sniper was living in Tangi. He had been shown a photograph of her. This information had been made known to him by an inhabitant of Tangi who had personal scores to settle with the fighters. Detaining the girl, they returned to the regiment. He dragged her to a far corner of his quarters, threw her down on the camp bed, and began to strangle her. The commanding officer of the APC came in with the signaler. The girl was lying in the far corner of his quarters, wearing only her pants. Budanov had been infuriated that she would not say where her mother was. According to information in his possession, on January 15 to 20, 2000, her mother had used a sniper's rifle in the Argun ravine to kill 12 soldiers and officers. When questioned on March 30, 2000, Budanov partly admitted his guilt. Budanov partially changed his testimony about Kungiva's conduct, saying that she had told him they would get around to him in the end, and that he and those under his command would never get out of Chechnya alive. She had mouthed obscene remarks about his mother and run to the door. Her last remarks had completely infuriated Budanov. His pistol lay on a table next to the bed. She had tried to seize the pistol. Throwing her back on the bed, he held Kungiva by the throat with his right hand, and with his left hand held her arm to prevent her from reaching the pistol. These gradual changes to Budanov's testimony occurred because the Kremlin and the military establishment, having recovered from their shock at the unexpected audacity of the prosecutor's office in allowing itself to arrest a decorated, serving colonel, began to pressure the officials conducting the investigation. As a result, they started coaching Budanov as to what he should say, to minimize the legal consequences and possibly even escape criminal responsibility completely. In the course of a further interview, Budanov gave additional detailed testimony as to how he knew that the Kungovs were members of an IF. Information to this effect had been received from one of the Chechens he had encountered in January-February 2000 after the fighting in the Argun ravine. This Chechen had passed him a photograph which showed Kungiva holding a Dragunov sniper's rifle. Interviewed on January 4, 2001, Budanov testified that he would plead not guilty to abducting Kungiva. He considered that he had acted properly given the operational information in his possession. He had arrested her in order to pass her on to the law enforcement agencies. He had not done so because he hoped himself to discover from the detainee where fighters were located. He was also aware that if the fighters learned that Kungiva had been detained, they would do their utmost to free her. It was for this reason that he decided to return to the regiment immediately. He did not accept that he was guilty of premeditated murder. He was in a highly emotional state, and he was at a loss to explain how it came about that he had strangled her. Accused Ivan Ivanovich Fedorov. Interviewed on April 3, 2000, as a witness, Fedorov testified that on March 26, 2000, he, Arzamanian, a comrade in arms, and Budanov went to inspect the intelligence company. Having completed the inspection, he gave Bagriv an interim order, command post under attack, take up firing positions, and indicated the location of the target. He then summoned Bagriv and asked why the combat vehicles had not taken up their firing positions. He could not remember what Bagriv replied. He then seized Bagriv by his clothing. Fedorov did not remember who gave the order to tie Bagriv's arms and legs. He then went up to Bagriv and struck him several times. On his, Fedorov's, orders, Bagriv was then put in the pit. He jumped down into the pit in order to tell Bagriv exactly what he thought of him. He, Fedorov, was pulled out of the pit by Arzamanian. He learned only the following morning that Budanov had driven to Tangi that night. On or around March 20, 2000, he saw a photograph Budanov had of a woman who, Budanov told him, was a sniper. According to Budanov, this woman lived in Tangi. The woman appeared to be not more than 30 years old. On or around March 25, 2000, Budanov drove to Tangi, and a Chechen showed him houses where fighters lived. Aggrieved party. Visa Yumirovich Kungov, agronomist of the Uris Martin Soviet farm, father of Elza Vizevna Kungiva. Elza was the eldest child in the family, modest, calm, hardworking, decent, and honest. She had to undertake all the housework, since his wife was ill and not allowed to work. For the same reason, Elza had the responsibility of looking after the younger children. She spent all her free time at home and did not go out. She had no boyfriends. She was awkward with members of the male sex. She had no intimate relations with them. His daughter simply was not a sniper. She was not a member of any armed formation. The suggestion was absurd. On March 26, 2000, he went, together with his wife and children, to vote in the elections. They busied themselves about the house. His wife got ready to go and see her brother Alexei in Uris Martin. He remained with the children. They went to bed at about 21:00 hours, since there was no electricity. At about 0:30 on March 27th, he was awakened by the roar of a military vehicle. He looked out of the window and saw strangers coming toward their house. He called his eldest daughter, Elza, and asked her quickly to rouse all the children, get them dressed, and take them out of the house, telling her that it was being surrounded by soldiers. He, Kungov, ran outside to find his brother, who lived some 20 meters away. His brother was already running to see him. On entering the house, his brother saw Colonel Budanov, whom he recognized because his photograph had been published in the Red Star newspaper. Budanov asked him, "Who are you?" Adlin replied that he was the brother of the owner of the house. Budanov replied rudely, "Get out of here." Adlin ran out of the house and began shouting. From what his children told him, Kungov knew that Budanov then ordered the soldiers to take Elsa. She was screaming. Wrapping her in a blanket, they took her outside. His relatives immediately came running and woke everybody to look for his daughter. He went to the head of the village administration, the military commandant of the village, and the military commandant of Urus-Martin district. At 6 a.m. they drove to Urus-Martin to find his daughter. On the evening of March 27, 2000, they learned that Elsa had been murdered. In Kungov's opinion, Budanov abducted Elsa and then raped her because she was a pretty girl. Witness A.S. Magamev testified that he was a neighbor of the Kungovs. They were a poor family. They worked mainly in the fields. He had known Elsa since she was born. She was a shy girl and did not associate with boys her own age. He could say with certainty that Elsa had never been a member of any armed formations. The investigation has been unable to discover any evidence that E.V. Kungiva was associated with or a member of any IF. Witness, Ivan Alexandrovich Makarshinov, former private in Army Unit 13-206. On the evening of March 26, 2000, the guardhouse duty squad was called out to an emergency. On the orders of the commanding officer of the regiment, the personnel of the guardhouse duty squad bound the commanding officer of the intelligence company. Bagriv, the commanding officer of the intelligence company, was lying on the ground. Budanov and Fedorov each kicked Bagriv at least 3 times. Everything happened very quickly. After this, Bagriv was put in a pit, the so-called Zindan. After a time, when it was already dark, Makarshinov heard shouts and groans and came out of his tent. He saw that Budanov and Fedorov were in the pit where they had put Bagriv. The tent was about 15 to 20 meters from the Zindan. Fedorov was punching Bagriv in the face. Somebody shone a torch into the pit, so he saw everything clearly. Someone then pulled Fedorov out of the pit. Until 2:00 hours on March 27th, Makarshinov was in Fedorov's tent, keeping the stove lit. At about 1:00 hours, he heard an APC drive up to Budanov's quarters. He saw 4 persons enter Budanov's accommodation, one of whom was Budanov. One was carrying something on his shoulder, like a roll, its dimensions approximately those of a human body. He, Makarshinov, saw long hair hanging down from one end of the roll. The person carrying the roll opened the doors, carried the roll inside, and put it on the floor. A light was burning in the accommodation. Accordingly, Makarshinov was able to see Budanov enter. The distance from the place where he was, in the tent, to Budanov's quarters was some 8 to 10 meters. The whole time after Budanov came to his quarters, he had 3 members of the crew of his APC standing by. Other witnesses. Witness Alexander Mihailovich Saifulin testified that he had served with Army Unit 13-206 from August 1999. From late January 2000, his duties were to act as stoker in Budanov's quarters. At approximately 5:00 to 5:15 hours on March 27th, he entered the commander's quarters. Budanov was lying on the camp bed on the right and not, as usual, on the far one. The rug on the floor had been moved and was rumpled, and he saw that Budanov's bed was not made up. Budanov was asleep. At about 7 a.m., he entered the quarters and poured the commander a bucket of water to wash himself. The commander told him to tidy up in the quarters and, indicating the bed with his head, ordered him to change the blanket and all the bed linen. Saifulin set about tidying up and noticed that the blanket was damp. Budanov gave him an hour to clean the premises from top to bottom. When he took the bed linen from the far camp bed out of Budanov's quarters, the left corner of the sheet was wet. Witness Valery Vasilievich Gerasimov testified that from March 5th until April 20th, 2000, he was acting commanding officer of the West Group of troops. On the morning of March 27th, he learned from the commandant of Urus-Martin that a girl had been abducted from Tangi during the night and that it was suspected that soldiers were responsible. He communicated with the commanding officers of 3 regiments, including Budanov of the 160th Tank Regiment, and ordered that the girl should be returned within 30 minutes. With General Alexander Ivanovich Verbitsky, he himself drove first to the 245th Regiment, then to the 160th Regiment. In the 160th Regiment, he was met personally by Budanov, who reported that everything was in order and that he had been unable to learn anything about the girl. Together with Verbitsky, Gerasimov drove to Tangi, where at that moment some villagers were gathered. From the explanation of the father of the girl, it appeared that a colonel had driven into the village during the night with soldiers in an APC, had wrapped the girl in a blanket, and carried her off. They knew this colonel. He was the commanding officer of the tank regiment. At first, Gerasimov and Verbitsky did not believe this. They returned to the regiment. Budanov was not to be found. Gerasimov ordered that Budanov should be detained. There is a rule in the Russian armed forces that serving personnel can be arrested only with the permission of their superior officers. For Budanov, only General Gerasimov had this status. Accordingly, we are obliged to Gerasimov for the fact that there ever was a Budanov case. The majority of commanding officers in Chechnya do not give the prosecutor's office permission to arrest those under their command who have committed war crimes and go to great lengths to protect them. Given the situation in the zone of anti-terrorist operations, Gerasimov's act must be regarded as very courageous. It could well have cost him his career. Perhaps because the affair became a major focus of public attention, the general was not punished. Indeed, Gerasimov was appointed commander of the 58th Army, a significant promotion. The indictment continues. After his arrest, Budanov was taken to Hankala, the main military base in Chechnya. On that same evening, the driver of the APC who had driven Budanov to the village admitted that on the night of March 27th, they had brought a girl back and dragged her into Budanov's quarters. Some 2 hours later, Budanov had summoned them. The girl was dead. Budanov had ordered them to take the body and bury it. On the morning of March 28th, the body was exhumed, taken to the medical and sanitary battalion, medically examined, washed, and returned to the parents. When interviewed as a witness, Igor Vladimirovich Grigoriev testified that on March 27, 2000, when they returned to the unit, Budanov ordered them to carry the girl, wrapped in a blanket, into his quarters and themselves to stand guard. Budanov remained in his quarters with the girl. Some 10 minutes after they had left the quarters, a woman's cries were heard coming from within, and Budanov's voice was also heard. Then music was heard coming from the accommodation. A woman's screams were heard for some time more, coming from the same place. Budanov was together with the girl in his quarters for between 1.5 and 2 hours. Some 2 hours later, Budanov called all three of them into his quarters, where the woman they had brought was lying naked on the bed. Her face was a bluish color. The blanket they had wrapped the girl in was spread on the floor. Her clothing was lying on it in a heap. Budanov ordered them to take the woman away and bury her in secret. Wrapping the body in the blanket, they drove the girl away in APC number 391 and buried the body. Grigoriev reported this back to Budanov on the morning of March 27th. Interviewed on October 17, 2000, Grigoriev elaborated that 10 to 20 minutes after their leaving Budanov's quarters, Budanov began shouting. What, exactly, he did not hear. There were also several screams from the girl, screams indicative of fear. When, at Budanov's summons, they entered his quarters, they saw the girl lying naked on the camp bed without signs of life. The girl had bruises to her neck, as if she had been strangled. Pointing to her, Budanov said with a strange expression on his face, "That's for you, you bitch, for Razmaknin and the boys who died up that mountain." The examination of Kungiva's body revealed injuries on the neck, the face, bruising in the right suborbital area, on the inner surface of the right thigh, hemorrhaging into the mouth and of the left upper jaw. The corpse was unclothed. The medical examination of the corpse established that the injuries discovered on the neck had been caused ante-mortem. The cause of death was pressure on the neck from a blunt object. The bruising on Kungiva's face and left thigh, the hemorrhaging into the mouth, the injury to the right eye resulted from the action of a blunt object, S. The act causing injury was a blow. The injuries referred to occurred ante-mortem. Interviewed as a witness, Captain Alexei Viktorovich Simikin, investigator, Military Prosecutor's Office, testified that on March 27, 2000, he received orders to bring Budanov to the landing strip of Army Unit 13206 in order for the latter to be transported to Hankala. During the flight, Budanov was very agitated, inquiring how he should behave, what he should say, and what he should do. On the morning of March 28, 2000, Simikin traveled out as a member of the investigating team to locate the body of Kungiva. Simikin wished to note that the burial site had been very carefully camouflaged, covered with turf. The body was in a half-sitting, fetal position and was completely naked. Bagriv Party, Lieutenant Roman Vitalievich Bagriv, Deputy Chief of Staff of Tank Battalion, Army Unit 13206. From October 1, 1999, as a member of the 160th Regiment, Bagriv took part in the counter-terrorist operation. He had no scores to settle with Budanov and Fedorov. On March 20, 2000, the intelligence company moved from Komsomolsko to Tangy. It had been decided to hold a competition between the regiment's subsections to decide which company was the most orderly. The anti-aircraft section came in first. Fedorov disagreed with this result and assured everybody that the intelligence company was better. In order to persuade Budanov of this, Fedorov insisted an inspection should be carried out of the company's site. After 18.00 hours, Budanov, Fedorov, Silivanets, and Arzamanian arrived at the site. Budanov was intoxicated but entirely able to control himself. Fedorov was very drunk, his speech was slurred, and he was unsteady on his feet. Fedorov tried to persuade Budanov to check the combat readiness of the company. Budanov refused 3 or more times, but Fedorov continued to insist. Budanov yielded to Fedorov's demands, ordering firing positions. Prepare for combat. Bagriv immediately ran toward the company's trenches. Fedorov ran behind him. The vehicles took up their firing positions. Budanov was at the signal center. He knew that each vehicle always had a high-explosive fragmentation shell in its rammer tray ready for firing. There were no grounds to open fire on the village at the time, other than Fedorov's order. After the vehicle's gun crews had taken up their positions, he gave orders to the crews to unload the fragmentation shell, load a hollow charge shell, and fire it over the houses. Such a shell, shot upward, if encountering no obstacle, self-destructs. A fragmentation charge has no such self-destruction mechanism. Vehicle number 380 fired once over the roofs of the houses in the village. Fedorov saw this, leapt onto the second APC, and ordered the gun layer to fire at Tangy. Dissatisfied with Bagriv's actions, Fedorov seized him by his clothing and abused him with obscene language. Bagriv was summoned by Budanov. When he arrived at the signal center, Budanov and Fedorov were both there. They beat him up. Inspection has established that to the southwest of the staff headquarters of Army Unit 13206, at a distance of 25 meters from the regimental command post on March 27, 2000, there was a pit above which 3 square-edged planks had been placed. The pit was a hollow in the ground 2.4 meters long, 1.6 meters wide, and 1.3 meters deep. The walls were faced with brick, and the bottom was earthen. Thus the first description in a Russian legal document of a zindan. These special torture pits were introduced on an extensive scale during the Second Chechen War. They are to be found in almost every military unit in Chechnya and are generally used for detaining arrested Chechens, as well as privates who are in disgrace. It is rare for them to be used against junior officers. Witness Private Dmitry Igorevich Pakamov testified that on March 26, 2000, at about 20.00 hours, Fedorov shouted at Bagriv, "I'll teach you to carry out my orders, you puppy." Bagriv was deluged with insults. Fedorov gave the order to tie Bagriv up and put him in the pit. There had been earlier occasions when the squad had tied up drunken contract soldiers before putting them in the pit, but for such a thing to be done to the commanding officer of the intelligence company was unbelievable. Approximately 1 hour later, the squad was again alerted to an emergency by Budanov. When they arrived, Bagriv was lying on the ground. Budanov and Fedorov once more started kicking him. After this, on Budanov's orders, Bagriv was again tied up and put in the pit. Fedorov then jumped down and began beating Bagriv up in the pit. Bagriv was shouting and groaning. Silivanets jumped down into the pit and pulled Fedorov out. At about 2.00 hours, Pakamov was in his tent when he heard rifle fire. As he later learned, this was Suslov shooting in order to bring Fedorov to his senses. He was again trying to reach Bagriv. Budanov and Fedorov were charged. The criminal case against Grigoriev, Lian Shou, and Yegorov was closed as the result of an amnesty. The expert conclusion of the Standing Interdepartmental Forensic Psychological and Psychiatric Board was that Budanov was not, at the time of the act with which he was charged in respect to Bagriv, in a transitory pathological state of dysfunction or in a state of pathological or physiological incapacity. At the time of the murder of Kungiva, Budanov was in a transitory, situationally induced, cumulative psycho-emotional state and was not fully aware of the nature and significance of his acts or able to use his free will to control them. The trial. In the summer of 2001, Budanov's case moved to trial. The first judge was Colonel Viktor Kostin of the District Military Court of the North Caucasus, in Rostov-on-Don, in the same location as the North Caucasus Military District Staff Headquarters, which, as Russians say, is fighting the war in Chechnya. The influence of the military on every aspect of life in Rostov-on-Don is enormous. The main military hospital, through which thousands of soldiers crippled and wounded in Chechnya have passed, is located there, and the city is home to the families of many officers posted to Chechnya. In a sense, this is a frontline city, and this circumstance had a significant impact on the development of the Budanov trial. Pickets and demonstrations outside the courtroom, in support of Budanov, provided the trial with a running commentary, with slogans like "Russia in the dock" and "Free Russia's hero." The first phase of the hearings lasted for more than a year, from the summer of 2001 until October 2002. The purpose of the proceedings seemed not to be to decide whether Budanov was guilty or not, but to absolve him of all sins and crimes. Throughout the hearings, Judge Kostin displayed manifest support for Budanov, turning down all representations on behalf of the Kungivs and finding reasons to refuse to admit any witness who might speak against Budanov. He even refused to question Generals Gerasimov and Verbitsky, on the grounds that they had given permission to arrest the murderous colonel. During this time, the prosecutor, too, appeared openly on the side of the accused, effectively acting as his defense lawyer, although his duty was to act on behalf of the victims. The situation inside the courtroom was mirrored by the situation outside it. Public opinion was generally on Budanov's side. There were meetings outside the court with red communist flags and flowers for Budanov as he was being led into the building. The top brass at the Ministry of Defense joined in, with public pronouncements by Minister Sergei Ivanov to the effect that Budanov was quite clearly not guilty. The ideological basis for absolving Budanov was that, although he had committed a crime, it was a crime he had a right to commit. His treatment of Elza Kungiva was justified on the basis that he was taking revenge on an enemy in war, because he believed the girl to be a sniper responsible for the death of officers. The Kungiv family had major problems with lawyers from the beginning. The family was very poor, had many children and no work, and was obliged to move to a tent in a refugee camp in the neighboring Republic of Ingushetia after their daughter's tragic death. Family members were afraid of reprisals from the army for having gone to court. They were threatened on more than one occasion. As a result, they found themselves without a lawyer. At this point, the Memorial Civil Rights Center, based in Moscow, with a branch in Rostov-on-Don, found them attorneys and, for a long time, covered their fees. The first lawyer who thus became involved in the case was Abdullah Hamzov, an elderly Chechen who had been living in Moscow for many years and who was, moreover, a distant relative of the Kungivs. 6. It must be said that his efforts were not effective. Rather, the reverse was true, not because of any fault of Hamzov's, but because Russian society is becoming increasingly racist. It does not trust people from the Caucasus, let alone from Chechnya. The press conferences Hamzov called in Moscow to describe how difficult it was to move matters forward in the military court in Rostov-on-Don went nowhere. Journalists did not believe what he said, and, accordingly, no public campaign in defense of the Kungivs was mounted. And a public outcry was, of course, the family's only hope of making any headway. The Memorial Civil Rights Center invited a young Moscow lawyer, Stanislav Markelov, to assist Hamzov. Markelov was a member of the same Interrepublican College of Lawyers to which Budanov's attorneys belonged. The major cases Markelov had defended before and that had attracted Memorial's attention were the first in Russia to involve accusations of terrorism and political extremism. The blowing up of memorials to Emperor Nicholas II in the vicinity of Moscow, an attempt to blow up the monument to Peter the Great, and the murder of Russian citizens of Afghan descent by skinheads. Markelov was Russian, and at the time, his background was crucial. Memorial had made a good selection, because subsequently it was his energy, choice of tactics, and ability to communicate with the press that focused attention on the trial. Here is a summary of what Markelov himself has to say about what he saw in the court just after taking on the case. At this point, the trial was effectively occurring in camera, and journalists were banned. The court was in a great rush. It did not want to go into the details of any of our requests and rejected anything that could be interpreted to be against Budanov. All our petitions, for example, to call witnesses, to call in experts, to have independent examinations, were rejected. I had the impression that Judge Kostin was not even reading them. We discovered that one of the informers who supposedly pointed out the Kungov's house was a deaf-mute, physically incapable of hearing Budanov's question about the female sniper, and physically incapable of replying. The second informer was in fact photographed talking to Budanov one day earlier than alleged. Thus Budanov's spontaneous reactions, feelings that overwhelmed the colonel and justified his behavior, are no longer valid. Witnesses also testified that on both March 25th and until midday on March 26th, when the officers in the regiment began the binge drinking Budanov had organized in honor of his daughter's birthday, the colonel was calm and showed no intention of taking revenge on some female sniper. The second informer turned out to be Ramzan Sembiv, a convict serving in a maximum security labor camp for kidnapping. What matters here is that there should have been no difficulty at all in bringing him to the court for cross-examination. The court's approach to the case was ideological. The Kremlin was applying pressure for Budanov to be absolved of his sins. Nothing was important or relevant if it could be to Budanov's disadvantage. The prosecutor's office decided not to behave in accordance with its role as defined by the Constitution. During Nazarov's speech to the court, a number of other inexplicable things came out. For example, a prosecutor in Dagestan was said to have approached Sembiv in the labor camp after our application and to have asked whether he knew Budanov. Sembiv reputedly denied it and said the first time he had seen him was on television. Was this conversation forwarded to the court as an official document? No, of course not. Following in Budanov's footsteps, the court decided to apply customary law instead. Budanov had acted entirely in accordance with Chechen customary law. He considered the murder he committed to be retribution. The court and Russian society supported him in this. What the case shows is that the authorities in Russia and the state as a whole accept that Russian law is in abeyance in Chechnya. Playing games with psychiatric reports. One of the main features of the Budanov case was the games played with the forensic psychological and psychiatric reports. During the 3 years the case ran, the colonel had the benefit of 4 psychiatric reports and, when the initial verdict was set aside, of a further 2. The conclusions of nearly all these documents were politically slanted and supported whatever the current Kremlin line happened to be. The first 2 reports were compiled in the aftermath of the crimes, in May and August 2000. During the preliminary investigation, the first examination was carried out by the psychiatrists of the Military Hospital of the North Caucasus Military District and the Central North Caucasus Forensic Laboratory of the Ministry of Justice of Russia. The second investigation was produced by doctors of the civilian Novocherkassk Provincial Psychoneurological Hospital. According to these reports, Budanov was responsible for his actions, that is, he was answerable for his crimes. The documents were released during a period when Putin was talking a great deal about the dictatorship of law, which needed to be established in Russia. Under this doctrine, soldiers who committed crimes in Chechnya would be punished in exactly the same way as Chechen fighters who were members of IFs. Moreover, it was a time of courting the Chechens after the fierce assaults of 1999 to 2000 and the appointment of a new head of administration of the Republic, Ahmad Haji Kadyrov. He had been one of the fighters and the mufti, or interpreter of Muslim law, for Johar Dudayev, the first president of Chechnya, who had been assassinated in 1996 by a smart missile targeted by federal officers. Having earlier declared jihad on Russia, Kadyrov had subsequently become a friend of the Kremlin after fully appreciating the situation. These 2 reports noted, however, that when Elza Kungiva was strangled, Budanov was probably mentally unbalanced, and that he appeared to be exhibiting symptoms of brain damage resulting in a personality and behavioral disorder. The Ministry of Defense took exception to these conclusions because they had 2 serious implications. One was that since Budanov was in his right mind at all other times, he could be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. The other was that the army was employing people with brain damage that nobody bothered to assess, that such people were fighting in battles, and that people with personality disorders had command of hundreds of individuals and had cutting-edge weapons at their disposal. It soon became clear, when the trial began, that the psychiatrist's conclusions did not suit Judge Kostin either. As a military judge, employed by the Ministry of Defense, Kostin was beholden to the military establishment for his living accommodations, salary, and any prospects of promotion. So Judge Kostin's apartment and pay would have to come from the same headquarters to which the accused, Colonel Budanov, was subordinate. Also, by the time Budanov came to trial, political circumstances in Russia had begun to change. The Kremlin had gradually stopped playing at democracy and worrying about the dictatorship of law. In consequence, all those who had fought in Chechnya were declared heroes, irrespective of what they had done there. The president began dishing out medals and orders right, left, and center, assuring those involved in the war that the state would never betray them. These highly charged words meant that the government intended to be lenient toward those guilty of war crimes in Chechnya, to the point of forgiving the most sordid offenses, and that any prosecutor trying to bring criminal proceedings against federal military personnel should pipe down. Stories from the state-controlled television channels explained how scrupulously Budanov had fulfilled his duty, and General Shamanov was continually in evidence making patriotic speeches in praise of his comrade in arms. The claim that the 18-year-old Chechen girl whom the colonel had murdered was a sniper was no longer subject to doubt. Nobody now recalled that neither the investigation nor Budanov's counsel had been able to find a shred of evidence to suggest that Elza Kungiva had had anything to do with IFs. The politically inspired brainwashing of the Russian population was going full tilt, paving the way for Budanov's acquittal. At this very moment, the court in Rostov-on-Don, stricken by doubt as to the competence of the experts who had carried out the first two psychiatric reports, commissioned a new one. This time it was a joint military and civilian enterprise, in Moscow, moreover, uniting the efforts of the Central Forensic Medical Laboratory of the Ministry of Defense and the Serbsky State Research Center for Social and Forensic Psychiatry, popularly known as the Serbsky Institute. The Serbsky's reputation in Russia dates from Soviet times, when dissidents would be certified insane. The doctors of the Serbsky Institute were invariably conscientious in carrying out the tasks they were allotted by the KGB. It was to the Serbsky Institute that Budanov was sent. When the decision became common knowledge, there were few doubts as to why the State Research Center had been chosen. Everything possible was being done to free Budanov of criminal responsibility, his supporters, and his opponents, said. The official reasons for commissioning a third report were given by the court as imprecision, contradictoriness, and factual incompleteness. In addition, new and more accurate data had appeared that were important for determining Budanov's true mental state. No matter that a series of episodes described to the new commission had never happened. Because the information favored the colonel, it was put before the experts, who then treated it as incontrovertible. Not to mince words, this was blatant falsification, and the Serbsky experts' response was tailored to produce the requisite image of a hero. According to Budanov, his was a difficult birth. According to the testimony of his mother and sister, he was vulnerable and liable to flare up in response to a slight. He would respond coarsely or start a fight. He was particularly sensitive toward unfair remarks and in such cases always tried to defend the weak, those smaller than himself, and the poor. Budanov's service references show him in an exceptionally favorable light. He was disciplined, effective, and tenacious. In January 1995, during the first military campaign in Chechnya, while taking part in combat operations, Budanov suffered a concussion, losing consciousness for a short time. He did not seek medical attention. According to his mother and sister, after he returned from the First Chechen War, Budanov's personality and behavior changed. He became more nervous and irritable. In his subsections, Budanov created a spirit of intolerance of shortcomings and passivity. He had a highly developed sense of responsibility. None of his comrades has noticed mental aberrations in Budanov. He has never been under the observation of a psychiatrist or neuropathologist. Budanov testifies that when his regiment arrived in Chechnya, it was involved almost constantly in combat operations. In October and again in November 1999, Budanov suffered a concussion with loss of consciousness. After this, he began to suffer incessantly from headaches and dizziness with loss of vision. He became unable to tolerate sudden loud noises, became liable to flare up, lacking in restraint and irritable. He suffered mood swings, with outbursts of rage. He committed acts which he later regretted. Budanov testifies that the most severe fighting was in the Argun Ravine from December 24, 1999, to February 14, 2000. From January 12 to 21st, the regiment lost 9 officers and 3 other ranks. Many of these were killed, Budanov testifies, by a shot to the head from a sniper. On January 17, 2000, Budanov's comrade Captain Razmaknin died at the hands of a sniper. Budanov was extremely upset by the fact that the majority of officers in his regiment had died not in open battle, but at the hands of a sniper. He said he would return home only after they had wiped out the last fighter. On February 15th, without completing his leave, Budanov returned to Chechnya. His mother and sister testify that Budanov looked in on them and had changed beyond recognition. He smoked constantly, hardly spoke, and flew into a rage over nothing at all. He could not sit still. Showing photographs of those who had died and of their graves, he wept. They had not seen him in such a state before. Budanov led attacks himself, his rifle in his hands, and took part in man-to-man combat. After the battles in the Argun Ravine, he tried personally to retrieve the bodies of those who had died. After the death of officers and soldiers of the regiment on Hill 950, Budanov blamed himself and was in a state of constant depression. He might strike subordinates or hurl ashtrays at them. In mid-March 2000, having demanded that his tent should be tidied, he threw a grenade into the stove. From mid-February 2000, the regiment was deployed in the vicinity of Tangi. Budanov was ordered to carry out intelligence and search measures, lay ambushes, carry out supplementary passport checks of the inhabitants of the village, and detain suspects. Budanov and those under his command commented that at that time the situation was very confused, and it was impossible to tell friend from foe or where the front line was. The report continued with a highly variant account of events on the night of March 26 and concluded by noting, when questioned, Budanov explained the contradictions in his statements by saying that he had been in a very bad state. On the basis of the above, the Commission has come to the conclusion that Budanov was not responsible for his actions on the grounds of diminished responsibility. The acts of the victim, Kungiva, were one of the factors causing Budanov's temporary mental breakdown. There is no conclusive evidence regarding Budanov's being in a state of intoxication. Budanov should be kept under observation and treated by a psychiatrist on an outpatient basis. Category C, partially fit for military service. The Commission's conclusions gave the judge all the ammunition he needed under Russian law to do the bidding of his political masters and acquit the colonel. Just as in Soviet times, what the experts report to the courts depends not on the facts, but on who is presenting them. Among the cast of characters who provided the psychological and psychiatric grounds for exculpating Budanov was Professor Tamara Petronikova, Doctor of Medical Science, Commission Chairman, Director of the Consultancy Section of the Serbsky Institute, a doctor with an international reputation, a psychiatric consultant of the highest standing, with 50 years of consultancy experience. This choice was far from random, I believe, because in Russia such appointments do not just happen. This is the way things were done in Soviet times. The worst of communism is with us again. In Putin's era, the appalling practice of political psychiatry to order has returned. On August 25, 1968, a famous demonstration took place in Red Square, Moscow. 7 people entered the square and unfurled banners reading "For our and your freedom," and "Shame on the occupiers." One of the 7 was Natalia Gorbanevskaya, a poet, journalist, and dissident who, on this occasion, was pushing a pram with her baby in it. In a country where nobody had protested for a long time, people were stepping forward who had it in them to protest the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. The demonstration of the 7 lasted only a few minutes before they were seized by the plainclothes KGB agents who constantly patrolled Red Square. A court subsequently sentenced 2 of them to terms in labor camps, sent 1 to a psychiatric hospital, and 3 into exile. Gorbanevskaya was at first released, since she was breastfeeding her baby. Sometime later, she was rearrested for continuing civil rights activism. It was then that Tamara Petronikova made her mark. It was she who, at the behest of the KGB, interrogated Gorbanevskaya in the same Serbskaya Institute where, 3 decades later, Budanov was examined. Petronikova produced the medical verdict on Gorbanevskaya the KGB required schizophrenia, which is to say that anyone displaying a banner in Red Square, protesting Russian tanks in the streets of Prague, must have been insane. Petronikova also supplied the KGB its diagnosis that Gorbanevskaya was a danger to society and should be subjected indefinitely to compulsory treatment in a specialized psychiatric hospital. Natalia Gorbanevskaya, the founder and first editor of the Underground Chronicle of Current Events, a samizdat bulletin of Soviet civil rights activists, was to spend grim years of incarceration in the Kazan Specialized Mental Hospital. Imprisoned there from 1969 until 1972, she immigrated with an Israeli visa in 1975. She now lives in France. The Gorbanevskaya case was among the first of the psychiatric repressions against dissidents in the Soviet Union. The 1970s, an era when the communist regime fought a war of attrition against dissidents, was a heyday for Colonel Budanov's would-be savior. To understand what is happening in Russia now, we need to be aware not only of the revival of political psychiatry, with diagnoses to order, but also of the way it functions. In the files of almost all of Petronikova's cases, from Gorbanevskaya and well-known Soviet dissident Alexander Ginsburg to Budanov, we find the leitmotif of the search for social justice. Today, these words are used in an entirely different context, however. In the Soviet era, Petronikova regarded evidence of a search for social justice as a symptom of mental illness dangerous to society. Today, she considers a brutal murder to be justified by the murderer's search for social justice. The colonel was overwhelmed by feelings of guilt over the death of his comrades at the hands of a sniper. As a result, understandably, according to Petronikova, he killed a woman. Can it be mere chance that Petronikova figured in the cases of Ginsburg, Gorbanevskaya, and Budanov? For the past 3 decades, the KGB/FSB has known that Petronikova could be relied upon. She bided her time in the shadows during the late democratic period of Mikhail Gorbachev and under Boris Yeltsin, but then a KGB officer with a 20-year service record became president. In the wake of Putin's rise to power, every nook and cranny in the power structure was filled by people who had been employed by the KGB. Information from independent sources, not surprisingly, there is none from official ones, suggests that more than 6,000 ex-KGB/FSB people followed Putin to power and now occupy the highest offices. These include the key ministries, in which they hold the most important positions: the President's Office, 2 deputy directors, the heads of the staffing and information departments, the Security Council, deputy secretary, the government administrative apparatus, the ministries of defense, foreign affairs, justice, the nuclear industry, taxes and revenues, internal affairs, press affairs, television, radio and mass media, the State Customs and Excise Committee, the Russian Agency for National Reserves, the Committee for Financial Recovery, and so on. Like cancer, bad history tends to recur, and there is only one radical treatment: invasive therapy to destroy the deadly cells. We have not done this. We dragged ourselves out of the Soviet Union and into the new Russia still infected with our Soviet disease. To return to our central question, is the resurrection of Professor Petronikova in the Budanov case a coincidence? Well, is the return to power of the secret police a coincidence? It is not. Back in 2000, people were saying, what if Putin did start out in the KGB in the Soviet period? He'll shape up once he is in office. By then it was already too late. Now we find ourselves surrounded by people trusted by Putin and Putin's friends. Unfortunately, they trust only their own kind. The result is that the power structures of the new Russia are overrun with citizens from a particular tradition, brought up with a repressive mentality and with an understanding of how to resolve governmental problems that reflects this mentality. Petronikova both embodies that tradition and is a mechanism for perpetuating it. In the 2 decades she spent patriotically, as she would see it, defending the Soviet social and state system, she put in place a mechanism for controlling medical science, molding psychiatry to fit the needs of the state security apparatus. Now, more than a decade after the fall of the visible structures of the Soviet system, she has found herself and her special skills in as much demand as ever. These are not abstractions of political theory. Petrenikova's contribution to the Budanov case had life-and-death consequences for real people, just as it did in the 1970s and 1980s. Whether Budanov did or did not go free was a matter of fundamental importance, not least for the army, which, in Chechnya, has become an instrument of repression. The army was waiting for a precedent from the court in Rostov-on-Don. Could the military continue to behave like Budanov? Petrenikova, who effectively said, "Go right ahead," provided crucial ammunition to enable Judge Kostin also to say, in law, "Go right ahead." Their signals were certainly interpreted that way in Chechnya, where officers picked up exactly where Budanov had left off. We could cite enough examples to fill another book. More than a year passed. The Budanov case files were augmented by 3 additional expert reports. Petrenikova's conclusions were rejected as untenable. The Supreme Court sent the case back for a retrial, and a newly appointed military court in Rostov-on-Don commissioned new reports. The prosecutor, who had effectively defended the accused, was removed from the scene, and social justice began to emerge from behind the clouds. And Petrenikova? Was she reprimanded? No chance. She was left in place. Let us turn now to the evidence Petrenikova did not address, the subterranean foundation of the Budanov case. On the last night of her young life, Elza Kungiva was not only strangled but also raped. From the forensic report, the burial site is a plot in the forest plantation 950 meters from the command post of the tank regiment. The body of a naked woman is discovered wrapped in a tartan blanket. The body is lying on its left side, the legs pressed to the stomach, the arms bent at the elbows and pressed to the trunk. The perineum in the region of the external genital organs is smeared with blood, and the blanket in this place is also blood-stained. A forensic investigation of Kungiva's body was carried out on March 28, 2000, by Captain V. Lyanenko, Director of the Medical Section, 124th Laboratory Medical Corps. On the external genital organs, on the surface skin of the perineum and on the rear surface of the upper third of the thigh, are moist smears of a dark red color resembling blood and mucus. On the hymen, there are bruised radial linear tears. In the buttock crease, there are dried traces of a red dark brown color. 2 cm from the anal aperture, there is a tear of the mucous membrane. The tear is filled with coagulated blood, which indicates it occurred ante-mortem. On the side of the blanket turned toward the corpse, there is a damp patch of dark brown color resembling that of blood. Together with the body, there were recovered 1. Blouse, woolen, back torn, cut, vertically the full length. 5. Underpants, worn. Removal of specimens for forensic examination not undertaken in view of the lack of suitable conditions for preserving and conserving them. The tears in the hymen and mucous membrane of the rectum resulted from the insertion of a blunt, hard objects. It is possible that such object might have been an engorged, erect penis. It could, however, have been the haft of a small entrenching tool. From the very beginning of the investigation, Budanov had categorically denied rape, but someone had clearly violated Elza Kungiva before she was murdered. Since during the last hours of Elza's life Budanov was alone with her, and since he allowed his soldiers to enter his quarters only after she was dead, one conclusion seems inescapable. 2 forensic analyses were performed during the preliminary investigation. When the court set about its whitewash of Budanov, it commissioned a 3rd report for the same purpose as the new psychiatric report commissioned from the Serbskaya Institute, to deliver the conclusions the military establishment and the Kremlin wanted to hear, and to avoid having an officer awarded 2 orders of valor shown to be a rapist. According to the 3rd report, which contradicts everything the original medical corps examiner had seen with his own eyes, the tears of the hymen and mucosa of the rectum occurred post-mortem when the retractive capacity characteristic of living tissue had been completely lost. In other words, while someone had abused this girl, it most certainly had not been Budanov. He had an alibi. After murdering her, he had gone peacefully to sleep. To make this explanation seem more plausible, the profuse bleeding Lyanenko had seen was interpreted as follows. The presence of blood stains in the region of the external genital organs does not contradict the conclusion regarding the post-mortem origination of these injuries. These experts augmented their conclusions with a sideswipe at the earlier report. The unexplained decision by the consultant not to collect material for forensic histological analysis does not allow us to conclude more definitely at the present time. In a war zone, with nowhere to conserve histological specimens, the absence of definitive proof strengthened the colonel's alibi. Without a tissue analysis, as the latest pathologists asserted, any attempt to prove that a rape had occurred and that the perpetrator had been Budanov was doomed to failure. The desired conclusion could now be delivered. There are no data supporting the hypothesis that the posthumous injuries were caused by an erect male sexual organ. The results of the forensic examination of the body and the material evidence give no grounds for concluding that a forcible sexual act was committed against Kungiva. In other words, the report acquitted Budanov. The experts who signed the report evidently imagined their efforts had removed a stain from the Russian army's uniform. From the jacket perhaps, but not from the trousers. Russian public opinion. As the Budanov case dragged on, the reaction of Russia's women became more and more disturbing. Women comprise more than half the population. Thus one might expect a majority of Russians to despise a rapist. Apparently not. Tens of millions of Russians have young daughters, and if only for that reason, one might expect them to understand and identify with the Kungiv family's grief. Again, apparently not. Budanov's wife was interviewed on television. She talked about her poor husband having to endure all those examinations and a trial, and about their little daughter who was tired of waiting for her daddy to come home. The country sympathized with the colonel's wife, not, it seemed, with the Kungivs, who, wait as they might, would never see their daughter again. In 2002, when the experts accepted that Budanov had been temporarily insane at the moment of committing the murder, he was cleared of rape. No storm of indignation swept the country. There was not a single protest demonstration, not even from women's organizations. No civil rights defenders took to the streets. Russia thought what had happened was fair enough. The report acquitting the colonel triggered a wave of war crimes in Chechnya, committed by soldiers who used the disastrous situation and the cruelty perpetrated by both sides as a cover. Throughout 2002, purging of territory continued in Chechnya on a massive scale and with extreme brutality. Villages were surrounded, men taken away, women raped. Many were killed, and even more disappeared without a trace. Retaliation was elevated to justification for murder. Lynch law was encouraged by the Kremlin itself. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. We discovered that we were moving backward, from stagnation under Leonid Brezhnev to the out-and-out arbitrariness of Joseph Stalin. Terrifying as the thought was, we probably had the government we deserved. Budanov's final address to the court was scheduled for July 1, 2002, indicating that the judicial mummery of the case was about to conclude. Elza Kungiva's parents and their lawyers left the courtroom, unable to stomach the perverse traducing of morality and the desecration of the law. Supporters of the colonel and his colleagues were braying outside the walls of the courtroom, in the expectation that another couple of days would see them and Budanov toasting their victory with vodka. Suddenly, something happened. Budanov's final address was abruptly canceled. The verdict, which had been expected on July 3rd, was not delivered. To everyone's surprise, a break in the hearings was announced until the beginning of October, and Budanov was taken off to Moscow again, back to the Serbsky Institute for a further, by now fourth, medical report. What was going on? Perhaps the strong pressure exerted by the German Bundestag, with letters and appeals addressed to Putin personally, had some effect. Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder himself had been inquiring at summit meetings as to why those trying Budanov the war criminal seemed interested only in getting him acquitted. Sources within the president's office say Putin had no answer. None of this should be too surprising. In Russia, with its Byzantine traditions of servility, such trivia are often sufficient to change the course of history. 7. The hearings started up again on October 3rd. Attention was focused on the new psychological and psychiatric report. Many were anticipating a sensation, but, in fact, there was only a rerun. Budanov was again found to have suffered a temporary pathological dysfunction of his mental activity. The verdict was delivered on December 31, 2002, a day when few Russians have anything very serious on their minds, and thus entirely predictable. He would not bear criminal responsibility, and the court would insist on psychiatric treatment, the length of which would be decided by the doctor treating him. The Kungov's lawyers, naturally, lodged an appeal, but were not very optimistic. Abdullah Hamzov pinned most of his hopes on the European Court of Human Rights, not on the Russian judicial system, and the appeal to the Supreme Court was made primarily because that step was procedurally necessary before an appeal could be lodged in Strasbourg. But then, a sensation. Early in March 2003, the Military College of the Supreme Court unexpectedly annulled the verdict, acknowledged irregularities, and decreed that a retrial should take place. The case was to go back to the start of the investigation and convene in Rostov-on-Don in the same district military court, but with a different judge presiding. On the Russian political map, the Supreme Court has long been regarded as no more than a department of the president's office, rather than as the highest level of an independent national judicial authority. Thus, this turn of events could mean only one thing. The winds in the Kremlin had changed direction, and the president had turned his back on the notion that a Russian officer in Chechnya was always in the right. Again, as in spring 2000, Putin was trying to position himself publicly as the champion of the dictatorship of law, and the 2004 pre-election presidential campaign was about to begin. Putin's United Russia Party also faced parliamentary elections in December 2003. The front-running slogan for both campaigns was "The Law Rules Supreme." On April 9, 2003, the court in Rostov-on-Don reconvened. The colonel was a changed man. There was little sign of the brazen lout who almost spat at the judge and insulted the parents of the murdered girl. He complained he had been betrayed. He was plainly nervous. He demanded a trial by jury but was refused. He then ceased to reply to questions, stuck cotton in his ears, and sat in the dock reading. Colonel Vladimir Bukreev, deputy chairman of the district military court, now presided over the bench. For the first time, witnesses were called for cross-examination. This was a revolution. First to be questioned was General Gerasimov. He reported that Budanov, as the commanding officer of a tank regiment and hence a representative of the Ministry of Defense rather than of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, had had no right to search the village of Tanjichu looking for a female sniper. Arresting suspected members of IFs was a matter for the prosecutor's office, the FSB, and the police. Moreover, General Gerasimov testified that the regiment had received no orders to conduct search operations in February and March 2000. Budanov himself had no right to be checking passports and accommodations in populated areas, and no right to be gathering intelligence there. Then Yakyov, the head of the municipal administration of Dubyurt, was called to give evidence. According to Budanov, Yakyov was the one who had given him the photograph of men and women carrying snipers' rifles, which had been the main reason why Budanov had gone looking for a sniper in Tanjichu. Yakyov now told the court he had given no such photograph to Budanov. His statement was corroborated by a certain Pankov, who had been in Chechnya as a senior FSB agent in late December 1999 and early January 2000. Pankov testified that Budanov had indeed met Yakyov several times in his presence, but that Yakyov had not given Budanov any photograph or said anything to him about a female sniper. Neither had Budanov himself made any mention to Pankov of a photograph or a sniper. As a result, all Budanov's testimony in his own defense was discredited. On July 25, 2003, sentence was passed: 10 years detention in strict regime labor camps. Budanov is due for release on March 27, 2010. Budanov undoubtedly got what he deserved, and even if his comeuppance was as the result of pre-election maneuvering and opportunistic political intrigue, one can only welcome the court's just verdict, of which there are so few in Russia. The trial certainly cut against the grain. The majority of the army top brass, and virtually all of the officers' corps, especially in the Caucasus, categorically rejected the verdict. Greatly incensed, they were convinced that Budanov had suffered only because he had honorably defended the motherland. They took the 10-year sentence and the stripping of Budanov's awards and rank as a personal insult. Since the military courts are, to all intents and purposes, part of the military, not the judiciary, Judge Bukreev's position was a brave act, because he was simultaneously passing sentence on himself. What about the others? No matter how dramatic the controversies surrounding the Budanov case, the story of his conviction is an exception to the rule. Political circumstances placed his crime in the limelight and brought the case to the public's attention, with important political consequences. The authorities were forced to give permission to the court to find Budanov guilty. In other war crimes trials in which the accused were members of the Russian Federal Forces, the charges were frozen, and the security services exerted themselves only to enable the criminals to escape punishment, even when monstrous acts had been committed. For example, on January 12, 2002, 6 military groups landed in the vicinity of the Chechen highland village of Dai. They were searching for fighters, among them Field Commander Hatab, who, according to operational intelligence, had recently been wounded and was in the region. What happened then came to be called Budanov Case 2. 10 men from a special operations unit tied to the Central Intelligence Directorate, GRU, of General Headquarters, landed from helicopters. Seeing a minibus on the road, they stopped it and ordered everybody to get out. They first tortured the passengers, trying to get them to reveal the whereabouts of fighters, then killed all 6, and finished by burning the bodies. The official agencies promptly dubbed this brutal, lawless execution a military clash with IFs. There were witnesses, however, who quickly made that story untenable. All 6 passengers proved to be ordinary civilians returning on a scheduled trip from the district of Shadowy to their homes. Among them was 40-year-old Zainab Javathanova, the mother of 7 children, ages 2 to 17 years, and expecting her 8th. All that remained of her was 1 foot in a shoe, from which her husband and older children identified her. That day, she had been to Grozny to be examined by a gynecologist. Then there was the headmaster of the Nakshi Kiloi village school, said Mohamed Alskanov, 69 years old, and Abdul Wahab Saidabiv, the history teacher at the school. They were returning from a teachers' meeting in Shadowy. The 4th body belonged to Shaban Bahaev, a forester. The 5th was that of a nephew of the pregnant Zainab, Jamalali Muzov, accompanying her on the journey as was customary in that region. The 6th body was the bus driver, Hamzat Tubirov, a father of 5. The entire district knew him well, because every day he drove whoever required transport from Shadowy to the various highland villages and back. On the evening of January 12th, all the killers were arrested. The Shadowy District Prosecutor's Office, acting on the evidence of a chance witness, Major Vitaly Nevmerzitsky of Military Intelligence, managed to obtain permission to make the arrests, which were virtually unprecedented in Chechnya. The Special Operations troops were handed over shortly afterward to the investigators of the Military Prosecutor's Office, and criminal case number 76002 was brought against them. All, it would seem, was proceeding according to the rules. I met Colonel Andrei Vershinin, the military prosecutor in Shadowy District, who was conducting this much publicized case at that time, and in the spring of 2002 he was still full of optimism. He said there was more than enough proof of guilt, and that the case would most certainly come to court. It would be almost impossible to demolish it, as happens nearly every time with similar cases. Hundreds of criminal cases waiting to be brought to court are blocked at all levels for one simple reason. Army personnel accused of crimes are moved out of Chechnya by their commanding officers as quickly as possible. Investigations stall, obstacles are put in the way of the prosecutor's office, its staff members are intimidated, and so the investigation is silenced. Prosecutor Vershinin had managed to achieve what was almost impossible. He had personnel of the GRU under arrest, while the investigation proceeded in the guardhouse of the 291th Regiment, because the military prosecutor's office had its premises within the regiment's compound. So the suspects were under the colonel's direct, around-the-clock supervision. Prosecutor Vershinin is not to blame for what happened next. The accused were removed from Shadowy and transferred to a prison outside Chechnya and beyond his reach. 2 of the accused, Lieutenant Alexander Kalagansky and Corporal Vladimir Voevodin, spent 9 months in prison in Pyatigorsk and were then released because the Central Military Prosecutor's Office in Russia failed to apply to the court to extend their period of detention. The court was therefore automatically obliged to release them on receipt of their signed undertaking not to travel outside the Shelkovsky district of Moscow province. Why were these 2 killers to be found in Moscow province? Before being sent to Chechnya, both had been serving at the end of the world in Buryatia. That they had been transferred to Moscow province meant only one thing. The Central Intelligence Directorate and General Headquarters had decided to support them, evidently considering that, like Budanov, they had loyally served a motherland that had failed to appreciate their efforts. The military has tried again to pursue the charges against them, but has made no headway on getting a conviction. Only Captain Eduard Ullman, Special Operations, remained for a while in detention. It was he who, on January 12, 2002, gave the order to carry out the massacre, although he claimed he was following orders from a superior and was later released. The suspected instigator, Major Alexei Perilevsky, remains at large. What do you call this sort of situation? If a Chechen fighter had shot 6 Russians and burned their bodies, he surely would not have been freed in return for an undertaking not to change his place of residence. Russia now faces the question, comparable to the one the United States confronted during and after the Vietnam War. How to view its soldiers and officers in Chechnya who routinely murder, loot, torture, and rape. Are they war criminals? Or are they unyielding combatants in the struggle against international terror, using every means at their disposal, with the noble end of saving humankind? Are the ideological stakes in this struggle so high that everything else should be disregarded? A Westerner would, I hope, have a simple answers to these questions. It is for the courts to decide. As of now, Russia has no answer. Now, 5 years into the Second Chechen War, more than 1 million soldiers and officers have experienced that lawlessness. Poisoned by war, they threaten civilian life. They cannot be left out of the social equation. The Budanov case and the Dai massacre are both tragic and dramatic. They exposed Russia's problems and challenged the country to consider the impact of the Second Chechen War on Russian lives. These events highlighted illogical thinking about the war and about Putin and put Russia's notions of right and wrong in the Northern Caucasus on trial. Most important, they showed the profound changes that have occurred in the judicial system under Putin and under the influence of the war. The spirit of democratic reform lived on in the work of Judge Bukrev and prosecutor Vershinin, but Russia has seen clearly that it does not have an independent judiciary or a prosecutor's office. Instead, it has verdicts decided by political fiat and based on the imperatives of political expediency. Tanya, Misha, Lena, and Renat. Where are they now? So, where are we now? We who lived in the Soviet Union, where most of us had a stable job and a salary we could rely on, who had unbounded, unshakable confidence in what tomorrow would bring. We who knew there were doctors who could treat our ailments and teachers who would help us learn, and who also knew that we would not pay a kopeck for all these benefits. What kind of existence are we eking out now? What new roles have we been allocated? The changes since the end of the Soviet era have been threefold. First, we underwent a personal revolution, in parallel, of course, with the social revolution, at the time of the demise of the Soviet Union and during the regime of Boris Yeltsin. Everything vanished in an instant. Soviet ideology, cheap sausage, money, and the certainty that there was a big daddy in the Kremlin. Even if he was a despot, at least he was responsible for us. The second change came with the 1998 debt default. Many of us had managed to earn a bit in the years after 1991, when the market economy was introduced, and there were signs that a middle class was being formed. A Russian middle class, admittedly, not like what you might find in the West, but a middle class nonetheless, one that would support democracy and the free market. Overnight, it all disappeared. By then, many people were so tired of the daily struggle for survival that they could not rise to the new challenge. They simply sank without a trace. The third change came under Putin, as we embarked upon a new stage of Russian capitalism with obvious neo-Soviet features. The economy in the era of our third president is a curious hybrid of the free market, ideological dogma, and various other features. It is a model that puts Soviet ideology at the service of big-time private capital. There are an awful lot of poor, indeed destitute, people. In addition, an old phenomenon is flourishing again. The nomenklatura, a ruling elite, the great bureaucratic class that existed under the Soviet system. The economic system may have changed, but members of the elite have adapted to it. The nomenklatura would like to live the high life, like the new Russian business elite, only their official salaries are tiny. They have no desire to return to the old Soviet system, but neither does the new system entirely suit them. The problem is that it requires law and order, something Russian society is demanding ever more insistently. Accordingly, the nomenklatura spends most of its time trying to get around the law in order to promote its status. As a result, Putin's new old nomenklatura has taken corruption to heights undreamed of under the communists or Yeltsin. It is now devouring small and middle-sized businesses, and with them the middle class. It is giving big and super big business, the monopolies and quasi-state enterprises, the opportunity to develop. In other words, they are the nomenclatura's preferred source of bribes. Indeed, they represent the kinds of businesses that produce the highest, most stable returns not only for their owners and managers, but also for their patrons in the state administration. In Russia, big business without patrons or curators in the state administration does not exist. This misconduct has nothing to do with market forces. Putin is trying to gain the support of the so-called bivshi, the ci-devants, who occupied leadership positions under the Soviet regime. Their hankering after old times is so strong that the ideology underpinning Putin-style capitalism is increasingly reminiscent of the thinking in the Soviet Union during the height of the period of stagnation in the late Brezhnev years, the late 1970s and early 1980s. Tanya, Misha, Lena, and Renata are real people, although I have changed some of their names. Not fictional characters, ordinary Russians who, together with the rest of the country, have been struggling to survive. They were all my friends. This is what has happened to them since 1991. Tanya. It is early winter, 2002. The Nordos saga has just ended. Russian society, particularly in Moscow, is in a state of shock. I appeared on television, playing a small part in these events, and, as a result, old friends reappeared in my life. The late-night call was from Tanya. Actually, she had always rung in the small hours, so late that most people were already asleep. I hadn't seen Tanya, my sometime neighbor, for 10 years or so. In those days she had been downtrodden, but now she was a queen. She looked triumphant and chic, not because she was expensively dressed, which she was, but because she was self-possessed and poised. This was something new. In the Soviet period, Tanya's life had been one long torment. Almost every evening she would come down to see me. I lived on the ground floor of an old block of flats, and she lived at the top. She would weep over the fact that her life was ruined. In those years, Tanya was an engineer in a research institute and thus was regarded as belonging to the Soviet scientific and technical intelligentsia, a substantial social category that no longer exists. How did one come to belong to that stratum? At the time, a young woman from a good family, Tanya was the only daughter of well-established parents, was expected to pursue higher education. If, after secondary school, she showed no particular inclinations or aptitudes, she studied at a technical institute, of which there were any number, and became an engineer. After graduating, she was required to work for 3 years at the specialty the state had trained her in at its expense. Accordingly, there was a whole army of people who were deeply dissatisfied with life. Young specialists who had never wanted to be engineers and who now spent their working days in research institutes producing nothing useful whatsoever. Tanya was a fully paid-up member of this army, with the profession of engineer of communal facilities in nuclear power stations. For days at a time, and without the least enthusiasm, she would design projects for drainage and water supply systems that nobody ever built, receiving a minuscule salary in return. She was always unhappy because of a chronic shortage of money. She tried to feed and clothe her family decently, frantically ministering to her 2 small, perpetually sick children and her husband, a rather odd young man named Andrei, a lecturer at a prestigious technical university in Moscow. As a result, Tanya was a typical neurasthenic, endlessly tormenting herself, Andrei, and the children with her bad moods, her hysteria, her depressions, and her constant dissatisfaction. To make matters worse, Tanya was from Rostov-on-Don. She had managed to move to Moscow by marrying Andrei, whom she had met on a Black Sea beach. She was regarded as little better than one of the limachiki, menial quota workers who, in the mid-1970s, were granted temporary residence permits in Moscow in return for working in unpopular or undersupplied occupations. At that time, there were no end of female engineers in the capital, women from the provinces who had married Muscovites. No one wanted to remain outside Moscow, and young women from good families did their best to move there. Tanya did not know what she wanted, but she knew clearly what she did not want: to be an engineer and to be living in penury with the impoverished Andrei. We talked about it a lot. Tanya was angry because she saw no way out. There were often noisy disputes at home. In accordance with Soviet tradition, Tanya, not having a place of her own in Moscow, should have lived with Andrei in his flat, but he did not have an apartment either. So they ended up sharing one large flat with Andrei's parents and his 2 elder brothers, each of whom had a family and a couple of children. All in all, it was a typical Soviet beehive, but with no option to swarm and achieve independence. To make things worse, Andrei came from a genteel old Moscow family consisting of exceptional people. One, for example, was a famous professor who had taught the violin at the State Conservatory. He was the second husband of Andrei's grandmother, who had also been a professor of violin there. His grandmother had died long ago, but her husband was still in the beehive. Like Tanya, he had nowhere else to go. Andrei's parents were professors of physics and mathematics. The elder brother was a professor of chemistry at Moscow University who made one discovery after another, although his achievements had little material impact on his life. The situation made Tanya more and more exasperated. She considered Andrei's family to be a bunch of incompetent failures despite the dozens of academic qualifications they possessed, and Andrei's family reciprocated wholeheartedly, constantly finding fault with her. Tanya, it's important to remember, was from Rostov-on-Don, where, even in Soviet times, people traded in any available product. Illegal underground workshops flourished there. Many rich men divided their time between prison and the outside world, and no one considered it a disgrace. The newspapers called them speculators and con artists, but the young women of Rostov were happy enough to marry them. When we first met in the early 1980s, Tanya already thought she had made a mistake in marrying Andrei. Love hadn't come into it. She admitted she had simply swallowed the bait of residence in Moscow. She came out of herself only when she could produce pretty things she had picked up who knows where and was inviting you to buy them. She undoubtedly had a special gift for commercial persuasiveness. She could sell you a blouse of appalling quality at 3 times its value while assuring you, "It's what people are wearing in Europe." When the fraud came to light, she would not be embarrassed in the least. This talent for speculative trade was something that Andrei's traditionalist, highly educated family despised. Now, in 2002, Tanya invited me to her home, which turned out to be that same spacious flat in the heart of Moscow. The flat had been magnificently refurbished. The place was crammed with the latest technology, excellent copies of famous paintings, high-quality reproduction antique furniture. Tanya was almost 50, but her skin was youthful and healthy, her clothes bright. She talked in a loud, confident voice, very openly, and although she laughed a lot, her face remained unwrinkled. Obviously, she had had plastic surgery, a telltale sign that she had made the big time. Has Andrei struck it rich? I wondered. Tanya strode through the rooms. 10 years ago, she had preferred to whisper in this flat, to sit in the corner of one of the rooms, avoiding her in-laws. Well, where is the family? I'll tell you, only don't faint. All this belongs to me now. It's yours? Congratulations. But where do they live? In a minute. Everything in good time. A handsome young man about the age Tanya's sons must be now, I supposed, slipped quietly into the room. The last time I'd seen her boys, they'd been children, so I blurted out, "Can this really be Igor?" Igor was Tanya and Andrei's elder son, and must by then have been 24 or 25. Tanya burst out laughing. Peals of merriment, mischievous, echoing, youthful. Not at all like Tanya. "My name is David," the handsome, ox-eyed young man with dark curly hair murmured. He kissed Tanya's manicured hand. I remembered a time when her hands hadn't looked like that. They had been worn by many hours of washing clothes for a large family. David drifted off into the depths of the flat. "Well, don't let me spoil things for you, girls." "Oh dear, we really were not girls." "All right, tell me. Reveal the secrets of your youthfulness and prosperity," I begged my old friend. "Where is your family?" "They aren't my family anymore." "What about Andrei?" "We split up." My sentence of hard labor came to an end. "Have you remarried?" "This boy, David." "David is my boyfriend, short-term, just for the sake of my health, really. He's my toy boy. I'll keep him for as long as I feel like it." "Good heavens. Who are you working for?" "I don't work for anyone. I work for myself," Tanya answered firmly, and with a metallic edge to her voice that didn't seem to go with the image of the slightly indolent, manicured lady with a young lover who was sitting opposite me. Tanya is a happy product of the new life. In the summer of 1992, when there was nothing to eat in the majority of homes in Moscow, the outcome of economic shock treatment, part of the market reforms of then Prime Minister Yegor Gaidar. Tanya, together with her children and the rest of the professor's family, was living in the country at the in-laws' old dacha. In that terrible, hungry summer, Muscovites, if they had a dacha, were sitting it out in their wooden shacks in the country and growing vegetables for the winter so as to have at least something to eat. The research institute where Tanya worked had closed for the summer. The facility had no work at all and hadn't, in any case, paid anybody's salaries for ages. The employees, town dwellers all, had gone off to hoe their vegetable patches or to trade in the markets that had sprung up in large numbers on the streets of starving Moscow. Tanya was busy growing vegetables of her own and looking after the children. Andrei often stayed in the city and didn't come back to sleep at the dacha because, unlike the majority of research institutes, his technological university had not closed. One morning, for some reason, Tanya turned up in Moscow unexpectedly, unlocked the door of their flat, and found Andrei and a young woman student in her matrimonial bed. A loud-mouthed woman from the south of Russia, Tanya bawled at Andrei, so the whole apartment block could hear her. Andrei made no excuses. He said he loved the student. She herself said nothing, got dressed, and went through to the kitchen, where she began boiling the kettle for tea as if nothing had happened. For Tanya, her rival's silence and her manifest familiarity with the layout of the flat was the last straw. She decided, then and there, that she hadn't been putting up with Andrei's pathetic family all her married life only to let a rival invade their space. She told Andrei not to imagine he could get away with it. He collected his things and left with the student. That, in effect, was the day Tanya's new, completely independent life began. Andrei behaved abominably, giving her not a kopeck to support herself or the children. 3 years later, when Tanya had made a little money, she would, in fact, occasionally feed him and even buy him clothes, but not from any feeling of sympathy. Tanya fed Andrei because revenge is sweet. She gave him red caviar, a symbol of luxury in Soviet times, which she could now afford. Andrei gobbled it up until it was coming out of his ears, not even blushing at the humiliation, because he was so hungry. At times he ate at the soup kitchens set up at churches, pretending, for good measure, to be a believer. He even learned how to cross himself. In 1992, the summer of the free market breakthrough, these events were still in the future. After a week, when there was nothing left to feed the children, and with her mother-in-law insisting that she must forgive Andrei and take him back, Tanya went off to trade at a nearby market. Her mother-in-law shrieked, "The disgrace of it! The disgrace!" and took to her bed. She soon came around, however, when Tanya began buying her medicine with the disgraceful money she was making at the market. Not one of the old lady's sons, her husband, or her other daughters-in-law had been able to do anything like this for her. Matters had taken on a tragicomic aspect when it was resolved, at a family council, that they would never, come what may, sell off the family heirlooms, the antique furniture inherited from their forebears, the rare antiquarian music albums, the pictures by famous 19th-century Russian painters. Lying obstinately in her bed and readying herself for death rather than disgrace, Tanya's mother-in-law was the first to vote against the idea. In the early 1990s, other long-established families who had held on to their heirlooms through the Stalin years were selling them off on the cheap or, as people said at the time, for a meal. Meanwhile, Tanya was out at the market from 6 in the morning until 11 at night. It was not work but hard labor. It was pure purgatory, but it had one redeeming feature. This was slavery with a price tag. Tanya stood in the market and earned real rubles that rustled in her pocket. What was more, you got your cash on the day. You stood there and you got the money, not later but right then, and that was what mattered. Tanya always came home with money. She also came home with swollen legs, barely able to put one foot in front of the other, and with enormous swollen crab claw hands, incapable even of washing herself or making herself look half-human. But she was almost happy. You may not believe it, but I was happy not to be dependent on anyone else anymore. Not on the director of the institute, who didn't pay me. Not on Andrei, who was giving me nothing. Not on my mother-in-law, with her family heirlooms and traditions. I depended solely on myself. Tanya, now rich and beautiful, told me the story of how it had all changed 10 years ago. My mother-in-law? Well, one fine day, I just told her where to get off. Go yourself. And what do you think? For the first time, she didn't preach back at me. It was a revelation. A revolution took place before my eyes. The seemingly incorruptible old Moscow intelligentsia was being broken. It was being broken by the money I was giving my mother-in-law. She stopped lecturing me because I started feeding her. Me, the one who was always in the wrong. Gradually all of them, that whole family, which had looked down on me for so many years because I didn't come from the same sort of background and because, as they always said, I had inveigled Andrei into marrying me because I wanted to move to Moscow, the whole bunch learned to smile at me and even to listen attentively to what I had to tell them. And it was just because I was feeding them all by trading at that market. I gloried in it. I was prepared to continue doing it for just one reason. To get more and more money, more and more, and to humiliate them by rubbing their noses in it. When Tanya returned home toward midnight, she would collapse on the bed. She no longer had any time for her sons. She did not check their homework. She would collapse and then she was out like a light. Early the next morning, everything started again. Her mother-in-law began looking after Tanya's children, for the first time, it has to be said, since they had been living under the same roof. Tanya was amazed yet again. In the market, Tanya found herself working for an adroit young man who was a shuttle, as people said then. Nikita's shuttling consisted of importing cheap clothes from Turkey, cheap watermelons from Uzbekistan, cheap mandarins from Georgia. In fact, anything cheap from anywhere at all. Tanya and the other women working for him sold his goods. There were no taxes, no state levies. In the market, the rules were the same as inside a prison. Disagreements were resolved at knife point. Extortion was rife. People got beaten up. The women traders were mostly in the same situation as Tanya, single women with children abandoned at home, former members of the scientific and technical intelligentsia whose institutes, publishing houses, or editorial offices had closed. They were little better than whores for their bosses. Soon Tanya was sleeping with Nikita. He picked her out from the others, despite the difference in their ages, and took her with him to Turkey on a buying trip. He took her once, then a second and a third time. And within 2 months Tanya, a woman with a commercial streak, had become a shuttle herself, having seen that the enterprise really wasn't rocket science. Then Nikita was murdered, shot by no one knew whom. One morning they found him at the market with a bullet hole in his head, and that was that. Nikita's saleswomen migrated across the way to Tanya, and were glad to do so. Tanya proved much more efficient than Nikita, and business began to boom. As a bonus, Tanya was less of a shit than the deceased. After another 6 months, Tanya stopped traveling to Turkey. Not because she was tired, although life as a shuttle was hard. At that time you had to carry the goods yourself, in enormous bundles that you dragged around airports and railway stations, skimping at every turn, even on luggage carts, which had to be paid for. She stopped traveling herself because she had discovered her niche. She was exceptionally good at business. Tanya flourished, and her business soon grew to the extent that she hired 5, and then another 5 shuttles, and became the proprietor of what, in the context of a local market, was a large business. The shuttles traveled, her women traded, and Tanya managed them all. She was already going around, as people put it, not dressed like a Turk, in other words, like a European. She was a habituée of all the restaurants, where she ate, got drunk, threw her money about, and relaxed after work. She had plenty of money left over for herself, her family, and her workers. Takings in those years were astronomical. She had lovers befitting her income and years, virtuosos. Tanya got rid of them when she felt like it. Andrei, to be frank, had not been worth much in that department. Another year passed and Tanya decided to refurbish the flat, having first taken over ownership of it. She bought some rather pokey apartments for Andrei, his brothers, and her father-in-law, which made all of them happy. Tanya kept her elderly mother-in-law with her. Pity aside, she needed someone to look after her sons. The elder, Igor, had reached puberty and was causing problems, while the younger boy was sickly. Tanya did, however, carry through the refurbishment as a kind of retaliation. I just really wanted to show them who owned the place. She threw everything out, absolutely everything. She sold off all the heirlooms and expunged all traces of her in-laws' dusty gentry past. Nobody protested. Her mother-in-law went off to the dacha and kept out of the way. The result was a modern European flat equipped with cutting-edge technology. After the renovation, Tanya decided to move on. She abandoned the shuttle business and went into mainstream commerce, buying a number of shops in Moscow. What? Those shops belong to you? I couldn't believe my ears. Tanya was the owner of 2 excellent supermarkets I would drive to after work. Congratulations. But your prices. I know, but Russia is a rich country. Tanya parried, laughing. Not that rich. You've become an imperialist. A bit hard-nosed. Of course. Yeltsin's gone, and with him the easy money and the romance. The people in power now are insatiable pragmatists, and I am one of them. You are against Putin, but I am for him. He almost seems like a brother to me, downtrodden in the past and getting his own back now. What do you mean by insatiable? The bribes. The endless bribes you have to give everyone. Just to keep hold of my shops, I pay up. Who don't I give bribes to? The pencil pushers at the police station, the firemen, the hygiene inspectors, the municipal government, and the gangsters whose land my shops are on. Actually, I bought them from gangsters. Aren't you afraid to do business with them? No. I have a dream. I want to be rich. In today's Russia, that means I have to pay them all off. Without that tax, I would be shot tomorrow and replaced by someone else. You aren't exaggerating? If anything, I am understating things. What about the bureaucrats? Some of the bureaucrats I pay myself, and the rest are paid by the gangsters. I give the gangsters money and they keep those other gangsters, our bureaucrats, sweet? Actually, it's quite convenient. Where is Andrei now? He died. In the end, he couldn't take the fact that I had moved up in the world and he was eating my caviar. He asked me to take him back, but I wanted none of it. I told him to find himself another student. Anyway, I don't want to live with an ugly man. I've decided I like handsome men. I go to male strip shows and choose my partners there. You're kidding. Don't you miss family life? Domestic bliss? No, I don't. I've just started living. There is a downside. Of course there is. You may think it is all sordid, but what was so pure about the way I used to live? What about the children? Igor, unfortunately, has turned out a weakling, like Andrei. He's on drugs. I've sent him to a clinic. This is the 5th time already. I am having Stasik educated in London. I'm very pleased with him. Very. He's first in everything there. My mother-in-law looks after him. I rent a small flat for her. Stasik lives in a student hostel during the week, and at the weekends in this flat with my mother-in-law. I paid for her to have a hip replacement. They did it in Switzerland. She's come back to life, running around like a young woman, and she absolutely worships me. I think she really does. It's a great thing, money is. David swirled into the room bearing a tray. Time for tea, girls, he crooned. Just the 3 of us. All right, Tanechka? Tanya nodded and said she'd be right back. She wanted to change for tea. David exuded degeneracy and languor. It was all rather unpleasant. A couple of minutes later, Tanya returned. She was covered in diamonds, her ears ablaze, her décolletage a shimmer. Even her hair was glittering. The show was for my benefit. I politely registered appreciation. Tanya was really pleased, as radiant as her diamonds from the pleasure of presenting herself, the new Tanya, to an old friend. We quickly drank our tea and said our goodbyes. Only not for 10 years this time. Tanya proposed as we parted. Let's make an effort, I replied, and thought as I went down the stairs that in the Putin era people really did meet up more often. Old friends, I mean. There was a time in Russia, the late Yeltsin period, when everybody was terribly busy just surviving, when people didn't phone each other for years, some embarrassed because they were poor, some because they were rich. It was a time when many immigrated forever, when many put a bullet in their brains because nobody seemed to need them anymore, when people snorted cocaine out of disgust with themselves. Now, however, it was as if everybody who had survived was meeting up again. Society had become noticeably more orderly, and people even had free time. When the new times had arrived, women were the driving force, going into business, divorcing their husbands. The husbands became gangsters, and in the first years of the Yeltsin period, many died in shootouts. These things happened because, on the eve of perestroika, many Russian women had felt, like Tanya, that they would never be able to change their lives. Suddenly here was their big chance. A week later, I had to be at a press conference in connection with a special election to the Municipal Duma, I think. And there, quite unexpectedly, I met Tanya again. In our already rather structured and, as under the Soviets, cliquish society, owners of supermarkets just don't go to political press conferences. Tanya manifested herself to the world of journalists with never a hair out of place, in a classic black business suit and without a single diamond to be seen. David was there as well, and he, too, gave a top-notch performance, flawlessly playing the role of Tanya's business secretary, modest but not ingratiating. No girls on this occasion. I sat with the journalists. Tanya was on the other side of the barricades. Handed a microphone, she was the last to speak. She was one of the candidates running for a seat in the Municipal Duma. She told the journalists, including me, how she saw the problems of the homeless in Moscow and promised to fight for their rights if the voters did her the honor of electing her to be a member of the Legislative Assembly. What on earth do you need this for? You're rich already? I asked Tanya when the press conference was over. I told you, I want to be even richer. It's very simple. I don't want to pay bribes to our counselor. Is that all? You have no idea of the level of corruption nowadays. Gangsters in Yeltsin's time didn't even dream of this. If I become a counselor, that will be one tax less. But why have you taken to defending the homeless in particular? We wandered into a French cafe nearby. Tanya had chosen it. The place was too expensive for me. I think that backdrop will make me look good. Anyway, I really can help them pull themselves up by their bootstraps. I've done it myself. And why at the press conference, at the end of your speech, did you talk about Putin? About how much you love and respect and trust him? Did your image makers tell you to say that? It's in terrible taste. No, it isn't. It's what you have to do nowadays. I know that, without any help from image makers. Tanya stumbled over these difficult English words, which have immigrated into Russia along with the new life. If I didn't mention Putin, our local FSB man would be around to see me in the shop tomorrow to complain I wasn't saying what everybody says. That's the kind of life we business people lead now. So what if he came around and said that? So nothing. He would just demand a bribe. What for? To forget what I hadn't said. Listen, aren't you tired of all this? No. If I need to kiss Putin's backside to get another couple of shops, I'll do it. But what do you mean by get? You just buy them, don't you? Pay for them, and that's it? No, things are different now. To get something, you have to earn the right from the bureaucrats to buy the shop with your own money. Russian capitalism, it's called. Personally, I like it. When I tire of it, I'll buy myself citizenship somewhere and move on. We parted. Of course Tanya got elected. She's said to be not bad. She puts her heart into battling for the poor of Moscow. She's organized another canteen for the homeless and refugees. She's bought another 3 supermarkets, and she often speaks on television in praise of our modern times. She rang recently and asked me to write an article about her. I did. The one you are reading right now. She asked to read it before it was published, was horrified, and said, "It's all true." She made me promise not to publish it in Russia before her death. How about abroad? Go ahead. Let them know what our money smells of. So now you do. Misha and Lena. Misha was married to Lena, my school friend from early childhood. She had married him when they were at college in the late 1970s. At that time, Misha was a very clever, talented young man who translated from German, who dubbed films while still a student at the Institute of Foreign Languages, and whose future seemed very bright. When he graduated, he was inundated with attractive offers of employment, not something that happened often. Misha landed a job in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which was very prestigious, especially toward the end of the Soviet period. It was unusual for a man without family connections to get into such a closed corporation as our MFA. Misha had none. He had been brought up by his grandmother, a humble cleaning woman. His mother had died suddenly, from a brain tumor, when Misha was only 14. His father had promptly abandoned his orphaned family and run off with another woman. So there was Misha in the MFA. We were great friends. We would go on picnics together, grill kebabs in the forest over a campfire, and enjoy ourselves thoroughly. Lena and I were very close, and Misha was keen to be friends, too. Underpinning our relationship were my two small children. When Misha came visiting, he simply couldn't take his eyes off them. He would watch them with delight no matter what nonsense they got up to, talk to them and play with them for hours at a time. All our friends knew that Misha very much wanted to have children. He was obsessed with the idea, but Lena was a talented linguist. She was writing her dissertation and kept postponing having a baby until after she had graduated in philological sciences. Misha was very jumpy as a result. He gradually developed a complex about the fact that they did not have any children. He began to suffer and to torment those around him, most of all Lena. However, Lena was made of stern stuff, and once she had made up her mind, nothing was going to change it. She would defend her dissertation and get her degree, and after that she would get pregnant. That was all there was to it. Misha reacted by taking to the bottle. He put up with his disappointment for as long as he could, but then just went off the rails. At first he didn't drink a lot, and people laughed at his behavior and teased him, but then his bouts began to last for several days at a time. He would disappear, and goodness knows where he was spending his nights. Later still he would drink for weeks at a time. Lena thought that perhaps she should give in and not finish her dissertation, but how do you make a baby with a man who is permanently inebriated? Then the new times came, Gorbachev, Yeltsin, and the only reason Misha wasn't fired for his chronic drinking, he would have been sacked instantly under the communists, was that there was no one to replace him. MFA staff who knew languages and had experience on the other side of the Iron Curtain were suddenly worth their weight in gold. They abandoned the cash-strapped MFA to work for the commercial firms and branches of foreign companies that were springing up. Misha got no offers, even though the Germans were the first to dash into the Russian market and translators fluent in German were the most sought after of all. Even at the MFA, Misha's days were numbered, and he was eventually fired. Late one night at the end of 1996, in December when there was around 30 degrees of frost, someone rang my doorbell. It was Lena, wearing only her nightdress under a coat. You just don't walk around Moscow dressed like that in winter, and certainly not if you were Lena, who was always immaculately turned out. She was an equable, well-brought-up, and intelligent young woman. Now, however, one foot was bare, as if she were a destitute person without a home to go to, while on the other foot the top of a half-laced boot was flapping like a flag. My friend was shivering as if she had fallen through ice and just been pulled out of the freezing water. Something had frightened her half to death, and the shock had made her incoherent. "Misha, Misha," she repeated over and over again, sobbing loudly, quite unlike her usual self and seemingly unaware of where she was or of the people around her. The children had woken up by now and came quietly out of their room. They stood by Lena, spellbound by an anguish they could not understand. Lena finally noticed them, pulled herself together, took a tranquilizer with a glass of water, and began to explain what had happened. Misha had been away from home for 3 nights in a row. Lena wasn't really expecting him back. She had gotten used to his drinking bouts and his absences, and so she went to bed. She had to go to the institute early in the morning. Shortly after midnight, however, Misha suddenly turned up. This was unusual. This time he came straight in through the door and, just as he was, in his winter coat and dirty shoes, unwashed and stinking, walked into the bedroom and stood over Lena in menacing silence, staring at her in the semi-darkness. He seemed out of his mind. His black eyes were shining unnaturally, and there was a silvery gleam on his cheeks. His once handsome face was contorted in a grimace. Lena pulled the covers up and said nothing. She knew from bitter experience of living with an incipient alcoholic that it was pointless to say anything. Despite appearances, you were talking to someone who could not hear. You just had to wait for him to fall asleep. Misha moved closer to the bed and said, "That's it? It's all your fault that I drink, and now I am going to kill you." Lena heard a note of quiet determination in Misha's voice that left no room for doubt. She jumped up and rushed around the room. At first, Misha cornered her on the balcony, and she thought she'd had it. But drunks are clumsy, and she was able to slip past him, grab some things by the front door, and run out across the snow to the nearest refuge, my block of flats. After that they got divorced, and although neither was at all maudlin by nature, they would both come to sob in my kitchen and tell me how much they loved each other but how they could never live together again. I continued to see Misha, although increasingly less often. He would drop by once in a while, mainly to ask for money, because he was continuing to drink and very hard up. He had only the occasional translation to make ends meet. On his rare sober visits, he told me he was trying to stop drinking and start a new life. He had developed an interest in Orthodox Christianity, was reading religious books, had been baptized, had found a confessor whom he trusted, and was going to confession and communion and finding solace in doing so. He was convinced that redemption was possible. Misha's outward appearance was not, however, that of someone on the road to salvation. He was in a bad way, his hair greasy and unkempt. He wore a threadbare, obviously second-hand black coat that was much too short for him, and when I asked where he was living, blurted out some nonsense to the effect that nobody understood him and it was difficult to live anywhere when nobody understands you. Under Yeltsin, this was not a particularly unusual or surprising sight. A lot of penniless people were wandering the streets, people who had been well-educated, respectable citizens who had lost their jobs and taken to drink when they could find no place for themselves in the new reality. It was precisely on this fertile ground of general dissatisfaction, unemployment, and the laying off of many who had been members of the professions in the Soviet period that orthodoxy became fashionable, and the failures who had lost their work, their spouses, or their reasons for being ran to the church, although not all of them, certainly, were genuine believers. Accordingly, Misha was one of many people on that path. He came to see me one time, sober and yet joyful, and invited me to congratulate him. He had become a father the day before. He had a son. We hastened to say how pleased we were. At last his dream had come true. For some reason, however, Misha was not in the seventh heaven we expected. The boy was named Nikita. A long time before, when Misha was still married to Lena, he had often mused that if he had a son, he would name him Nikita. Who is Nikita's mother? I asked cautiously. A young girl. Do you live with her? Are you married? Or going to get married? No. Her parents don't like me. Then rent a flat and live with your son. That is so important. I haven't got any money. Start earning some. I don't want to and I can't. I just can't. It's simply not possible. He cut off any further attempts at conversation. More than a year passed. Yeltsin abdicated power, nominating Putin as his successor. The Second Chechen War started. Putin was constantly on television. One moment he was flying a military aircraft, the next issuing instructions in Chechnya. The election, a foregone conclusion, was approaching. Late one night Lena called. "Do you know what?" she said in a barely recognizable voice, hoarse, like the voice of a singer after a concert. "I have just had a phone call. Misha has killed the woman he was living with. She has left a 14-year-old son from her first marriage. The boy was in the flat when it happened. Misha got drunk. Apparently the woman was older than he, felt sorry for him and drank with him so he wouldn't feel so lonely. Anyway, they were drinking together yesterday when Misha took a knife and said what he said to me, 'I am going to kill you.'" Lena burst into tears. "It could have been me," she said. "Do you remember? You were all trying to persuade me not to get divorced. You said he would sort himself out, that he needed treatment, but he would just have killed me." The court was lenient on Misha, especially after the story of his life was related. He was sentenced to 4.5 years. Not much for a murder. The court held that he was not mentally ill or suffering from diminished responsibility despite his alcoholism. Misha was sent to a labor camp in Mordovia, in the depths of the forests. 6 months later, the commandant of the camp came to see Lena in her Moscow flat, where by now she was living with a new husband and the son she had finally had. The commandant was not the brightest of men, but evidently had a kind heart. The decision to visit Lena was his own. He considered it his duty, as he was in the capital on business, to find her, despite the fact that she was divorced from Misha, and tell her that her Michael, as the commandant described him, to the horror of her new husband, was the best prisoner he had ever met, the most literate and hardest-working person in the camp. The commandant, who evidently had a pedagogical bent, had appointed him to look after the prisoner's library, and Misha had reorganized it. He was reading a lot himself, and working with the other criminals in the role of psychologist. Misha had single-handedly constructed a wooden church inside the camp's barbed wire and was preparing to become a monk. He was corresponding with a monastery to find guidance on his chosen path. The commandant also informed Lena that he supported Misha's monastic inclinations, since he could see only good coming from them for his contingent of murderers, rapists, and old convicts. At Misha's request, he was going to buy a church plate in the Moscow Patriarchate shop and take it back to the camp. The jailer ended by promising he that would intercede to have Misha's sentence reduced on the grounds of exemplary conduct. "Lena, are you not glad?" he asked the divorced wife, noticing that she was practically in tears. "I am frightened," she replied. "There's no need for that," Misha's commandant replied. "He has changed a lot. He isn't dangerous. He doesn't drink anymore, and he won't kill anyone else. At least, I don't think so." The commandant smoothed his hair, drank his tea, rubbed his hands together as if intending to produce fire from his palms, and added, "To tell the truth, I am a bit sorry he will be leaving. We started readying ourselves for whatever might transpire. Misha might resurface in Moscow at any moment. In any event, it was 2001 before he reappeared. For a few weeks he bobbed around, again with nowhere to stay, his German forgotten, by now completely incapable of adapting to the new life. I had known for a long time that he was in Moscow, but we met by chance on Tverskoy Boulevard. When our paths crossed, I barely recognized the features that had once been so familiar. We sat down on a bench and spoke for 3 hours or so without a break. He didn't ask about my children, and I didn't ask about his son. Misha simply needed someone to talk to, someone to hear him out. He talked the whole time about choosing the right monastery. I looked closely at the man in front of me. Of the earlier Misha, or what he had been in his youth, almost nothing remained. He looked gray, old, and flabby. Of the talent you once could have seen in him, nothing remained. There was only a grudge against fate and a lot of prison slang. In addition, Misha treated me to a lot of banal nonsense about the meaning of life, in the way it is written about in crude brochures for the barely literate. I realized the kind of library they must have had in the camp in Mordovia. "Have you found a job?" "Where?" "The pay is low everywhere, and they expect a lot." "Well, we're all in that situation now. We just have to put up with it," I began. Misha interrupted me. "Well, I don't want to be like everybody else." He certainly had that in spades. "How are you getting on with the monastery?" "They can't take me for the time being. There's a waiting list, and you have to pull strings even for that. You have to know people. Having been in prison doesn't help." "I suppose it's understandable. You really haven't been out of prison for long?" "Well, I don't understand it." Misha became aggressive. "What are you planning to do?" "I shall go into that little church." Misha gestured behind him, and there indeed stood one of the oldest churches in Moscow, solidly rooted in the years. "I'll ask them to take me on as a watchman. They told me you need the right number of points in your resume to get into a monastery." We both laughed. Only someone born in the Soviet Union and who had spent a fair part of his conscious life there knew how typically Soviet that approach was to getting a good job when you couldn't do it through string pulling. And here we were, talking about a monastery, faith, religion, the rules of the church, which couldn't be further removed from the everyday reality of the Soviet way of life. We fell to laughing at the idea. "It's weird," Misha said, "how in the new Russia the ways of orthodoxy and of Soviet life have suddenly come together." From beneath the dropsical eyelids of a man with kidney or heart trouble, the old Misha suddenly glanced at me, merry, on the ball, playful, gallant. "Of course they have. Aren't you afraid the church you are so keen to sign up with has turned into that local committee of the Young Communist League you once fled from? That everything has just been repainted in new colors, and when you finally get into the monastery you'll be bitterly disappointed and—" I bit my tongue. No glib words came to mind. "You were going to say I would kill someone again, blaming my problems on them?" "No, of course not," I stammered, although that was indeed what I had been about to say. Misha and I seemed to be back on the same wavelength. "That is exactly what you were going to say. I can only reply that I am afraid myself, of course, but I have nowhere else to go. If I stay here, I shall certainly end up in prison again." I felt better in prison, in a confined space. The monastery is like a labor camp, only with different guards. I need to live under guard. I can't control myself, seeing the kind of life we have around us. And what kind of life is that? Cynical. I can't bear cynicism. That is why I started drinking. But why did you kill your woman friend? Was she cynical? No, she was a very good person, and I can't remember why I killed her. I was drunk. So, at all events, you won't stay in the world. Under no circumstances. I couldn't stand it. I didn't meet Misha again, but I do know that he didn't manage to get into a monastery. The paperwork dragged on. The Orthodox bureaucracy in Russia is much like the state bureaucracy, indifferent to anything that doesn't affect it directly. Misha went along to the Patriarchate, submitting forms, working as a watchman, actually living in a church. He gradually started to drink again. He turned up at Lena's a couple of times asking for money. The first time she gave him 100 rubles, the second time she refused. She was quite right. She and her husband were not working to enable Misha to get drunk when he felt like it. Of course she was right. Except that Misha threw himself under a metro train. We heard about it much later, and only by chance. And we discovered that Misha, one of the most talented Russians I ever met, had been buried as homeless and unclaimed. More exactly, the authorities buried his ashes, because in such cases the remains are cremated. Nobody knows where his grave is. Renat. You can mount a frontal attack, or you can make a detour. The compound of the Special Intelligence Regiment of the Ministry of Defense, its most elite unit, is not, of course, a place for civilians like me to be strolling around. Sometimes, however, it has to be done. I have been brought here by Renat, one of the regimental officers. Renat is a major. Nobody knows who his parents were. He was brought up in an orphanage. His face is Asian, with slanting eyes, and he speaks several Central Asian languages. His speciality was intelligence gathering. Renat fought clandestinely in the Afghan war for years. He then infiltrated Tajik armed bands in the mountains and on the Afghan-Tajik border, catching drug smugglers red-handed. On behalf of the Russian government, he secretly helped some of the current presidents of former Soviet republics to come to power. Naturally, he spent a lot of time in Chechnya during both the First and the Second Wars. His chest is covered with medals. Renat and I are looking for a hole in the fence. He wants to show me the squalor in which, for all his medals, he lives in the officers' barracks. He wants to show me, too, the house in the military village that he had hoped to move into but then found himself out of luck. Although this regiment is highly trained and very famous, we find the hole we are looking for. An impressive hole it is, too, not just big enough for the two of us to squeeze through. You could drive a tank through it. We walk on for 5 minutes, and there it is, the village where the spies live. It is morning. Around us we see the unsmiling faces of officers on their day off. The weather is far from cheering. Churned-up clay squelches underfoot. We are not walking but slithering, looking down at the ground in order to maintain our footing. I look up and, wondrous vision, see before me, like a mirage among the other dismal 5-story buildings, a fine new gray-green multi-story block of flats. That's how it all started, Renat says. Of course, I wanted a flat. I've had enough of wandering the world. My son is growing up, and I am constantly away in wars. The major falls silent in mid-sentence, and suddenly embarks on a maneuver that puzzles me. He hides his face and doubles over as if we are being shot at, and need to find a trench to shelter in. Renat whispers quietly that we should pretend not to know each other. He also asks me not to look ahead and not to wave my arms or attract attention. But what's wrong? I ask. Is it an ambush? I'm joking, of course. We mustn't make him angry, Renat says softly, continuing his distracting maneuver. Like well-trained spies, we quickly, deftly, and without fuss change direction. Who mustn't we annoy? I inquire when Renat raises his head with a sigh of relief, indicating that the danger has passed. Petrov, the deputy commanding officer. Our maneuvering is explained by the fact that Petrov had been driving toward us. His car had pulled up to the fine new block of apartments because that is where Petrov lives. Only after he had disappeared inside did Renat relax and continue our stroll around the compound. We kept ending up back at the fine building, which Renat gazed upon with longing and envy. To tell the truth, I am perplexed. I know a little about Renat's combat record, his fearlessness, and I am amazed. What is it, I wonder, that he fears most? Death? No, I have learned to live with death. I don't mean to boast. Being captured? Yes, I am afraid of that, of course, because I know I would be tortured. I have seen it happen, but I am not all that afraid of being captured. What then? Probably peace, civilian life. It's something I know nothing about. I am not prepared for it. Renat is 37. All he has done in his life is to take part in wars. His body is covered in wounds. He has peptic and duodenal ulcers, and his nerves are in tatters. He has constant, agonizing pain in his joints and cerebral spasms after several injuries to the head. Recently, the major decided it was time to settle down, to come back from the wars to our ordinary world. He found he knew absolutely nothing about it. For example, who would give him a place to live? Surely he deserved a flat for all he had been through defending the interests of the state. Or some money. As soon as Renat started asking Petrov about such things, it became apparent that he could expect nothing. Renat concluded that while he had been carrying out special government missions across mountains, countries, and continents, his state had needed him and had rewarded him with medals and orders. As soon as the major's health gave out and he decided to try to settle down, though, he found there was nothing waiting for him, and the military hierarchy was simply going to turn him out on the street. The army was even going to expel him from the squalid nook in the officers' barracks where he and his son were presently sleeping. Renat has a son, Edek, whom he is bringing up on his own. The boy's mother died several years ago, and for a long time Edek lived alone in the officers' barracks, waiting for his father to come back from numerous wars and important combat missions. I know how to kill an enemy so he doesn't make a sound, Renat tells me. I can climb a mountain swiftly and silently and take out those who are occupying it. I am an excellent rock climber and mountaineer. I can read mountains from twigs and bushes and tell who is there and where they are hiding. I have a feel for mountains. They say it is a natural gift, but I am incapable of getting an apartment. I am incapable of getting anything at all in civilian life. Before me is a helpless professional killer trained by the state. There are many like him now. The state sends people off to yet another war. They live in the midst of war for years, return, and do not know what peaceful life is with its law and order. They take to drinking, join gangs, become hit men, and their new masters pay them big money to take out those they say need to be murdered in the interests of the state. And the state? It doesn't give a damn. Under Putin, it has effectively ceased to interest itself in officers who have returned from the wars. It seems as if the state is actively engaged in ensuring that there are as many highly trained professional killers in criminal gangs as possible. Is that what you are thinking of going into, Renat? No, I don't want to, but if Edek and I find ourselves on the street, I can't rule it out. I can only do what I am trained to do. Renat and I finally squelched through the mud and slushed to a dismal shack. Called the 3-story building, it is the officers' barracks. We go up to the second floor, and behind a peeling door is a squalid, Spartan room. In his entire life, the major has never had a home to call his own. First, there was the orphanage in the Urals. Then there was the barracks of the military college he enrolled in from the orphanage. Later still, garrison hostels alternating with tents when he was on active service. He has been in the Army 16 years, a rolling stone under military oath. For the last 11 years, Renat has moved constantly from one combat mission to the next. It is not a life that has led him to acquire possessions. But I was happy, the major says. I never wanted to stop fighting. I thought it would last forever. All that Renat has acquired is now stored in one parachute bag. The major opens his standard issue cupboard with an inventory number on its pathetic, battered side and shows me the bag. Sling it over your shoulder and go off on your next mission. He succinctly summarizes his values. A boy is sitting on the divan and looking at us sorrowfully. This is Edek. I interrupt the major. You were married, though, so you must have had a household of some kind. No, we had nothing. We didn't have time. While Renat was fighting in Tajikistan, helping President Rachmanov to take power, he slipped away and got married in Kyrgyzia. The newlyweds had met during Renat's previous combat mission in the city of Osh, where the young woman lived and where Renat had been sent because a bloody conflict had broken out there between ethnic groups. They got married right there, their passion and love flaring up amid the butchery and the pain. Renat then presented his young wife to his commanding officer. The commanding officer shrugged and asked him to leave his wife in Osh, because, for a spy, A sweetheart was an Achilles heel. Renat left his wife behind and went back to Tajikistan to join an armed group on the frontier. One day, his commanding officer told him that he had a son and that his wife had named him Edik. Later still, in June 1995, Renat's young wife, a student at the local conservatory, was killed by people who had discovered who she was married to. She had just turned 21 that day and had been on her way to take her second-year exams. At first, Edik lived with his grandmother in Kyrgyzia. The boy was too little to live in officers' hostels, and in any case, Renat rarely spent the night even in the grim, unswept rooms the state provided for him. He was still engaged in secret operations and was at large in the mountains of our country. He was severely wounded twice more and spent periods in various hospitals. Even so, I did not want a different life, Renat says, but Edik was growing up. The time finally came when he decided to collect his sons, and after that, Edik stayed with his grandmother only when Renat was away on 6-month military missions. We are sitting in their cold, dismal little room. Edik is a quiet boy with bright eyes that see everything. He is very grown up. He talks only when his father goes out and only when he is asked a question. The son of a spy, in a word. He understands that his father is going through a difficult period now, and that this is why, in the next school year, he wants to send Edik to the Cadet Officers College. But the boy does not like this idea. I want to live at home, he says calmly and in a very manly way, without any suggestion of whining. Nevertheless, he repeats it several times. I want to live at home, at home. And is this your home? Do you feel at home here? Edik is an honest boy. He knows that when you cannot tell the truth, it is better to say nothing, and that is what he does. Indeed, who could call this pin for combat officers, with the drunken bawling of contract soldiers on the other side of the thin walls, with its inventory of regulation furniture? Home? Edik knows, however, that they are trying to drive his father even from here. So let this be home. Relations between the regiment's commanders and the major began to sour when Renat asked to be allocated a flat in that fine new building we had been walking around while hiding from the deputy commanding officer. The major supposed he was within his rights, since for many years he had been at the top of the waiting list for accommodations. When I asked Petrov, he was indignant. You haven't done enough for the regiment, Renat relates. Can you believe it? That is exactly how he put it. I was very surprised and told him, I have been fighting the whole time. I rescued pilots from a mountain when nobody else could find them. The state needs me. The major had, indeed, been put forward for the country's highest award, Hero of Russia, for his actions when a military aircraft crashed in the mountains of Chechnya near the village of Itemkale in June 2001. Several search and rescue teams went into the mountains to find the crew, but without success. The commanders remembered Renat with his unique experience of combat, his feel for the mountains, and his ability to find men by reading twigs, sticks, and leaves. He found the dead airmen in just 24 hours. One body had been booby-trapped by the Chechen fighters, and Renat made it safe. So the families have graves to tend. The active service officers have a saying that commanders who lose their heads in combat and in the mountains are best in civilian occupations. Renat told Petrov, I know what kind of a hero you were in Chechnya, always skulking in staff headquarters. The deputy commanding officer responded, Now you're really in the shit, Major. For that little remark, I'll make you a down and out. I'll discharge you without accommodations. You'll be out on the street with that son of yours. Petrov set about implementing his threat with a vengeance. First, he humiliated the major by ordering him to decorate the parade ground and also to manage the regimental club, organizing film shows for the soldiers. Petrov next ordered Renat to design posters for the parade ground. He is an excellent artist, which was the job of Petrov's wife. She simply ceased to turn up for work, and all the officers knew that Renat was making the posters while she took her ease in that fine new block of flats. Then Edik was taken ill and had to go to the hospital. The doctors told Renat he should stay at his son's bedside. Renat was constantly asking for time off, and Petrov, ignoring the medical certificate provided by the doctors and backdating the record, took to recording him absent without leave. Petrov convened an officers' court, manipulated the minutes, and used them to remove the major from the waiting list for an apartment. He was agitating to have Renat summarily dismissed from the army without any privileges. In short, Renat is in deep trouble. What have I done? Renat bows his head, aware that he is being outmaneuvered. The wars our country takes part in continue afterward, wherever those who were involved in them find themselves, primarily within the units to which they return after completing their missions. The staff officers there are pitted in a fight to the death against the field officers. The latter find themselves discharged for disobedience, their past records ignored, with a barrage of insults hurled at them. Renat is not the only one. The officers in the army now divide into two unequal categories. The first are those who have actually taken part in combat operations, who have risked their lives, who have crawled their way through the mountains, burrowed into the snow and earth for days at a time. Many have been wounded on numerous occasions. You feel desperately sorry for them. It is difficult for them to find a place in the civilian life that seems so normal to us. They can't find a common language with the second group, the staff officers, who have also been in Chechnya, so they rebel and get drunk and feel miserable. The staff officers, as a rule, outmaneuver them at every opportunity. They bear false witness against them. They run to their superiors. They tell tales. They plot. Before you know it, the awkward squad is being lined up for discharge. What have they done? They have been themselves, of course. By the mere fact of their presence in the units, the field officers daily remind the staff officers who is who in this world. And the staff officers? They rise through the ranks faster than a speeding bullet. They take care of themselves very nicely, get all the flats and dotches. In the end, Renat gave up. He gave up the army that he loved so much and went off to who knows where with Edik, a homeless, penniless field officer. I fear for him, because I can guess where he is gone. I fear for all of us. How to misappropriate property with the connivance of the government. Moscow, February 2003. A bolt from the blue. President Putin appoints a new Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs and head of GUBOP, the Central Agency for Combating Organized Crime. He is Nikolai Ovchinnikov, a modest, low-profile deputy of the State Duma who never speaks at its sessions, has no known involvement in its legislative work, and appears to be politically inert. He isn't even one of Putin's former cronies from St. Petersburg, which in terms of current appointments policy is unusual. After the announcement, Ovchinnikov gives an interview saying he will do his best to be worthy of the president's trust, and that he sees his mission as being to reduce corruption to a minimum, and to ensure that the healthy sector of society is no longer at the mercy of the criminal minority. These are splendid sentiments. So why does the new deputy minister's pronouncement give rise to such merriment in the Urals? Let us look at his new job. Where does it rank in Russia's bureaucracy? The director of GUBOP occupies no ordinary position in Russia. This is a key portfolio in the power structure. In the first place, organized crime. The mafia is rooted in monstrous corruption and permeates everyday life. We say in Russia that where money talks, it can't be silenced. In the second place, the office carries so much clout because of its history. One of our country's top bureaucrats and power brokers, a man who has stayed afloat under Yeltsin and now under Putin, is Vladimir Rushello. 8. Formerly Minister of Internal Affairs. Recently he headed Russia's National Security Council. He began his career as director of GUBOP. When he was appointed Minister of Internal Affairs, he maintained an interest in his old field and did his utmost to beef the agency up. He inflated its staffing levels relative to other agencies and gave its officers sweeping powers, allowing them to carry out operations involving the use of force without prior approval, unlike other sections of the police. He also actively advanced his political appointees out of the agency and into the highest offices of state, with the result that nowadays Rushello men are a factor to be reckoned with in the law enforcement ministries. Their numbers are comparable only with the Petersburgers, as those who worked with Putin in St. Petersburg and who followed him to various bureaucracies in Moscow are known, and the Chaika men, products of Putin's old stomping ground, the KGB. If we look at Nikolai Ovchinnikov the man, everything about his appointment to GUBOP seems respectable. He deserved the office. According to his official record, before entering the Duma, he had been a provincial police officer for 30 years. At the time of his election as a parliamentary deputy, he was chief of police in Ekaterinburg, which is no sleepy provincial center nostalgic for past glories. It is the capital of the Urals, the hub of Sverdlovsk province, which in turn is the Urals' major industrial region. When Yeltsin invited the regions of Russia to take as much sovereignty as you want, there were serious plans to create a Republic of the Urals, with Ekaterinburg as its capital. The city's chief of police was a celebrity known to all of Russia. The Urals are a region of great mineral wealth and possess natural and industrial resources sufficient for any country to survive on. Additionally, Ekaterinburg is traditionally the turf of one of the most powerful mafias, formerly of the Soviet Union and now of Russia. Its official designation is the Uralmash Crime Syndicate. Whether he likes it or not, the top police officer of Ekaterinburg finds himself combating the Uralmash Mafia. As might be expected, a good deal of important information is not to be found in Ovchinnikov's official service record, perhaps, indeed, anything that really matters. What kind of police chief was he? What priorities did he set? Which elements of the mafia did he prosecute? What were his achievements? And what was the result? What kind of place was Ekaterinburg under Ovchinnikov, and what kind of place is it today? It is not my wish to show how a police officer in the Urals rose to giddy heights in Moscow. I am much more interested in that phenomenon of Russian life known as corruption. What, in fact, is corruption? What constitutes the Russian mafia, not as it was under Yeltsin, but as it is in the Putin era? And why has Putin advanced the career of Ovchinnikov? If we analyze the way in which Ovchinnikov came to be appointed as Russia's principal champion for combating the mafia, we can identify the guiding principles behind appointments under Putin and his administration. The story goes back a long way. Fedyolev. On September 13, 2000, a news story rocked Russia. At the time, the Second Chechen War was being waged, and Putin had been appointed prime minister because, unlike the other candidates, he was willing to start the conflict. In Ekaterinburg, one of Russia's largest engineering enterprises, the Uralmash Corporation, its output used throughout the Russian chemical industry, was seized by the mafia. Citizens armed with baseball bats, supported by the Ekaterinburg OMON Special Police Unit, burst into the factory's administrative offices, caused major disorder there, and attempted to install their own director in place of the incumbent, Sergei Glotov. Urals television duly showed the local communists shouting, "Hurrah! The people are taking power into their own hands. Down with the capitalists." The local trade union leaders repeated the slogans, declaring the seizure of Uralmash a workers' revolution, and promising that similar revolutionary renationalizations would spread throughout the country in the near future. Although nothing was heard from President Yeltsin, nobody was surprised, because he was known to be ill. As the newly appointed prime minister, Putin was also silent. In fact, Moscow was silent. Vladimir Rushello, then Minister of Internal Affairs, had nothing to say in public about police officers under his authority who had stormed an enterprise on behalf of one of the sides in a dispute. Moscow's failure to comment spoke volumes. In Russia, such events don't just happen. But nobody in the capital was talking. By the evening of September 13th, the workers' revolution had quieted down somewhat. The old Uralmash management, unwilling to step down, had barricaded itself in the director's office. At this point, a veritable armored column, an armada of dapper black jeeps, swept into the factory grounds. The special police respectfully made way for them. From one of the jeeps stepped a nondescript, rather short citizen wearing a good suit, expensive spectacles, and several gold chains. He was an archetypal new Russian, his face ravaged by a recent drinking spree. On his progress to the director's office, he enjoyed the protection of a powerful bodyguard provided by the Ekaterinburg police. The special police forcibly cleared the way for them. The workers moved back grudgingly. Pashka's spoiling for a fight again. He's here for a showdown, the Uralmash employees muttered. Pavel Fedyolev, the leading industrialist of our province and deputy of the Ekaterinburg Legislative Assembly, is attempting to restore justice in accordance with court rulings, broadcast Ekaterinburg television, switching from shots of the concerned expression on the face of the leading industrialist to the bloodied faces of the enterprise's defenders. Iron bars were now to be seen among the baseball bats. The citizen in designer glasses proceeded inside and presented the beleaguered management of Uralmash with a pile of documents, court rulings showing that he, the bearer, was co-owner of the enterprise and that it was his intention to install as director a person of his choosing. Accordingly, all unauthorized persons were to vacate the premises. The citizen sat down, uninvited, in the director's chair, his brazen demeanor reflecting his proprietorial status. After a time, during which the displaced management acquainted itself with the documents he had brought, he received a torrent of abuse, which left him unfazed, and a different collection of documents and court rulings showing that the present director was in fact the real director. To make sense of this situation, we must embark on a further excursion into Ekaterinburg's recent history. How did a society develop in which the seizure of such a large enterprise as Uralkamash was possible? And who is Pavel Anatolievich Fedyolev? And why, when I asked all sorts of people in Ekaterinburg what on earth was going on, did I always receive the same reply? It's all Fedyolev's doing? How it started. 10 years ago, when Yeltsin was in power and democracy, as we said then, was on the rampage, Pashka Fedyolev was a small-time hoodlum, extortionist, and thug. In those days, Ekaterinburg was still called by its Soviet name, Sverdlovsk. Major criminal brigades were operating there, carving out their spheres of influence, but Pashka was not associated with any of them. He was a soul trader. Although he had criminal offenses trailing behind him like a bridal train, the militia did not go after him because Fedyolev was small fry. In those years, such individuals were jailed not because of the crimes they committed, but because it was time to put them inside. If they failed to reach agreement with other hoodlums, spoke out of turn, or, in general, tried to throw their weight around. Behavior of this sort was not in Pashka Fedyolev's repertory. At that time, he was amenable to reason. In the early 1990s, Pashka became a businessman, like the majority of his comrades. Pashka, however, was poor. He had no access to the funds of the criminal central bank, despite the fact that Ekaterinburg, famous for its underworld, had one of the largest such banks in the country. As a small-time hoodlum, Pashka did not qualify for credit, and thus had to accumulate his own capital. This he duly did. Fedyolev built up his capital quickly with a fiery home-produced vodka called Politkovskaya. The mechanism was simple. In the remoter towns and villages of Sverdlovsk province there had existed, since the Soviet period, a number of small liquor factories. In the early Yeltsin years they, like the other state-owned factories of the era, began to fall apart. There came a time when anybody could buy, for a nominal sum placed directly in the hands of the director, as much liquor as he could drive away. Of course, doing so was flagrant theft from state factories, but at the time it was considered a normal feature of post-Soviet life. People were starving, and, to feed themselves, half the country robbed the other half, to nobody's surprise. People were surviving as best they could. Their efforts were considered to be business, which was what we had been dreaming of. The point of buying the liquor was that the spirit, which cost virtually nothing, could be diluted with water, poured into bottles and sold instantly as cheap vodka. Excise duty had not yet been thought of, and the police, even if they had wished to do anything, were powerless in the battle against Politkovskaya. In any case, they did not wish to interfere, since they, too, preferred survival by any means available, which meant participating in illegal business. The underground vodka purveyors paid the police to protect them from their competitors. This was when Pashka Fedyolev, crook and bootlegger, first made the acquaintance of Nikolai Ovchinnikov, police officer. Like everybody else at the time, Ovchinnikov was eager for money. Police officers' wages were wretched and frequently not paid at all. So Pashka and Ovchinnikov apparently came to an understanding. The officer would not notice what Pashka was doing, and Pashka, more successful by the day, would not forget Ovchinnikov. The policeman began to have more than enough for his daily bread and butter. The moment finally arrived when Pashka's accumulated capital was sufficient for him to start playing a bigger and, more important, legal game. His trajectory has been typical in Russia. Just as every soldier dreams of becoming a general, so every little crook dreams of graduating into legal big business. It was, and still is, a peculiarity of the economy that there are three conditions for success in big business. First, you have to initially get a slice of the state pie, that is, a state asset as your private property. This is why the vast majority of big businessmen in Russia are former members of the Communist Party nomenklatura or the Young Communist League, or were party workers. The second condition is that, once you have been successful in appropriating state assets, you stay close to the government, that is, you bribe or feed officials regularly. The kickbacks should guarantee that your private enterprise will prosper. The third condition is to make friends with, i.e., bribe, the law enforcement agencies. Not being in a position to meet the first condition in the early days, Fedyolev nonetheless concentrated on the second and third, the forces of law and order. A certain Vasily Rudenko, deputy director of the Ekaterinburg's Criminal Investigation Unit and a friend of Ovchinnikov, lived in the city. Everybody knew Rudenko, whose position required that anyone who wanted to succeed in business needed to keep on his good side. Rudenko weeded the personal files of new businessmen and erstwhile gangsters, in effect relieving them of their criminal pasts. Fedyolev, too, was drawn to Rudenko. This period was not the most straightforward in Pashka's life. He had already made a reputation in Ekaterinburg as a liquor baron and was being invited to sponsor local almshouses and orphanages. He was flying to Moscow for weekends to enjoy the nocturnal entertainments now provided there, taking with him a special privilege, testifying to his intimacy with the authorities, officials of the provincial administration. As a result, it was time to set about cleaning up his image. Pashka no longer needed to have the documentary record of his criminal past preserved in the archives of the Ekaterinburg police. No sooner decided upon than done. Fedyolev was introduced to Rudenko by a man named Yuri Altshul. All who knew Altshul remember him warmly, even with admiration. Not originally from the Urals, he had been sent there by the motherland. Altshul was a soldier, a military spy. He had arrived in the Urals as captain of a special operations company of the GRU, the Central Intelligence Directorate of General Headquarters, Russia. The unit had been pulled out of Hungary after the Berlin Wall came down. When the army group in the West was disbanded, Altshul retired from the army and stayed on in Ekaterinburg. The country was not paying its servicemen, and Altshul couldn't wait to go into business. Like many other members of special units who left the army at that time, he set up a private security service, as well as a private detective agency and a charity for veterans of special units. In Russia, there are many such organizations, built on the ruins of the army. Any large city has its veterans, whose main occupation is to protect its traitors. Fedyolev thus became one of Altshul's clients, and it was the former GRU officer who helped Pashka, through the agency of Rudenko, to delete his picaresque past from the computer database of the Ekaterinburg police. Pashka's wish had come true. Altshul was soon not only Fedyolev's bodyguard, but his trusted lieutenant. It was he, astute, decisive, and educated, unlike Fedyolev, who introduced the latter to the Urals stock market. Pashka soon found his footing there and became an adept player. Because he was short of money, he allied himself with Andrei Yakashev, famous in the mid-1990s as director of the Golden Calf, a successful Urals company. Together with Yakashev, Fedyolev was successful in buying up the shares of a number of enterprises, including the Ekaterinburg Meat Processing Factory, the largest such operation in the Urals. The scale of the meat deal brought Pashka to within an inch of the status of Ekaterinburg oligarch, with corresponding access to the provincial governor, Eduard Rossel. At this point, it became evident that Fedyolev did not like to share success. He was able to form alliances to overcome difficulties, but was unwilling to include others in the financial and social spoils. Now, for the first time in his career, word got out that he had hired a hitman, and the mood in Ekaterinburg became ominous. People were afraid of Fedyolev, recognizing that he had outgrown his earlier limitations. That is how it is in Russia now. You kill someone, you gain respect. Around this time, Fedyolev borrowed a large sum of money from Yakashev for another deal. Although the transaction yielded a profit many times in excess of the stake, Pashka categorically refused to repay the debt. Yakashev wasn't pressing him, but in any case he had no opportunity to do so. On May 9, 1995, in the entrance to his own house, in front of his wife and child, Andrei Yakashev was shot dead. A criminal case? Well, yes. A case was opened, and it even has a number, 772801. The prime suspect was said to be Fedyolev. Then what? Then nothing. A case with this number sits in the archives to this day. It is still open, in the sense that nobody investigated it or is currently looking into it. There were to be other similar cases involving Fedyolev in the years to come, and every time the same thing happened, or rather, didn't happen, everybody in Ekaterinburg who had any involvement with Fedyolev knew that he had made his most profitable investment yet. He had bought the city police force, and it would henceforth loyally shield him from any awkwardness. This is the period when Rudenko and Ovchinnikov became Pashka's constant partners. They helped him to grow into a new Urals industrialist and to increase his fortune. It appears they may have used the technique that had been tried out on Yakashev. One day, Fedyolev offered to cooperate with another Ekaterinburg oligarch, Andrei Sosnin. Fedyolev and Sosnin pooled their financial resources and pushed through a speculative campaign on the Ural stock market that to this day remains unparalleled in its size. Sosnin became the owner of a controlling share in the region's prime enterprises, in effect, of its entire industrial potential, which had been created by several generations of Soviets, beginning during the Second World War, when the largest and most important factories of the European part of the Soviet Union were evacuated to the Urals. Among the enterprises of which Sosnin and Fedyolev gained a significant measure of control as a result of their speculative coup were the Nizhny Tagil Metallurgical Complex and the Kakhanar, or Enrichment Complex, both of international renown, Uralkamash, Uraltelecom, the Bogoslovsko, or Agency, and the 3 hydrolytic factories in the towns of Tavda, Ivdel, and Laba. The takeover was a major success for the businessmen, of course, but what about the state? Neither Sosnin nor Fedyolev had development in mind for these enterprises. The provincial officials carried the two speculators shoulder high, not asking what they were planning to do with the factories, just anticipating their share of the proceeds. Corruption was attaining new heights. The two companions left nobody disappointed. They shared what they had stolen, because these were people they could not afford to disappoint. And then came the moment to divide the spoils between themselves. Which goodies should each of them receive? The earlier pattern was repeated. Shortly thereafter, Andrei Sosnin died from a gunshot wound. Another criminal case was opened on November 22, 1996, number 474802 this time, and the main suspect was again Fedyolev and nothing. It's not much good having connections if they don't work when you need them. By the time Sosnin was murdered, Fedyolev's police friends were among the more prosperous of Ekaterinburg citizens. Everyone could see that the richer they became, the more successful their patron, Fedyolev, was in business. Case number 474802 was closed. It was not even archived. It was simply forgotten. Liquor wars. Besides the Urals factories of which, by the end of the 1990s, Fedyolev had seized control, he had achieved something even more significant. Ekaterinburg is primarily Uralmash, the most important institution in the Urals. Not Uralmash, the vast machine tool factory, but the Uralmash crime syndicate, the largest mafia grouping in Russia, a detachment many thousand strong with a strict hierarchy and representatives at every level of the state. It is one thing to bribe officials and bump off your partners, but quite another matter to come to terms with the crime bosses of Uralmash. In 1997, Fedyolev pulled that off, too. He joined forces with Uralmash to complete the buy-up of the shares of the Tavda hydrolytic factory. The transaction made a lot of sense for Fedyolev, who was leading a life of luxury and found himself short of cash for gambling on the stock market. Uralmash had money. It had the trough bank. The only real surprise is that the bank's managers decided to do business with Fedyolev, knowing the kind of maverick he was. The reason why Fedyolev and the Uralmash bosses were so interested in hydrolytic factories is that they produce spirit, from which Politkovskaya vodka is made. There is tremendous demand for spirit in Russia, and it costs next to nothing to produce. Owning a spirit-producing facility is the perfect way to make fantastic profits in return for a minuscule investment, and the profits are in ready cash, don't involve credit, don't go through the banks, and are invisible to the tax inspectorate. Accordingly, Fedyolev and the Uralmash bosses bought 97% of the shares of the Tavda factory. They then proceeded to asset strip it in a fairly standard way. Both partners set up firms, assets were transferred away from the factory to those firms, the shares were divided, and the firms were then either wound up or took over the manufacturing activity. It became clear that the hydrolytic plant as such no longer existed. Soon after the deal was completed, Fedyolev broke the initial agreement on the proportions due and did not even allow Uralmash representation on the new board of directors, which he packed with his appointees. Why? He wanted to be the first among the first and needed to shake off all partners, even the highly influential Uralmash. Incredibly enough, he got away with it. The Uralmash bosses did not shoot him, as might reasonably have been expected, but simply slunk off. The reason for their leniency was simple. When the Tabda factory was taken over, Fedyolev enjoyed more than just links with the police. He was, to all intents and purposes, in charge of the provincial police force. He had excellent personal relations with Governor Rossell. It was Pashka who decided on the most senior police appointments, choosing, for example, who would head the provincial UBOP agency, the top anti-crime official whose job was to combat Fedyolev himself and organize crime in general. That person turned out to be Rudenko, and Pashka had Nikolai Ovchinnikov appointed chief of police for Ekaterinburg. The Uralmash bosses were made from the same mold, however, and they had ties of their own to pit against those of Fedyolev. The day eventually came for them to lock horns, when a Uralmash squad arrived at the Tabda factory and took the property back by force of arms. Fedyolev responded in full measure. A special rapid reaction police unit was deployed, and the state's police paramilitaries were ready to use force as well. But against whom? It turned out that it was against other police paramilitaries. Those going head-to-head in the fight at the Tabda factory were not so much the heavies of the Fedyolev and Uralmash gangs, but the forces of the people behind them. On Fedylev's side were Rudenko and Ovchinnikov with one unit of armed police. On the other side were Uralmash, supported by the head of the entire provincial police force, General Kriv, and the police under his command. In other words, those on either side of an armed standoff over the illegal division of the province's property were the police forces at the disposal of those whose task it was to maintain the rule of law. How did the Ministry of Internal Affairs in Moscow react? The agency presented the matter as a conflict within the police force in Ekaterinburg, as a personality clash between Kriv, on the one hand, and Rudenko and Ovchinnikov on the other. Kriv and Rudenko were removed from their posts. Kriv was publicly accused of having close links with the Uralmash crime syndicate, although his career later led to deputy director of the Russian prison system, while Rudenko was declared to have been the victim of an irreconcilable power struggle against the most serious criminal group in the Urals. As the wrong party, he was transferred to Moscow, where the Minister of Internal Affairs, Vladimir Rushelo, had him appointed director for UBOP in Moscow province. Since then, that agency, under Rudenko's direction, has been causing alarm bells to ring in the capital. Back in Ekaterinburg, meanwhile, there were vacancies to be filled in the wake of Rudenko's departure. The staffing of the Urals UBOP was arranged personally by Fedyolev. Rudenko's replacement as director was Yuri Skvortsov, not only Rudenko's right-hand man, but someone to whom all of Fedylev's affairs had been confided over many years. As Skvortsov's first deputy, Fedyolev appointed a certain Andrei Taranov. In the Urals, he was believed to be the protector, or roof, within the police force of Oleg Fleganov, the region's leading supplier of wines and spirits. Fleganov was key to the marketing of bootleg vodka, since most of it was sold through his retail network. The other deputy whom Fedyolev chose for Skvortsov was Vladimir Putin. His task was to purge the ranks of the police throughout the province. He began by forcing out anybody who still had anything to say against the mafia and anybody who refused to work under the tutelage of Fedyolev. The servile Putin set to work with a will. We shall give just a single example of how he went about it. On one occasion, Skvortsov demanded documentary evidence from Putin regarding who in the police was working against Fedyolev. Putin had no such documents. That night he took home a young member of the UBOP team, got him drunk, and demanded that he should immediately denounce any of his colleagues who were opposed to Fedyolev and his stooges in the police. The young officer refused to be an informer, whereupon Putin appears to have bullied him into shooting himself with his service revolver. This is unbelievable. I hear my reader cry. Believe me, it fits the picture. This is exactly how, during the Yeltsin years, organized crime syndicates were born and grew to maturity in Russia. Now, under Putin, they determine what happens in the state. It is precisely to them, powerful, influential, and super-rich, that the president is referring when he says that any redistribution of property is impossible and that everything should stay as it is. Putin may be God and Tsar in Chechnya, punishing and pardoning, but he is afraid of touching these mafiosi. Money is in play here beyond the dreams of most of us, and the price of a life, or a man's honor, is peanuts when the profits are counted in millions. The untouchables. With the coming of the Fedyolev group, the Urals stopped living by the rules, to use the criminal jargon that has found such fertile soil in Russia that even the president employs it in his speeches. I asked people in the streets of Ekaterinburg whom they respected. Governor Rossel? Fedyolev? Chernetsky? The city's mayor? Their answer, Uralmash. Taken aback, I asked them how they could respect crooks. The answer was simple. They live by their thieves' law, but at least they have laws. The new crooks do not even observe those. This is what we have come to. Respect for one mafia in preference to another, because the one is much worse than the other. Let us go back to 1997. Fedyolev had the Ekaterinburg police in his pocket and had taken over the illegal vodka market. He continued to play the stock market and defrauded a certain Moscow firm, not just any old firm, but one that belonged to the consortium of a well-known metropolitan oligarch who was sponsoring Yeltsin and his family. In those days, to try to defraud him was tantamount to committing suicide. Twice the firm reported fraud to the Sverdlovsk UBOP, but any information that could embarrass Fedyolev was blocked there, and the CID refused to open a criminal case. Only after the intervention of the Prosecutor General's office was criminal case number 142114 opened, in Moscow, not in Ekaterinburg. Fedyolev went on the lam. An all-Russia arrest warrant was put out for him. Remember Yuri Altshul, the former spy who became Fedylev's minder? Remember that all who knew him spoke of him as a thoroughly decent person, a man of his word and entirely fearless? Having set up his own detective agency and security firm, Altshul continued to provide the Russian security services with intelligence. Information passed by him to the Prosecutor General's office, and the FSB put several big wheels of the Urals underworld behind bars. Altshul did, however, have a particular obsession: the struggle against the Uralmash crime syndicate. Although the idea may seem bizarre, this was exactly what drew Altshul to Fedyolev. Faced with an all-Russia warrant for his arrest, and knowing about Altshul's idée fixe, Fedyolev summoned him for a talk. Fedyolev was afraid that during his enforced absence, Uralmash would take control of the two other hydrolytic factories in Sverdlovsk province, in which he maintained an interest. Fedyolev asked Altshul to defend, by any means at his disposal, Fedylev's interests against Uralmash. In return, he promised Altshul 50% of the profit from the Lava hydrolytic factory, which he was in the process of completing his takeover. Altshul went off to Lava, a town with nothing apart from the hydrolytic factory. There he observed the deliberate running down of the factory's production capacity. Altshul could not help asking himself why Fedyolev was buying up so many shares. Before Fedyolev had become involved, the Lava factory had been operating fairly successfully. Once he began transferring its assets to his other companies, they started selling or processing spirits illegally. The money from these sales naturally came back to the Lava factory through his company's accounts, but not in full. Month by month, Fedyolev sucked the factory dry. When Altshul arrived at Lava, the workers had not been paid for 7 months. The factory was one step away from bankruptcy. Because the community had developed around the factory, without it the town would die. At this point, Altshul decided to act on his initiative rather than on Fedylev's behalf. He gave the workers his word that he would restore order, and that as a first step there were 2 individuals the workers would not see at the factory again, because Altshul would not let them through the door. They were Sergei Chupakin and Sergei Lashukov, Fedylev's hatchet men. Chupakin and Lashukov had formerly been officers of the Serious Fraud Office of the province's Directorate of Internal Affairs. They were also personal friends of Vasily Rudenko and colleagues of Nikolai Ovchinnikov, and had left the police in order to look after their financial interests in Fedylev's businesses. Some time passed before Fedyolev was finally arrested. In Moscow, naturally. Even from his isolation cell, he did everything he could to influence the course of events in Ekaterinburg. Members of the police who were under his control, Rudenko was, after all, in Moscow by now, arranged for Altshul to come, on Fedylev's summons, to see him in prison. At this meeting, Fedyolev insisted that Altshul should hand the management of the factory back to Chupakin and Lashukov. Not wishing to lose his share in the business, Rudenko was demanding this of Fedyolev. But Altshul refused and flew back to Ekaterinburg, with Rudenko following in his wake. Altshul was summoned to the UBOP for a talk, and there Rudenko insisted that he give up the Lava factory. Again, Altshul categorically refused. A couple of days later, on March 30th, 1999, the former army spy was shot in his car. A criminal case was opened, this time number 528006. Once again, the prime suspect was Fedyolev. This was the third criminal case in which he was implicated in contract killings. But can you guess what happened? Nothing. Case number 528006 was shelved, like the others. Fedylev's calculation was criminally simple. With Altshul out of the way, the factory was his. Altshul, however, had left a friend and deputy in Lava, Vasily Leon, another ex-spy and special operations veteran. Leon categorically refused all the demands from Fedylev's people that he should get out. The Rudenko-Chupakin-Lashukov trio presented Leon with a compromise, or rather an offer not meant to be refused. Leon could stay on as director, but Chupakin and Lashukov would return to handle the wholesale side of factory liquor sales, which was what really mattered. The three didn't just ask Leon to agree. They intimidated him. He was openly summoned by Skvortsov, Fedylev's head of the UBOP, who did his best to cow Leon into submission. In the meantime, Rudenko had been further promoted and transferred to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The third source pressuring Leon was a certain Leonid Fesko, a friend of Rudenko's and another high-ranking police official in Sverdlovsk province. Fesko was shortly to depart for Moscow to manage the so-called Defense and Aid Fund for members of the Sverdlovsk province UBOP. Funds like it were a familiar institution for legally transferring illegal payments, bribes, and bonuses. They had been devised by gentlemen like Fedyolev in the mid-1990s. Large numbers of them still exist. Fesko later became Fedylev's deputy for security and discipline in the enterprises Fedylev's mafia controlled. In emergencies, if competitors were turning up the heat, it was Fesko's job to mobilize the Special Operations Police units to crush the resistance. It was Fesko, in fact, who masterminded the seizure of Yurokamash in September 2000. In 1999, however, Vasily Leon showed his defiance. But then, in December of that year, Yevgeny Antonov, an agent from Skvortsov's entourage, claiming self-defense, shot Leon's chief assistant, the very person who supervised the wholesale marketing of liquor at the Lava factory. According to the official written statements about the events leading up to the shooting of his colleague that Leon made to the FSB in the aftermath of the killing. In mid-January 2000, I had a conversation with Sergei Vasilyev, departmental head of UBOP. He complained stridently that by my presence at the Lava factory, I had deprived UBOP of financing. He further said, "You have stolen the trough of the FSB, UBOP, and other security agencies of the province." Vasilyev categorically demanded that I should work with them. I asked what that work would consist of, and Vasilyev replied, "You are to bring money here." Every line of Leon's statements testifies to a criminal case that should at least have been opened. Once again, however, things got bogged down. Appeals by Leon to the Prosecutor General's office, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and President Putin himself produced not the slightest reaction. Nevertheless, great concern was shown for the fate of Fedyolev. In January 2000, on the personal instructions of Vasily Kolmogorov, Deputy Prosecutor General of Russia, Fedyolev was freed from prison. Just like that. On his return to Ekaterinburg, the authorities welcomed him like a conqueror. Governor Rossel showered favors upon him. On Rossel's initiative, Fedyolev was declared Ural's Entrepreneur of the Year. Following his spell in jail, the shooting of Altshul, the intimidation of Leon, and the murder of his colleague, Fedyolev had attained the exalted status of Ekaterinburg's leading industrialist. From this time on, the mass media of the Urals invariably used this formula when writing about him. A little later, Fedyolev was elected a member of the Provincial Legislative Assembly, thereby receiving parliamentary immunity. If we step back a bit and look at the bigger picture, what do we see? Fedyolev is a Urals oligarch, a member of the provincial legislature, a major property owner. What really matters, though, is that he is the founder of what the Russian criminal code calls an organized crime syndicate. By the autumn of 2000, when Yurokamash was seized, which is where we came in, Fedyolev's syndicate had all the attributes of a fully fledged mafia entity. The only snag was that, with Russian corporate law, at best, unclear, the Godfather was in prison, and while he was there, his factories and industrial complexes started slipping out of his control. The syndicate panicked. What about our money? At that point, Fedyolev was released. The New Deal. Fedulev's release from prison was a turning point in the modern history of the Urals. As soon as his release became public, even before he returned to Ekaterinburg and before his countless hugs from Rossel, those in the know realized that matters were not straightforward. There was going to be a redistribution of property, and Fedulev was expected to make it happen. He had been released for good reason, certainly so that he could get back what he had controlled before, but also so that those working for him, and perhaps whoever he was working for, should again receive their remittances. Fedulev did not disappoint his supporters. His first priority on being freed was to restore his control of the lava hydrolytic factory. Here is how he did it. As Vasily Leon put it in a statement to the FSB, Fedulev informed me that previously matters had been resolved through the law courts, privatization, acquisition of shares. Now, however, things were settled by force. Leon's statement is dated February 2000. At that time, he presented the FSB with a written request for help to resist the mafia. He asked to be protected from blackmail by an organized crime syndicate. First, he was being blackmailed by members of the provincial UBOP, who were pressuring him to leave the lava factory in favor of Fedulev. Second, he was being blackmailed by Fedulev himself, who, on his release from prison, demanded not only that Leon leave, but that he should pay Fedulev $300,000 in compensation. Leon's request went unanswered. The state renounced the rule of law and left the factory to be torn apart by the mafia. On February 14, 2000, Fedulev decided to set up a committee of creditors of the lava factory. He did so by personal invitation despite having no legal authority. His aim was to push out the factory's current management and replace it with one under his control. Of the 5 principal creditors, Fedulev managed to bend only 2 to his wishes. A forged proxy then appeared from a third creditor, thereby providing a quorum. This committee adopted the resolution Fedulev required, that the meeting of creditors should be held not in Lava but in Ekaterinburg, at Fedulev's office. Nobody made any bones about why it had to be held there. If some of the real creditors suddenly turned up, they would need to be stopped, and cordoning off the office would make doing so a simple matter. As the day of the meeting approached, Rudenko flew in from Moscow. The main issue he and Fedulev needed to resolve before the meeting was what to do about Leon. 24 hours before the meeting, on February 17th, Fedulev sent a couple of his employees to the UBOP. These 2 gentlemen were well known there, because for many years they had been coming in for questioning as suspected hitmen in the sluggish investigation into the murder of one of Fedulev's partners. On this occasion, these heavies wrote a denunciation to the UBOP claiming that Leon had extorted $10,000 from them. In a single hour, with a rapidity unheard of in the Russian legal system, a criminal charge was brought against Leon, naturally without any preliminary investigation, recorded interview, or checking of facts. Simultaneously, a police car was cruising the streets of Lava giving out flyers to the effect that Leon was evading arrest and could no longer be regarded as the factory's managing director. The day of the creditors' meeting in Fedulev's office arrived. Everything began, quite properly, with registration. The entrance, corridors, and offices were under the control of men in police uniform armed with assault rifles, the guys from the UBOP. Seemingly nothing could derail Fedulev's strategy. But then something unforeseen did happen. Galina Ivanova, the representative of the factory's trade union committee, who had a right to be present at the meeting on behalf of the factory's workforce, suddenly pulled a power of attorney out of her handbag. It was an immensely valuable proxy from the main creditor. Leon, while on the run, had found time to prepare it. The proxy represented 34% of the votes, so how Ivanova voted would determine the outcome. Fedulev gave the order and Ivanova was removed to the UBOP offices, by plainclothes UBOP officers mingling with the crowd in the hall. She was held for precisely 3 hours and 20 minutes, until Fedulev called to say that the registration had been completed. Alexander Nadzuz was Vasily Leon's deputy. Here, taken from his official statement to the FSB, is how he describes events during the night after the meeting. I arrived at the factory at about 22:30. At about 1:30 I went to sleep. At 4:30 I was awakened. The door to the factory management offices had been broken down, also the grills on the windows. There were a lot of armed people around, and about 30 cars and a bus. We were allowed through to the management offices, where the factory's security officers were standing with their hands up. They were being guarded by people with assault rifles and wearing police uniforms. Olshkevich, a UBOP lieutenant, was sitting at the table. I went into the office of the commercial director. Fedyolev was sitting there. I asked, "On what grounds has this occupation taken place?" I was shown the minutes of the creditors' meeting and the contract with the new director. The contract was unauthentic. Thus was the joint operation of Fedyolev and the provincial UBOP to illegally seize the lava hydrolytic factory crowned with success. There were manifest violations of the law and ultra vires actions by civil servants. As we look back from the heights of 2004, the fourth year of the dictatorship of law proclaimed by Putin, who has been called to account? Nobody. Not so far, at least. Today the lava factory ekes out a miserable existence. Fedyolev has sucked it dry and moved on, as was to be expected. In 2000, having reconquered lava and acquired a pile of cash during the following months, since there was no one to stop him, Fedyolev started moving in on the minerals market. The first item on his menu was Kokonar. Kokonar. The internationally known Kokonar, or enrichment complex, is one of Russia's national assets. It is one of the few enterprises in the world that mine ferrovanadium ore. Its output provides an essential component for blast furnace melting. In our country, at least, not a single rail for the railways network would have been produced without the factory. In the mid-1990s, like many other important Russian enterprises, the Kokonar OEC was subjected to a succession of privatization measures that left it financially crippled. The situation became particularly dire in 1997-98. At this point, Fedyolev became chairman of the board of directors and proceeded, as he always did, to emasculate the enterprise. By the end of 1998, Fedyolev had brought Kokonar to the point of bankruptcy, and only the arrest of the Urals Entrepreneur of the Year made a revival possible as other shareholders became able to play an active part. They hired a team of knowledgeable managers under the direction of Zalal Khadirov, and large-scale investors appeared on the scene. In 1999, the enterprise was transformed. Production rose to capacity, the net asset value increased, the workers began to be paid their wages again. Kokonar's situation was similar to that of Lava's. The town had grown up around the plant, and 10,000 people, almost the entire working population, were employed there. The results of the recovery were obvious. The plant's shares again became sought after on the stock market. In his entourage, almost every Russian provincial governor has the kind of individual that Yeltsin had in Putin, an astute and loyal assistant, proclaimed as his patron's heir apparent because someone is needed to cover the principal's back when he retires from the political arena, to ensure his continuing financial well-being and personal security. For Eduard Rossel, governor of Ekaterinburg, this person was Andrei Kozitsyn, the copper king of the Urals, who managed the smelting factories of Sverdlovsk province. As the next election for governor approached, Ekaterinburg saw Copper Kozitsyn expand into the iron industry, under Rossel's patronage, of course. Rossel was not going to be governor forever, so with re-election time approaching, he took steps to concentrate the juiciest bits of Urals industry in Kozitsyn's hands. As you may recall, one of Fedyolev's first visits in Ekaterinburg after his release from prison was to Governor Rossel. What they talked about we do not know exactly, but immediately after the audience, Fedyolev transferred, to a trust managed by Kozitsyn, his shares in two enterprises, the Kokonar OEC and the Nizhny Tagil Metallurgical Complex. To all appearances, this was a straightforward deal between Fedyolev and the governor. Fedyolev bought himself the right to do as he pleased in the province, and Kozitsyn moved in on Kokonar. It has to be said that at that moment Fedyolev's ownership was down to only 19% of the shares of the Kokonar complex, and even those were a bit suspect, as we shall see. Because the shares transferred to Kozitsyn did not confer control, it wouldn't be easy to parachute in a director of their choosing. In any case, the managers, headed by Khadirov, opposed the new Fedyolev-Kozitsyn invasion and had the owners of 70% of the shares behind them. What was to be done? Usurpers use force to get their way. At the end of January 2000, the Kokonar complex was seized by armed men. There was shooting, there were forged documents, and the law enforcement agencies were actively involved in the mayhem. In fact, the melee was a repetition of the scenario used at the lava hydrolytic factory. There was also active non-involvement on the part of Governor Rossel, just as in Lava. At dawn on January 29th, the complex was vouchsafed a new director, Andrei Kozitsyn, and Pavel Fedyolev strolled proprietorially through the empty offices of the management. Plus CA change. It was clear, however, that the power of these cuckoo birds would last only until the first shareholders' meeting, which could simply throw them out. The insurgents concluded that they should make two moves: not allow a shareholders' meeting and bankrupt the enterprise as soon as possible, to deprive the shareholders of their powers. Under Russian legislation, shareholders of an insolvent enterprise become non-voting owners. Fedyolev and Kozitsyn prevented the meeting by a method successfully practiced in Chechnya. They simply blocked off all entry to and exit from the town. The shareholders on their way to the complex, accompanied by the dispossessed managers, were stopped at police checkpoints. How was that possible? Easy. Sukhomlin, the mayor of Kakhanar, issued Emergency Directive No. 14, banning the entry into Kakhanar of citizens from other cities. All the shareholders and managers of the complex came from cities other than Kakhanar. It was ridiculous, of course, a farce, but a farce taking place in real life. The shareholders' meeting was not held, and the partners in crime set about implementing the second half of their plan: the artificial bankrupting of the Kakhanar OEC. How was this to be done, since the complex was functioning successfully? Kozitsyn took a credit of $15 million from the Moscow Business World Bank, secured on the assets of the complex. He had no trouble getting it, because who would not like to get their hands on the Kakhanar plant? Equipped with this credit, he issued promissory notes from the enterprise. The money was invested not in the complex but in another of his businesses, Svyatogor, also located in Sverdlovsk province, supposedly to create a joint enterprise. The next step was for Kozitsyn to seemingly transfer the Kakhanar promissory notes to Svyatogor. Why supposedly and why seemingly? Well, none of these transactions actually took place. All the transfers were virtual, and the promissory notes from the complex ended up in the hands of a tiny firm. This firm, a front, was registered at the address of a modest Ekaterinburg apartment apparently belonging to a woman who subsequently, despite everyone's best efforts, could not be traced. This virtual proprietor was instantly transformed into the main creditor of the most influential ferrovanadium producer in the world. How? The ephemeral firm bought the complex's promissory notes for 40% of their nominal value and promptly presented them to the enterprise for payment at 100%. It then declared the enterprise bankrupt because it could not buy back its promissory notes at 100% of the nominal value. In this way, the phantom woman was found to have 90% of the votes at the creditors' meeting. This fraud was played out brazenly under the nose of the provincial government: the creation of a straw creditor and an artificial debt, and the theft of millions of dollars from the real owners of the enterprise, who found themselves without any rights to the assets or refund of their investments. While this was going on, an around-the-clock guard was mounted in Kakhanar by the provincial UBOP to avoid any annoying intrusions like a new Galina Ivanova, chairwoman of the Trade Union Committee. The guard was the same group as in Lava when the factory there was seized. A thief nobody stops becomes bolder. Which brings us back to Uralkamash. Just as Lava was followed by Kakhanar, so Kakhanar was followed by Uralkamash. In September 2000, that enterprise, too, was seized by force of arms, following the same scenario. During 2001, there was a quiet stifling of the shareholders by artificially bankrupting the enterprise, again with the indulgence and connivance of the authorities. The managed democracy, proclaimed by Putin, was on the march. Or perhaps it was just cowboy capitalism under the management of mafia syndicates that had the law enforcement agencies, a corrupt bureaucracy, and a tainted judiciary in their pockets. The Urals judiciary, the most corrupt in the world? Let us recall that, on the night following the seizure of Uralkamash, Fedyolev and the supporters of the deposed director were waving a collection of mutually exclusive legal rulings at each other. The documents were not forgeries. As soon as you start looking into the documents relating to Uralkamash, the Kakhanar OEC, and the Lava factory, you see that the armed invasions were sanctioned by the courts of Sverdlovsk province. We find certain judges on the side of one party, while other judges are on the side of the other. It is as if no laws existed, as if there were no constitution. Even as the mafia syndicates of the Urals were slugging it out to claim their territories, a civil war was going on within the judiciary. The courts were being used and continue to be used, as rubber stamps for decisions in favor of one party or another. Here is an excerpt from a letter to Vyacheslav Lebedev, chairman of the Supreme Court of Russia, from I. Kadnikov, Award of Merit of the Russian Federation, former chair of the October District Court of Ekaterinburg, and V. Nikitin, former chair of the Lenin District Court of Ekaterinburg. It is Ovcharuk, Ivan Ovcharuk, chair of the Sverdlovsk Provincial Court from Soviet times until the present, who over a period of years participates directly in the formation and training of the bench in the Urals, personally chooses and controls the selection of judges for each appointment. Without his personal approval, not a single candidate can be appointed to the bench, and none of us can have his appointment extended. Any judges who fail to find favor with him personally are squeezed out and persecuted. They are compelled to leave their jobs, and individuals are often selected for membership of the bench who have neither qualifications nor experience of the work, but who are in some respect vulnerable and hence manipulable. At the present time, a great number of highly qualified judges who have worked for many years and have immense experience, who possess such important qualities as high moral principles, independence and firmness in arriving at verdicts, incorruptibility and courage, have been forced out of judicial work. The sole reason is that if you are not corrupt, it is impossible to work normally under the direction of Ovcharuk. What, in the opinion of Ovcharuk, are the characteristics of a good judge? Anatoly Krisky, until recently the chair of the Verkhysetsk District Court of Ekaterinburg, was not just good. He was the best in the profession. For many years, it was Krisky who loyally looked after the interests of Ivan Ovcharuk. What did that entail? The Verkhysetsk court is the quirkiest in Ekaterinburg. Ekaterinburg prison is located on its territory, which means that, in accordance with the law, this court examines all cases relating to the shortening of sentences of inmates in the prison. Everybody in Ekaterinburg knows that the main factor influencing the early release of a prisoner is not the nature of the crime, not what the inmate actually did and hence whether or not he remains a danger to society, but, quite simply, money. A crook from a powerful crime syndicate will usually spend less time in prison than other criminals. His colleagues will simply buy him out. For certain district courts, this situation leads to prosperity. Russia's district courts are, in general, as poor as church mice. They are chronically short of resources, even of paper. Plaintiffs have to bring their own. The judges' salaries are barely enough to make ends meet. At the Verkhysetsk court, the picture is quite different, however. The building is surrounded by Jeeps, Mercedes, and Fords costing several $1,000s. The owners who emerge from these vehicles in the mornings are modest district judges whose salaries are a few thousand rubles. One of the flashiest cars invariably belongs to Anatoly Krisky. Krisky had a close relationship with Pavel Fedyolev. For many years, it was Krisky who presided over cases in which Fedyolev figured in one capacity or another. Krisky never allowed these cases to get bogged down in red tape. For the cases in which Fedyolev was involved, the judge would always apply the fast-track system, letting nothing hold him back. Neither the need to call witnesses nor the question of whether his decisions were in accordance with the law. If Fedyolev asked Krisky to rule that certain shares belonged to him, for example, Krisky would not bother with the necessary proof. He would simply state, "These shares belong to Fedyolev." With such rulings under his belt, Fedyolev appeared at Uralkamash after the armed invasion. Another curious detail is that Krisky's rulings to order were sometimes obligingly made in the comfort of the customer's place of business. Krisky would record his decisions on Fedyolev's writs not in the courtroom, as the law specifically requires, but in Fedyolev's office. Sometimes it was not even the judge who made the ruling but Fedyolev's lawyer, in his own handwriting, with Krisky merely adding his signature. When in the autumn of 1998, Fedyolev began to have problems with the Prosecutor General's office over his defrauding of a Moscow company, it was Krisky who, accompanied by Fedyolev's lawyer, flew to Moscow to see the then Prosecutor General, Yuri Skuratov, to argue that the criminal proceedings against Fedyolev should be dropped. Skuratov, who had been on friendly terms with Krisky since they were young, received him personally, and although no one knows how it happened, the case was closed. On his return to Ekaterinburg, Fedyolev's wife met Krisky. She made no secret of the fact that she thanked him for his trouble, and Krisky, in turn, made no secret of how pleased he was. A few days later, he bought himself a new Ford Explorer. To the Western reader, Krisky's purchase may seem like no big deal. The chairman of a North American or European court is hardly going to be a beggar, so it is not surprising if he drives an expensive car. But for the chairman of a district court in Russia to afford such a car means one of two things. Either he has just come into a large, by our standards, inheritance, or he is taking bribes. There is simply no third explanation. In Russia, a Ford Explorer is something only a successful businessman can afford, and under Russian law, the chairman of a court is not permitted to engage in business. A Ford Explorer costs the equivalent of a judge's salary for 20 years. Nor was this the end of Krisky's miraculous good fortune. Barely a month had passed after the appearance of the Ford Explorer when Fedyolev was again in trouble with the prosecutor general's office. The judge again flew off to talk to Skuratov, not in Moscow this time, but at the Black Sea resort of Sochi, where the prosecutor general was on holiday. The storm clouds hanging over Fedyolev were again dispersed. Krisky exchanged his Ford Explorer, which had already sent shockwaves through Ekaterinburg society, for a Mercedes 600, the ultimate status symbol of a new Russian. Krisky's birthday parties were the talk of Ekaterinburg, festivals of conspicuous consumption to rival the name-day celebrations of overstuffed pre-revolutionary merchants. On those occasions the court was suspended, and by order of the chairman, the doors were locked. Krisky hired a restaurant in the center of town. Money flew right and left, and vodka flowed in torrents. Every bureaucrat in Ekaterinburg kicked over the traces under the astonished gaze of the mostly impoverished public. What did those drinking and dancing care that a judge had no business conducting himself in such a manner, not only according to unwritten rules of common decency, but according to the writ of law? The law on the status of judges in the Russian Federation requires that they maintain a modest demeanor outside work, and certainly during business hours. They are to avoid any personal associations that might adversely affect their reputation, and show the greatest circumspection at all times, in order to maintain the highest level of respect for the authority of the judiciary. So what are we to make of the fact that it was Krisky, with his associations with Fedyolev and others like him, who was the favorite of Ivan Ovcharuk, chairman of the provincial court? What was going on? At every assembly, Ovcharuk would emphasize that Krisky was one of the best judges in the Urals. The simple truth is that most of us living in Russia were born in the land of the Soviets and, to a greater or lesser extent, lived by the Soviet code of conduct. For Ovcharuk, the Soviet ways of thinking and behaving were second nature. In other words, he was a typical die-hard legal boss. He had been trained not, under any circumstances, to argue with his superiors. He had learned to do as he was told, carry out his superiors' orders, even try to anticipate their moods, which way their eyebrows would move. This is no journalistic exaggeration, but a description of Soviet servility. Ovcharuk is what we have inherited from our past, a man whose career progressed because he never challenged the opinion of his superiors, no matter how lawless or stupid it was. When the new times came, and democracy and capitalism with it, there was a moment, eyewitnesses tell us, when Ovcharuk panicked. Whom could he serve now? His perplexity was soon dispelled. A special Soviet flair for sniffing out whom it was most profitable to subordinate himself to, who the new powers were, soon came to his rescue. Ovcharuk chose two new czars. The first was the nascent business world, where capital was accumulating at a vigorous pace. The second was the civil service bureaucracy, which, however much people complained about it, remained as monolithic and as solid as a granite cliff. For Ovcharuk, it was represented by Governor Rossel. Since these twin czars had united in Ekaterinburg in tender friendship and a new mafia had emerged alongside the old Uralmash, Ovcharuk had no further qualms. He began serving Rossel and Fedyolev. Only at the end of 2001 did Ekaterinburg get rid of Krisky as chairman of the Verkhysetsk district court. It was a messy business, and the outcome was hardly satisfactory. The provincial directorate of the FSB was well aware that Krisky had been servicing Fedyolev's criminal activities in the Urals for many years, but its agents had never caught him red-handed. In the end, covert and illegal, around-the-clock surveillance was set up, and the chairman of the Verkhysetsk court was caught engaging in pedophilia. The FSB presented its evidence to Krisky himself, to his patron Ovcharuk, and to Rossel. The outcome? There was no public scandal. Krisky was not stripped of his judicial status, but he was redeployed to become the mayor of Ekaterinburg's legal advisor, And that was that. 9. But what about those judges who did not want to take part in turning an independent judiciary into one totally subservient to the criminal underworld? In Ekaterinburg in recent years, a majority of judges have been found to be intractable. Those who chose not to serve the emergent crime syndicates have been dismissed from the bench by the dozens, and have had insult and abuse heaped on them. Olga Vasilieva worked for 11 years as a judge, a fair stint. Outwardly, she was a calm, unfussy person, the kind of judge who refused on principle to rubber-stamp the directives and rulings that Fedyolev needed for the games he played. She simply refused. Vasilieva worked in the same Verkhysetsk district court, with Krisky as her immediate superior, and was subjected to immense pressure, including occasional threats to her life and her family. She remained unbowed, never once gave in, and turned down not only Fedyolev but Krisky when he demanded summary directives from her for the early release of one or another of the judge's criminal protégés. The last straw was when Vasilieva accepted a writ against the chairman of the provincial court, Ivan Ovcharuk. Krisky insisted she should have rejected it in order not to create a precedent. The plaintiffs were citizens of Ekaterinburg whom Ovcharuk had subjected to unreasonable judicial delay, willfully failing to examine their application to the court within a reasonable time because it was directed against the interests of high officials in Governor Rossel's administration. For Ekaterinburg, a city under the heel of the mafia, where everybody knew that stepping out of line in such matters usually ended not in a quarrel but in a shooting, accepting a writ of that kind was revolutionary. Other district courts, in order not to bring major trouble down upon their heads, would refuse even to register such writs, although by law they had no right not to do so. The system took savage revenge on Olga Vasilieva for acting within the law. She was not only fired, she was endlessly vilified. Complaints were appended to her personal file when it was submitted, in order to have her expelled from the bench. They came from Krisky's criminal protégés whom she had refused to release from jail. The complaints were written by inmates on official court forms that they could have received only by Krisky's having brought them to the prison himself. Vasilieva had to start a pilgrimage around official institutions to prove that the accusations against her were false. It took a year for the Supreme Court of Russia to restore her rank, but even then her difficulties were not over. The Supreme Court sat in Moscow, but she practiced in Ekaterinburg, where she was entirely on her own. As soon as she got back home, she handed the Supreme Court resolution to Krisky, but he refused to allow her to return to work and wrote an official representation against her to the Provincial Judges' College of Qualifications, an institution of the Russian bench. He advised its members that, despite having been restored to office, Vasilieva had failed to mend her ways, a formulation traditionally used in reference to prisoners. Judges in Russia are required to have their status reconfirmed periodically, in effect, to be reappointed, and hence must obtain a recommendation from the College of Qualifications in their republic or province. Approval from the college leads to more or less automatic reappointment by directive of the president. Now, however, Ovcharuk added his weight to Krisky's denunciation, and the College of Qualifications resolved no longer to recommend Vasilieva for appointment as a judge. As might be expected, nobody in this Mickey Mouse College of Qualifications made any attempt to corroborate the facts. These were the very allegations, based on the statements of convicts, that the Supreme Court had just rejected as unsubstantiated. Olga Vasilieva, a courageous, principled woman, applied once again to the Supreme Court, insisting on her right to justice. Years of her life are being wasted on this exhausting, debilitating campaign, however, and in the meantime she is being prevented from working for the good of the state. Can we expect the majority to tread the path Olga Vasilieva has chosen? Many Ekaterinburg judges commented, begging me under no circumstances to publish their names. It is easier for us just to rubber-stamp the rulings Ovcharuk demands than to find ourselves in Vasilieva's shoes. They had many harrowing tales about what had happened to colleagues of theirs. The story of Alexander Dovgii, another Ekaterinburg judge, is one such saga. Dovgii's offense was the same as Vasilieva's. On one occasion, he ignored Krisky's demand to release a crony from prison. A few days later, the judge was savagely beaten with iron bars in the street. The police refused even to look for the attackers, although, as a rule, they investigate attacks on judges thoroughly. Dovgii was hospitalized for a long time, came out crippled, and, although now back at work, hears only divorce cases. He asks not to be given any other kind of case. With things as they stand, professionalism is regarded as the ability not to have one's own judgment. People who cannot dispense with Bolshevik methods are appointed in the name of the state to administer justice. They wag a finger in admonition and see nothing amiss in demanding the passing of a particular verdict. They call judges to account before the present-day equivalent of the Communist Party activists, the College of Qualifications. They see nothing wrong with condemning or pardoning in our name and by our hand. These words were written by a promising young judge, who also asked me to forget his name, after he had been pressured by Ovcharuk and Krisky in much the same manner as Vasilieva. He buckled under the pressure and simply walked away. He wrote these lines in a letter addressed to Krisky, applying for retirement, adding, "I request that the matter be considered in my absence," and left Ekaterinburg for good. This young judge had had no intention of resigning, but one day the inevitable happened. A case involving the latest criminal machinations of some mafia groups came his way, and Krisky demanded that he close the case immediately. The young judge asked for time to reflect. He received threats from persons unknown, anonymous telephone calls to his home, notes left where he would find them. Coincidentally, he was beaten up in the entry to his house, not too severely, just as a warning, and his assailants were never tracked down. The young judge wrote requesting permission to resign, and the mafia case was promptly passed to another judge. On the eve of the hearing, the new judge received a telegram from the provincial court, signed by Ovcharuk himself, instructing him to stop the proceedings. The following day that case was closed. Sergei Kazantsev, a judge of the Kirov District Court in Ekaterinburg, ruled that a certain Uparov, accused of robbery and grievous bodily harm, should be imprisoned as a danger to society until his case could be fully considered. Judge Kazantsev then moved to consider another case. He was in a conference room and writing up the verdict, a time when, under Russian law, nobody is allowed to disturb a judge. To do so virtually guarantees that the verdict will be set aside by a higher court. Nevertheless, Ovcharuk called Kazantsev to demand that he alter the restraining order and let Uparov out of prison. Kazantsev refused and was told by Ovcharuk that he would be sacked. He was sacked. There are any number of such episodes in Ekaterinburg. As a result, the judges who are still working there are highly manipulable, willing to rubber stamp any judgment, just as long as they can avoid unpleasantness from their superiors. Resistance has been crushed. It is the rule of duplicity under the guise of the dictatorship of law. The situation explains why, when Yurokamash was seized, the two sides had, in their hands, contradictory rulings on the matter. For years, any sign of judicial independence was brutally suppressed, and judges were conditioned to servility. Senior judges have long experience working in the shackled Soviet courts, where, under these circumstances, are courageous and fair judgments to come from. Anybody prepared to stand up and refuse has long since been dismissed. Those capable of saluting promptly when required to serve the cause of lawlessness are hard at work and progressing up the career ladder. Behind each of Fedulev's coups stood his special intimacy with the bench of the Urals. He was friends with judges, and they were friends with him. The most frequently heard names in this connection are those of judges Ryazantsev and Balashov. Ryazantsev is a humble judge of the Kakhanar Municipal Court, which is subordinate to Ovcharuk. Ryazantsev it was who rubber-stamped the rulings Fedulev needed in the Kakhanar OEC case, validating the deals of the rogue firm that purchased promissory notes on the cheap and cashed them at face value, thereby sealing the fate of an enterprise of international importance. The second judge, Balashov, also very humble, works in the Kirov District Court of the city of Ekaterinburg. He ruled in favor of Fedulev in respect of Yurokamash and at several other significant moments in Fedulev's business career. Here is how he did it. It was Judge Balashov who effectively fired the first shot in the Yurokamash affair. On Friday evening, he accepted a writ in support of Fedulev's interests at the factory, and on Monday morning, with a rapidity unheard of in the history of Russian jurisprudence, he issued the ruling Fedulev needed. Balashov managed to do this without calling any witnesses, gathering supplementary information, or making inquiries of third parties. In fairness, it has to be said that Balashov operates within the framework of the law. He is just very good at exploiting loopholes. The fast-track procedure he resorted to is entirely legitimate. The injunction he issued in satisfaction of the plaintiff's demands is appropriate in cases where the defendants have taken executive decisions and measures leading to the embezzlement of property. The primary task of such an injunction is to freeze the situation. The court is within its rights in intervening to forbid any managerial actions until the substance of the dispute is resolved. Accordingly, Balashev's lightning resolution on Yurokamash had nothing to do with resolving the ownership dispute. He was merely preventing anyone from managing the plant or making use of its assets. On the surface, all was innocence, sweetness, and light. The result, however, was asphyxia. Under Russian law, if a verdict has already been given in a dispute, it is impermissible for another court to hear the dispute again. In granting the injunction required, however, Balashev purported not to know the crucial detail that an arbitration court had already pronounced on the dispute over Yurokamash. He had an entirely plausible explanation for his lack of information. There was no unified communication system in the province, which was true, and people in the district courts were the last to hear about cases elsewhere. A few hours after his injunction was issued, the ink barely dry on his signature, Fedyolev descended upon Yurokamash with his armed brigades, waving it before him.